Chapter 101. Emo Chu's words made Lin Yao feel uncomfortable. It was as if an elder was giving advice to a junior. Junior brother Emo Chu, watch your words, Lin Yao said as she glanced at Emo Chu. According to seniority, Emo Chu had to address Lin Yao as senior sister. After all, Lin Yao had joined the sect earlier and was born as a member of the sect. How could an ordinary person compare to her? Furthermore, as the senior sister of Long Herb Peak, how could she be taken advantage of by someone from Fierce Peak? When Emo Chu heard this, he laughed heartily. After today, senior sister Lin Yao, you can't talk to me like this. Junior brothers of Long Herb Peak are welcome to visit Fierce Peak in the future. You're the Peak Master. Visit your place? Li Zongjiu abruptly blurted out a sentence. Emo Chu was obviously treating himself as someone important. If he wanted to act tough, Li Zongjiu wouldn't mind if he walked further away. However, since he wanted to act tough in front of Li Zongjiu, then Li Zongjiu wouldn't be polite to him. Emo Chu said directly. The smile on Emo Chu's face froze. Then, his relaxed expression turned cold and gloomy. When they turned around, they realized that there was a young disciple behind them. Li Zongjiu looked even younger than them, and he looked extremely unfamiliar. They had only seen him a few times, which meant that this guy hadn't been in the sect for long. How dare he talk to Emo Chu in such a tone when he had just joined the sect? This kid must have not figured out the situation yet. How dare you talk to me like this? Do you know who I am? Emo Chu snorted coldly and questioned. Let me tell you, if you look at me like this again, I'll beat you up until you can't even shit. Li Zongjiu was extremely displeased when he saw Emo Chu's gaze. He pointed at Emo Chu and spoke without any trace of politeness. Li Zongjiu's words were a little vulgar. However, in front of the disciples of Long Medicine Peak, they still felt extremely domineering. This was the way to go. He wanted to give Emo Chu a hard slap. However, no one knew what the outcome would be. Lin Yao's eyes widened as she stared at Li Zongjiu. At this moment, she finally understood what was so special about Li Zongjiu. That was, Li Zongjiu was not bound by the rules at all. These words could be said to be completely unrestrained, but it gave people a feeling of open-mindedness and carefreeness. However, he was open-minded. Emo Chu was enraged. You're courting death. Emo Chu's eyes were ablaze with flames. The aura on his body burst out and a powerful aura rushed towards Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu was also prepared to beat up the person in front of him. However, the elder from the Long Herb Peak had already walked over to them. Presumptuous! How dare you attack without permission? Whatever grudges you have, let's talk about it in the arena. Although Emo Chu was the pride of the sect, the elder was still an elder of Long Herb Peak. He was one of them. Therefore, Emo Chu retracted his aura after hearing his angry shout. You're lucky to have survived. Emo Chu tidied his clothes and said angrily. If he really attacked, he could beat Li Zongjiu until he became an idiot. What an idiot! Li Zongjiu said. He disdained to fight with such a kid. Otherwise, with his evil lord's temper, he would have already refined him into a blood bead. Hearing Li Zongjiu's curses, Emo Chu clenched his fists so tightly that they looked like crispy peas. He wanted to turn around and cripple Li Zongjiu. However, the elder was here and today was an important day. It wasn't a good time to cause trouble. The sect master and the other peak masters would be here as well. It would be difficult to explain the situation. Well done, Li Zongjiu. After Emo Chu walked far away, Wang Bai was the first to clap. He gave Li Zongjiu a thumbs up. Li Zongjiu was definitely the first disciple who dared to confront Emo Chu. What's wrong with that? You bunch of cowards. Li Zongjiu said disdainfully. These kids were really useless. How could they sacrifice their lives for their family and country in the future? We'll prepare more fruits for you later. Don't worry about it today. That's right, junior brother Zongjiu. Don't worry. We won't let you miss out on your lessons. We'll give you a copy of our notes and you can recuperate in peace. It seemed like they had already started preparing for Li Zhongjiu's injuries. This made Li Zhongjiu want to give each of them a slap to let them know why the slap was so loud. This small disturbance was like an accelerant before the start of the competition. It had the effect of livening up the atmosphere, which made people feel very happy. The noisy venue was soon filled with people. The contestants had to be present. The other disciples would also come to watch on time. After all, this was the honor of their own cultivation peak. If they didn't show up and show their support, how could they cultivate a sense of collective honor? Above the crimson afterglow peak, the wind and clouds gathered. Emochu returned to the camp of Fierce Peak. When the elders of Fierce Peak saw that Emochu seemed to have accumulated a lot of resentment, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. What is it that made you so angry? Qin Lai, the elder of Fierce Peak, asked. As the great elder of Blazing Peak, he represented the strongest force on Blazing Peak. After all, the existence of the Peak Master was only symbolic. Of course, the strength of the Peak Master was undeniably strong. However, most of the time, the Great Elder would be the one to make the move when the time came. Could it be that the old fox from Crimson Afterglow Peak is pressuring you? Qin Lai suddenly had an impulse to stand up for Emochu. Like his name, his temper was also quite irritable. It was obvious that he wanted to fight with the elders of Crimson Afterglow Peak. The old fox that Qin Lai was talking about. He was also a competitor for many years. The great elder of Crimson Afterglow Peak, Yen Beihan. This was clearly a fire elemental formula, yet it just had to have such a cold name. This made Qin Lai feel extremely displeased. However, displeasure was displeasure. As an old friend of many years, the friendship between them was still very deep. However, in such a peaceful era, a real competition was needed to promote a better environment. No. It's not Elder Yen. It's an ignorant kid from Long Herb Peak. Elder, don't worry, I will settle this myself. Emochu said calmly. Long Herb Peak? Since when did Long Herb Peak become so stubborn? Qin Lai couldn't help but frown and say. The Long Herb Peak was an important part of the Snow Mist Pill sect. Most of the pills provided were refined by the disciples of the Long Herb Peak. However, the disciples of the Battle Peak had always complained that there were not enough pills and that there were too few of them. If there were more elixirs, their strength might increase even more. Of course, these grievances didn't dare to spread to Long Herb Peak. After all, these alchemists were each more arrogant than the other. After all, alchemists were extremely popular. The people of Long Herb Peak usually kept a low profile. When participating in such a competition, most of the time, they would interact with each other. However, there were still some people who really wanted to stand out. Compared to the people of Battle Peak, the gap was still quite big. Boom! A ray of light shot up to the sky. On the high platform there were a few seats. 3 Peak Masters. The Sect Master of Foggy Snow Pellet Sect. There was also a Supreme Elder who flew over together with him. Following the appearance of these people, the disciples in the crowd gave them a warm round of applause. Chapter 102. Ignite the Fire Beacon. The Misty Snow Pellet Sect Master waved his hand and ignited the Saint Flame on the Saint Flame Peak 1,000 meters away. This was a display of the Misty Snow Pellet Sect's strength. The Sect Master is actually so powerful. Li Zhongjiu was also a little surprised. Judging from the performance just now, the white-robed old man's cultivation had actually reached the origin ancestor realm. It was no wonder that no one dared to offend the Misty Snow Pellet Sect even though it was located in a small corner. In addition to the strength of the Sect Master, the Supreme Elder who had been sitting beside him and looking like he was about to fall asleep seemed to be quite powerful as well. It was no wonder that the Misty Snow Pellet Sect could develop freely with such an expert overseeing it. This was the true strength of a sect. As the fire beacon burned, it symbolized the prosperity of the sect. It was an auspicious sign. The peak test begins. The rules of the competition. Falling to the ground means defeat. Losing consciousness means defeat. Surrendering means defeat. There are no restrictions. An elder of the Crimson Afterglow Peak held a long scroll with a long list of names on it. There would be a total of 15 people in the competition, and there would be a vacancy in each round. There would even be situations where people from the same sect would fight each other. The first round, Zhang Yongzhe of the Ru Lai Peak versus Lin Yao of the Long Herb Peak. Lin Yao was actually the first to go up. This was somewhat unexpected. However, there were also benefits to being the first to go up. At the very least, she wouldn't be affected by the situation later on. If she saw that everyone was as vigorous as a dragon, she would be more or less affected psychologically. Therefore, the benefits of being the first to go up were obvious. She wouldn't be affected by other situations. Senior Sister Lin Yao, go! Go, Senior Sister! The Long Herb Peak will win. The disciples of the Long Herb Peak cheered loudly. Even Zhang Yongzhe of the Ru Lai Peak had a bitter expression on his face. Everyone in the Ru Lai Peak knew that Lin Yao was the target of Mo Chu's pursuit. If he injured her, Mo Chu wouldn't let him go. Of course, with Zhang Yongzhe's strength, he might not be able to reach that level. It would depend on each other's ability to fight with Lin Yao. Li Zongjiu sat in his seat. He had no interest in the competition in front of him. Therefore, he closed his eyes and tried to cultivate his white god Fu in his mind. The cultivation of the white god bestowment mantra required years of accumulation. The elder in charge of the Long Herb Peak was extremely nervous at this moment. After all, Lin Yao was their hope. Whether or not they could enter the top 5 would depend on her. As for Wang Bai, he would probably be thrown out as soon as he went on stage. There was really nothing to look forward to. What about Li Zongjiu? She had gotten in through the back door and was gilded with gold. He didn't know what kind of relationship Li Zongjiu had with the Peak Master that he could receive such special treatment. Therefore, there was no hope at all. With such an attitude, you still want to obtain first place and fight against that elder? Daydreaming? Li Zongjiu was still dozing off in the middle of a bloody battle. Anyone who saw this would be very angry and unhappy. They would want to slap this Li Zongjiu awake. However, there was no need for that. It was more important to watch the competition now. Lin Yao's strength seems to have improved a lot. It seems that she has gained a lot from this experience. Chu Ao, the sect master of the Foggy Snow Pill sect, said. Although his name was Ao Ran, he was already past the age where he was arrogant. It's alright. You don't even focus on refining pills. You only know how to be competitive. Lin Tsang shook his head. On the other hand, Chu Aoran laughed out loud. Soon after, his eyes turned gloomy. How's the matter with the Black Zen sect going? The Black Zen sect had kidnapped Lin Yao and even directly controlled an elder of the Long Herb Peak. This made Chu Aoran very angry. He actually dared to extend his hand to the Snow Pill sect. They were simply tired of living. I killed some and some escaped. However, since there's a traitor in my Long Herb Peak, you should be more careful. Lin Tsang said. Lin Tsang, had disappeared for half a year. He was actually imprisoned by someone and no one knew about it. This kind of thing naturally made people's hair stand on end. We will also pay attention to this matter. I also feel that there's something wrong with some people recently. The Peak Master of the Crimson Afterglow Peak said. At this moment, there were only a few of them on the high platform. They were the ones who had founded the sect in the first place. The understanding they had during this period was not something that outsiders could understand. This Lin Yao girl won really quickly, Chu Aoran suddenly said. Everyone looked over and saw that Lin Yao and Zhang Yongzhe were fighting in close combat. Suddenly, Lin Yao used a whip kick that was as fast as lightning and rushed over. He directly kicked Zhang Yongzhe's chest and sent him flying. Bang! Long Herb Peak, Lin Yao wins. Lin Yao winning this battle could also be said to be very difficult, expending large amounts of essence energy. Without saying a word, She immediately cupped her hands at the referee elder and returned to her seat. She immediately sat down to recover her yuan power. At the same time, Lin Yao glanced at Li Zhongjiu. She wanted to see if Li Zhongjiu would be interested in her after this battle. What Lin Yao wanted was to show off her strength in front of Li Zhongjiu. However, when Lin Yao returned to her seat, she realized that Li Zhongjiu was actually sleeping with his eyes closed. He was actually dozing off in such an exciting battle. This made Lin Yao so angry that she gritted her teeth. After all, I'm the great senior sister of Long Herb Peak. How could I not be noticed? You did well. Here's a yuan recovery pill. Quickly consume it to recover your yuan power. Yes, elder. Lin Yao took the pill from the elder's hand and sat down cross-legged to recover her yuan power. However, she was still brooding over Li Zhongjiu's disdain for her. This guy, I want to see what you're capable of, Lin Yao thought in her heart. However, the competition was still going on. The first 7 rounds of the competition were quite exciting. Some were lucky and got a bye, while some were unlucky and met Mo Chu of the Fierce Peak or Yang Hongyu, the chief disciple of the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Both of them were the strongest among the strongest. Basically, it was impossible to meet them. At the same time, the yuan power aura they displayed was that of a grade 9 yuan master. Such a young grade 9 yuan master. It was really shocking. However, Mo Chu was younger and had cultivated for a shorter period of time. In terms of potential, he had more advantages. Of course, no one could be sure about the future. After Yang Hongyu's battle ended, his opponent was Wang Bai from Long Herb Peak. Wang Bai was defeated honorably. At least he managed to withstand 10 moves from Yang Hongyu. In the end, Wang Bai took the initiative to admit defeat. It was a relatively peaceful battle. After this round of battle, in Long Herb Peak, except for Lin Yao who won, everyone else was eliminated. Oh no. There was still one person alive. That was Li Zhongjiu. Even Lin Tsang was surprised by Li Zhongjiu's luck. Wasn't this a little too good? He actually got a walkover. However, in the next round, he could no longer continue to get a bye. There were 7 winners in this round. Including the one who got a bye, there were 8 winners in total. The competition for the top 4 would begin. After the top 4 were determined, one person must be eliminated. Only the top 3 could enjoy the benefits of entering the Fog Snow Valley. There will be an hour's break. The second round will begin in an hour, the Crimson Afterglow Peak elder said. At the same time, some disciples brought brooms and the like. They came up to clean the Blackstone arena. For cultivators, it was fine even if they didn't eat for a few days. However, they would still eat some fruits that were cultivated with spirit soil. These were good for their health. Zhao Yuan, the next round will be between you and Li Zhongjiu. I want him to be bedridden for at least 3 months. Chapter 103. Mo Chu came in front of Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan was ranked 3rd in Rulai Peak. Among the 8 people who made it to the next round, there were 3 people from each of the 2 main peaks who made it to the next round, including Lin Yao and Li Zhongjiu. Zhao Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard Mo Chu's words, but he didn't answer. A Vajra elixir. Don't worry, junior brother Mo Chu. Not only will I make him lie in bed for 3 months, but I'll also make him call me father in pain, Zhao Yuan said with a grin. As for why Mo Chu knew about the ranking of the next round, it was none of Zhao Yuan's business. A Vajra elixir was enough for Zhao Yuan to make a move. If he used too much force in the arena, he would be scolded at most. After all, this was the peak test. Once in the arena, one's life and death would be decided by fate. Half an hour quickly passed. Unfortunately, this was the first round. It landed directly on Li Zhongjiu's body. The first round, Rulai Peaks Zhao Yuan vs Long Medicine Peaks Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu. The disciples of Long Medicine Peak didn't know how to feel when they watched Li Zhongjiu's battle. They were cheering for Li Zhongjiu. This guy had indeed gone overboard. He had directly used his connections to get in through the back door and forcibly occupied that spot. This was already very immoral. Moreover, Li Zhongjie was only a disciple who had joined the sect for half a year. It was this guy who had trampled everyone under his feet. The disciples of Long Medicine Peak naturally felt embarrassed. However, Li Zhongjie was now representing Long Medicine Peak. Sigh, I hope he won't lose too badly. The disciples of Long Medicine Peak couldn't help but say. They were also very curious about Li Zhongjie's fate. They didn't expect Li Zhongjie to win. They just hoped that Li Zhongjie wouldn't lose too badly. A person who went through the back door. How could he possibly defeat his opponent? These people were all elite disciples of the Battle Master Peak. Even the people from the other peaks were hoping that Li Zhongjie would be beaten up badly. This was because Li Zhongjie's luck was too good to be able to advance to the top 8. In this way, Li Zhongjie's ranking in the Snow Pill sect was already on the same level as him. A disciple who had joined the sect for less than half a year had directly become one of the top 8 disciples. One could only imagine how much trouble awaited him in the future. However, Li Zhongjie did not seem to realize this. When he was called, then, he slowly opened his eyes and stretched lazily. It was as if he had just woken up from a dream. Please, was this guy not nervous at all? Seeing Li Zhongjie slowly climb up the stage, the surrounding people were simply anxious to death. Even if you're here to dawdle, you should at least pretend to be one. However, Li Zhongjie seemed to have no such thoughts at all as he stood on the stage. Li Zhongjie's opponent was already standing on the stage. Zhao Yuan. On the spectator stand, seeing Li Zhongjie's actions, even Chu Oren could not help but laugh. Looks like this Li Zhongjie doesn't put Zhao Yuan in his eyes at all. He actually hasn't looked directly at Zhao Yuan until now. Then, Chu Oren suddenly thought of something and tilted his head to speak to Lin Song. If I remember correctly, this Li Zhongjie seems to be ranked first in the Long Medicine Peak when he was reported. He has only joined the sect for less than half a year? In response to Chu Oren's question, Lin Song only smiled and shook his head. Sect Master, just continue watching. Looks like you have a lot of confidence in this Li Zhongjie. Chu Oren said with a smile and did not say anything else. The other 2 peak masters also looked at Li Zhongjie. Lin Song seemed to hold Li Zhongjie in high regard and wanted to see what Li Zhongjie was capable of. The red flag is on the ground. The match begins. The referee elder said in a deep voice. Then, he threw the red flag into the air. During this process, Li Zhongjie suddenly looked at Zhao Yuan. That idiot gave you a Vajra elixir to beat me, right? Li Zhongjie's lips curled into a cold smile. This smile was filled with an unknown coldness. Anyone who saw this scene would be shocked. How did you know? Zhao Yuan also widened his eyes and looked at Li Zhongjie. This was the deal between him and Mo Chu. How did the person in front of him know about it? It's not difficult, but you might feel more upset later. Li Zhongjie said indifferently. After Zhao Yuan recovered from his initial shock, he calmed down and looked at Li Zhongjie in front of him. Li Zhongjie's young face did not seem threatening at all. Since you already know, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame Mo Chu. After all, there is no enmity between us, Zhao Yuan said. However, this statement was too naive in Li Zhongjie's eyes. How could there be such a person in this world? There was actually such a naive person. This made Li Zhongjie speechless. Just then, the red flag landed on the ground. In the next second, Zhao Yuan's body released a strong Yuan power aura. Boom! Grade 5 Yuan Master. With such strength, he was already a top expert in Luoxia City. If he couldn't survive in Fog Snow Pill sect, he could directly enter Luoxia City and find a good job. However, such strength was like a pile of trash in front of Li Zhongjie. Junior, fists and legs have no eyes. Be careful! Zhao Yuan immediately let out a roar. His palms immediately released a terrifying fire attribute Yuan power. His hands seemed to be burning. At the same time, the yuan power around his body continued to gather, causing the temperature in the arena to rise abruptly. Flame threading palm. He used a grade 2 yuan skill right off the bat. Seeing this, Lin Yao and the others were furious. These guys were actually so ruthless. How could an ordinary Long Herb Peak disciple withstand such an attack? In the face of Zhao Yuan's blazing palm strike, Yi Zichen was stunned. Li Zongjiu's choice was very simple. He took a step forward and immediately rushed in front of Zhao Yuan. He raised his hand and punched out. This punch looked like a fist used by an ordinary person in a fight. It was even worse than an ordinary person's fist. After all, ordinary people knew how to exert force. However, Li Zongjiu's punch was not only slow and weak, but also lacking in accuracy. Trash! At first, Zhao Yuan thought that Li Zongjiu had some tricks up his sleeve and needed to be careful. However, after Li Zongjiu's attack, he knew that Li Zongjiu's combat experience was very little. In this battle, facing the enemy head-on was the most difficult and unrewarding thing. There was even a possibility of being killed by the opponent. Now, it seemed that there was no need to worry. Just as Zhao Yuan was about to destroy Li Zongjiu's combat power, he realized that Li Zongjiu's figure had unknowingly moved a few steps forward. It was just a few steps, but it directly broke Zhao Yuan's prepared attack rhythm. Not good. Zhao Yuan immediately wanted to adjust his state of mind, but it was too late. Li Zongjiu directly rushed forward with a punch. Bang! A punch smashed into Zhao Yuan's face. Zhao Yuan's entire body was sent flying. Then, with a bang, he flew back dozens of meters. When his body landed, he could barely stand straight. What shocked Zhao Yuan the most was that his body was standing on its own. Not good. Soon, Zhao Yuan saw Li Zongjiu's face with a sinister smile. He immediately had an extremely bad feeling in his heart. Chapter 104. As expected, Li Zongjiu didn't disappoint Zhao Yuan. Another punch landed on Zhao Yuan's face. Although Zhao Yuan reacted, it was already too late by the time he realized what had happened. Bang! Zhao Yuan rolled on the ground for more than 10 meters. Feeling deeply humiliated, Zhao Yuan immediately got up. Wind Fire Shield. Zhao Yuan executed an elemental energy defensive move. Suddenly, a gust of wind and fire yuan energy revolved around Zhao Yuan. This defensive technique was also an extremely common yuan power shield. Only when one's yuan power was able to break through this shield would the technique succeed. Wind Fire Shield, right? Li Zongjiu's figure flashed as he rushed towards the wind fire shield. Yuan energy surged in his palm. At this moment, Li Zongjiu was also displaying his yuan energy cultivation. Grade 1 Yuan Master Realm. Such strength was no threat to Zhao Yuan at all. When Zhao Yuan saw that Li Zongjiu was merely a Tier 1 Yuan Master, he found it ironic that Li Zongjiu was able to suppress him. He had to turn the tables around. I don't believe you can break my wind fire shield. Zhao Yuan was full of confidence. But in the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. Li Zongjiu's hand easily penetrated Zhao Yuan's wind fire shield, grabbed Zhao Yuan, and threw him to the ground. Bang! During this process, Zhao Yuan didn't have the slightest strength to resist. Even Zhao Yuan couldn't believe it. How could something like this happen? He couldn't even resist for a while. Bang! 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 The wind fire shield was directly smashed by Li Zongjiu. After stopping, Li Zongjiu threw Zhao Yuan into the sky. Whoosh! Go! A ray of light flew out from Li Zongjiu's hand. This was an attack similar to a yuan energy bomb. However, an ordinary yuan master's yuan energy bomb could only fly 10 meters away from the body. Li Zongjiu's yuan energy bomb flew over 30 meters. With a bang, Zhao Yuan was sent flying to the edge of the arena. He hadn't completely rolled out of the arena yet. Zhao Yuan's control of strength was quite good. Li Zongjiu continued walking towards Zhao Yuan. After waking up, Zhao Yuan felt intense pain all over his body. The Yuan energy bomb just now had directly hit Zhao Yuan so hard that he couldn't recover for a long time. When the Yuan Qi bullet hit Zhao Yuan, it split into dozens of Yuan Qi and poured into Zhao Yuan's body. It hit the painful acupoint in Zhao Yuan's body. The pain made him grimace in pain. When he saw that Li Zongjiu was still walking towards him, Zhao Yuan was so scared that he crawled down the stage. He couldn't even stand up. Plop, plop. Zhao Yuan's body fell to the ground. Li Zongjiu could no longer continue attacking. I admit defeat, Zhao Yuan said. This strange battle also shocked Zhao Yuan. They were even filled with fear towards Li Zongjiu. In their hearts they were filled with fear. Long Herb Peak, Li Zongjiu wins, the referee elder said. However, there were no cheers. Everyone was shocked by what had just happened. In their opinion, it shouldn't be like this. How could Li Zongjiu defeat someone? This battle wasn't exciting at all. It wasn't thrilling. Logically speaking, Li Zongjiu should be the one being chased and beaten. After Li Zongjiu won, he didn't make any waves. He glanced at Mo Chu's direction and gave him a hint with his cold eyes. This hint was that Li Zongjiu would beat him up. Mo Chu couldn't help but sit up straight. He stared at Li Zongjiu. It wasn't difficult to defeat Zhao Yuan. However, Mo Chu didn't see clearly how Li Zongjiu defeated Zhao Yuan. The biggest taboo on this battlefield was not being able to see through the opponent's background. This was the reason why Mo Chu was shocked. Mo Chu's lips curled into a cold smile as he stared at Li Zongjiu. Very well. Since you've passed, let me serve you well. Mo Chu clenched his fists so tightly that crackling sounds could be heard. Everyone could feel the anger in his voice. On the spectator's stand, even Chu Aoran's eyes widened. How is this possible? Chu Aoran was speechless. Given Yuan Zong's strength, he was naturally aware of just how exquisite the move that Li Zongjiu had just displayed was. In fact, his control over Yuan power had already reached a transcendent level. Only an old monster who had cultivated Yuan power for decades could control it as skillfully as Li Zongjiu. Even Chu Aoran was ashamed of his inferiority. His control of Yuan power was far inferior to Li Zongjiu's. How was this possible? Li Zongjiu had only entered the sect for half a year. Who could teach such a disciple? He looked at Lin Tsang with a doubtful gaze. Lin Tsang also expressed his helplessness. I'm afraid that our sect has a genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. Lin Tsang wasn't exaggerating. In fact, it wasn't even enough to describe Li Zongjiu. Such a monstrous talent. He was already comparable to the genius disciples of the first-rate sections. Not bad, not bad. However, I think that this kid seems to be fighting with Mo Chu. If I'm not wrong, it won't be that easy to defeat Mo Chu, Chu Aoran said. As a grandmaster, not only did he not have any intention of stopping the fight between the genius disciples of his sect, he even wanted to see who was stronger between the two of them. Where could he find such a grandmaster? He was simply a clown. Li Zongjiu returned to his seat. He still turned a deaf ear to other matters and did not even know that his current ranking had already successfully leaped to the 4th rank of the sect's disciples. Could it be that this guy didn't even feel a trace of pride? Wang Bai and the others looked at Li Zongjiu. They couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Li Zongjiu's cultivation base. This was a true expert. Junior Li Zongjiu must be an incredible person to be able to remain unfazed by honor and disgrace. Wang Bai recalled that when he fought with Li Zongjiu yesterday, he was also thrown off the cliff by his opponent. At that time, he thought that it was an accident. However, it seemed that Zhao Yuan had also lost inexplicably. Even Zhao Yuan, who was a 5th-grade Yuan master, had lost inexplicably. Wasn't this enough to prove Li Zongjiu's strength? If one couldn't see Li Zongjiu's strength, it was because one's strength wasn't enough to reach Li Zongjiu's level. Looking at Li Zongjiu's current calm appearance, Wang Bai couldn't help but wonder. The admiration he had for Li Zhongjiu in his heart was like a tidal wave that gushed forth endlessly. When Zhao Yuan fell off the arena, he had already fainted from the pain. The Yuan energy that Li Zhongjiu had left in Zhao Yuan's body didn't dissipate. Instead, it continued to stimulate Zhao Yuan's body, allowing him to continue in this pain. This was the most terrifying method. Li Zhongjiu naturally had to teach these children. Some things were good, but they were very troublesome. Next time, he had to be careful. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. It was just some jealousy between young people. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu didn't kill him. As an elder, he was still magnanimous. The next battle was between Lin Yao and Yang Hongyu from the Crimson Afterglow Peak. This was clearly a free-point challenge. Given Lin Yao's talent and strength, it was basically impossible for her to win against Yang Hongyu. However, if Lin Yao was arranged to compete with other disciples, Long Herb Peak's reputation wouldn't look good in the end. Therefore, it was better to let Lin Yao fight Yang Hongyu. This way, it would be easier to explain if she lost. Chapter 105. Junior Sister Lin, it's been a long time. Your cultivation has improved a lot. Yang Hongyu looked at Lin Yao and said with a smile on his face. He had a graceful demeanor. Lin Yao's identity was special. If anyone could take Lin Song's only granddaughter into their arms, they wouldn't lack elixirs to assist them in their cultivation. What's more, Lin Yao was also young and beautiful. In addition, her cultivation talent wasn't weak either. They were a perfect match. Therefore, anyone who had a good eye would be very interested in Lin Yao. They wanted to win Lin Yao's heart. However, Lin Yao's vision wasn't limited to the snow elixir sect. In her eyes, there was only yearning for the martial Tao. She wanted to become an expert and avenge her parents. It wasn't a human who killed her parents, but a meta beast. Therefore, Lin Yao and the origin beast had a grudge that would not end until one of them was dead. Some meta beasts were gentler, but most of them were bloodthirsty and violent. They were extremely vicious and terrifying. Senior brother Yang, be careful. Since they were of the same generation, it was natural for them to be judged by their age and not by their cultivation. Lin Yao was expressionless. She even looked extremely cold. Yang Hongyu didn't find it strange. After all, if Lin Yao suddenly smiled like a flower and threw herself into his arms, he would have to be on guard. The red flag fell. Lin Yao immediately launched an attack. Yang Hongyu's face still had that elegant smile on it from beginning to end. Li Zhongjiu woke up from his cultivation. After reading the essay of the White God repeatedly, Li Zhongjiu realized that his mental strength seemed to have entered a gentle state. Under the influence of this mental strength, Li Zhongjiu might become more peaceful and wouldn't be affected by the murderous aura. Some of the more violent and bloodthirsty people had a strong murderous aura because of the Yuan art they practiced. Moreover, once a fight broke out, they would not be able to survive. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu's training was extremely beneficial to him. I can prepare for this mental cultivation method. Li Zhongjiu thought to himself. The visualization of the White God Fu seemed to have a limit, so when Li Zhongjiu wanted to continue, he felt that it was difficult to move forward. Perhaps it was because his mental strength was not enough. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu focused his attention on the match in front of him. Yo, this chick is pretty good. Li Zhongjiu saw Lin Yao's movements. Although she couldn't be considered a veteran, her movements were quite normal. This sword technique should be a set of ancient sword techniques from 10,000 years ago. The sword techniques from 10,000 years ago were all evolved from some basic movement. This chick's basic skills are quite solid. Wang Bai, who was sitting to the side, also heard Li Zhongjiu calling her a little girl and found it quite smooth. That was way too bold of him. Didn't he see that the elder's face had already darkened? However, Li Zhongjiu acted as if he didn't see it at all. He was still pointing at the two people on the stage. This guy is so ugly and his martial arts is so bad. With this level of skill, if they were at the same level of Yuan Li, this guy would definitely die. Li Zongjiu said. If Li Zongjiu hadn't won a match just now, this elder would have stood up and directly thrown Li Zongjiu out. What qualifications do you have to point fingers below? The other people are fighting hard on the stage, and you are here making sarcastic remarks. Lin Yao's movements were swift and her swordsmanship was also first class. Although she didn't have many experts, she was very calm. At the beginning, Yang Hongyu also wanted to fight with Lin Yao with the same level of Yuan Li Zongjiu. However, he found that he wasn't enough to fight with Lin Yao. Immediately, Yang Hongyu changed his strategy. He would first defeat Lin Yao before anything else. Junior sister Lin Yao, I'm sorry. Yang Hongyu shouted as the Yuan Li in his body crazily poured into his chest. Second grade origin skill, Heavenly Fire Fist. As Yang Hongyu's body swayed, his fist immediately released a strong wave of Yuan Li. This fist smashed towards Lin Yao like a scorching fireball, attacking Lin Yao's head. Lin Yao's body retreated, wanting to dodge this attack. However, she found that Yang Hongyu's speed was even faster. Punch after punch came at her. Boom, boom, boom. Flames and heat waves filled the sky, and Lin Yao had no place to hide. Finally, she couldn't dodge the last punch. Amidst the waves of fire, Lin Yao wielded her long sword to block them. Clang! Boom! The fist collided with the long sword and instantly sent Lin Yao flying. Bang! This punch didn't manage to hold back its strength. Not only did it send Lin Yao flying out of the arena, but it also sent her flying for dozens of meters before she landed on the Long Herb Peak's viewing platform. She smashed 5 meters in front of Li Zongjiu. She directly smashed a chair into pieces. She couldn't get up for a long time. Fortunately, 2 junior sisters from the Long Herb Peak immediately went up and helped their senior sister up. Lin Tsang was speechless when he saw this scene. This Li Zongjiu was too calm. Even when he saw such a situation, he didn't step forward to help him. Was it so difficult for Li Zongjiu to save the damsel in distress? Li Zongjiu was also very calm. Lin Yao was helped up and sat back down beside Li Zongjiu. Lin Yao didn't say anything about Li Zongjiu not saving her. After all, Li Zongjiu had no obligation to save her. You fought pretty well. Li Zongjiu looked at Lin Yao and said. Even Lin Yao herself was taken aback. What do you mean by that? It's fine if you don't come to save me, but when you saw me fall so miserably, you actually came up to praise me. This is obviously mocking me. Lin Yao's face suddenly became very ugly. But your swordsmanship is too slow, and you didn't have to follow the order. Swordsmanship is dead, but people are alive. You used the dead swordsmanship even more. Li Zongjiu continued. At first, Lin Yao thought that Li Zongjiu was talking nonsense. But in the blink of an eye, when she recalled what Li Zongjiu had said, she suddenly felt as if she had been enlightened. This caused her to be extremely shocked. Just a casual sentence like this actually gave her a feeling of enlightenment. Swordsmanship is dead, but people are alive. A good set of swordsmanship was used so rigidly by herself. You learned the ancient sword, right? This swordsmanship is too old. You can learn the basic part. The advanced part is rubbish. Li Zongjiu said. Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Lin Yao's eyes widened. How did you know? The ancient sword technique was one of her secrets. Even until now, she hadn't told anyone about it. Even her grandfather didn't know about it. How did Li Zongjiu know about it? You don't have to look as surprised as if you ate a fly. It's not a big deal. Chapter 106. Li Zongjiu's words caused Lin Yao to be unable to calm down for a long time. However, looking at Li Zongjiu's expression, it seemed that he did not approve of the ancient sword technique that Lin Yao had cultivated. Moreover, Li Zongjiu's attention was mostly focused on the competition in the arena. Lin Yao did not speak. Instead, she suppressed the shock in her heart and began to circulate the spiritual energy in her body to recover from her previous exhaustion and injuries. Yang Hongyu returned to his original position. Yang Hongyu felt that Lin Yao's strength was a little strained. Most importantly, Mo Chu had seen his ultimate move. Perhaps Mo Chu would come up with a countermeasure. This was something that Yang Hongyu was extremely worried about. However, when Yang Hongyu looked at Mo Chu, he realized that Mo Chu was not looking at him at all. Mo Chu's gaze was focused on Lin Yao's direction. He was really infatuated. No, Mo Chu was not looking at Lin Yao, but at the young man beside her. If he remembered correctly, this person was called Li Zongjiu. After all, he had won the previous round, which made Yang Hongyu remember Li Zongjiu's name. However, Li Zongjiu's strength was just trash in Yang Hongyu's eyes. He was merely a grade 1 Yuan master. If this strength was placed in the Long Herb Peak, he would be considered as having some potential. But if he was placed in the Crimson Afterglow Peak or the Blazing Peak, he would be beaten up. It was simply a disgrace to bring out such strength. Why is Mo Chu's attention always on this kid? Has he changed his taste? Thinking of this, Yang Hongyu felt goosebumps all over his body. He did not expect Mo Chu to be such a person. If Mo Chu knew what Yang Hongyu was thinking, he would definitely stand up and strangle Yang Hongyu to death. The winner of the third round was Ma Zhao from Crimson Afterglow Peak. Ma Zhao's strength was on par with his opponent's. Ma Zhao's final victory was due to his good luck. However, Ma Zhao had used up all of his Yuan Master's energy in this round. He would probably not be able to participate in the next round and would be relegated to fourth place. The fourth round was between Mo Chu and Blazing Peak's disciple. Mo Chu did not give his opponent any face this time. Blazing Peak's disciple's Yuan Master was a grade 6 Yuan Master. However, he could not withstand a single move from Mo Chu. Mo Chu was defeated in a single move. Mo Chu displayed the tyrannical attitude of an expert, displayed such a domineering aura. Mo Chu was not affected by the enthusiastic applause from the audience. It was as if he was supposed to be enjoying the applause. In this way, the top 4 to be determined. Long Medicine Peak's Li Zongjiu, Crimson Afterglow Peak's Yang Hongyu, Ma Zhao Blazing Peaks. Everyone was surprised that Long Medicine Peak was able to advance to the next round. They did not expect Li Zongjiu to be able to get close to the top 4. Ma Zhao was resting on the spot. If possible, he wanted to recover quickly and fight with Li Zongjiu. It would be best if he could defeat Li Zongjiu. Then, he would be able to get into the top 3 and receive a generous reward. Half an hour later, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. The finals began. The first round was between Ma Zhao and Yang Hongyu. Since Ma Zhao forfeited, Yang Hongyu automatically won. This was very satisfying. The highlight of the second round had arrived. It was between Li Zongjiu and Mo Chu. Li Zongjiu's luck was too good. In addition, he had won the previous round inexplicably. Therefore, many people thought that Li Zongjiu had relied on luck to survive until now. Now that he had met Mo Chu, he would be beaten back to his original state. Mo Chu will definitely not let you go in this round. You have to be careful. Don't try to be brave. Seeing Li Zongjiu getting up and preparing to enter the arena, Lin Yao said. Lin Yao could not help but say. Young people were hot-blooded and cared a lot about their reputation. However, when they cared about their reputation, they would lose their lives. Therefore, Lin Yao said this in hopes that Li Zongjiu would listen to her. However, Li Zongjiu did not seem to hear her at all. He did not even stop and walked past her. This made Lin Yao so angry that she clenched her fists tightly. She wanted to hit Li Zongjiu on the head. How can this person be like this? Under normal circumstances, not many people would be able to see Lin Yao's good side. She took the initiative to show concern for Li Zongjiu but was ignored. After entering the arena, Mo Chu seemed to have been waiting for Li Zongjiu for a long time. When he saw Li Zongjiu, Mo Chu grinned. On his young face, there was a trace of experienced viciousness. It seemed that this kid had done a lot of heinous things behind his back. He needed to be properly dealt with. Li Zongjio, I have been waiting for you for a long time. If you can walk down from this arena today, I will write my name backwards. Emochu sneered and said. He had been suppressing his anger for the entire day. This Li Zongjio actually dared to mock him and provoke him. This made Emochu feel that his dignity and status had been insulted. In the face of such humiliation, he had to make the other party bleed with regret. Li Zongjio didn't know what was going on in Emochu's mind, so he just looked at the elder and asked, "Elder, can we start? I can't wait to teach this stranger a lesson." Li Zongjio said seriously. No one thought that Li Zongjio was joking. He really wanted to teach Emochu a lesson. Just to teach Emochu a lesson? Wasn't he afraid that others would laugh their heads off? What a shameless boast! He doesn't even know senior brother Emochu. How dare he say that he is a stranger? Where did this idiot come from? Where did this idiot come from? He is from Chongyao Peak. Oh my god, this is hilarious. When senior brother Emochu beats him up, this guy will definitely be hilarious. Immediately, the disciples from the surrounding peaks burst into laughter. They were mocking Li Zongjio. This was because Li Zongjio's behavior was like a country bumpkin. It was as if he was a beggar who suddenly came to the palace and said that he wanted to compete with the #1 Imperial Guard in swordsmanship. What was there to compete with? If Emochu did not turn him into a meatball, he would be a fool. Emochu was furious. Li Zongjio's mouth was really crafty. As for the referee elder, he also looked up at the sky. After throwing the flag in his hand, he retreated to the bottom of the arena. He asked the disciples in charge of medical treatment to get ready. If Emochu was beaten up too badly, he might be able to save his life. But the red flag fell to the ground. Emochu had already prepared the terrifying Yuan power in his body. It had already reached the critical point and it instantly exploded. Boom! The powerful Yuan power was like a hurricane, swallowing Li Zongjio. Within the hurricane, there seemed to be a flood dragon emerging from it. Wind and Fire Dragon Assembly. Chapter 107. The Yuan power that spiraled out was so powerful that it obscured the audience's vision. The hurricane locked both of them in place. Outsiders were unable to see what was happening inside. Only those with profound Yuan power could see what was happening. This little trick could not be hidden from Chu Aoran and the rest. I'm afraid this is going to be a tough battle. Chu Aoran could not help but laugh. Lin Tsang also smiled faintly. Speaking of fighting, Li Zongjio had a lot of confidence in his stance. Someone who could easily kill a Yuan general would not be defeated so easily. Given Li Zongjio's strength, killing Emochu would only take an instant. However, Li Zongjio would not do such a thing in front of so many people. Lin Tsang's smile suddenly disappeared as he thought of this. Instead, he looked at Li Zongjio with an extremely serious expression and stared at Li Zongjio's actions. If he killed Emochu in front of so many people, the consequences would be troublesome. It was reasonable to say that he was seriously injured. After all, there was danger in this arena. Even the sect encouraged such intense fights. However, if one wanted to kill someone, it would be a provocation to the sect. "My young master, please don't slip your hand," Lin Tsang repeated in his heart. On the black stone arena, Emochu stared at the person in front of him. There was a cold glint in his eyes. "Li Zongjio, enjoy this dark feast." Emochu took a step back. His entire aura had merged with the storm. Disappeared. To be able to do this was already extremely impressive for someone of the same age. Although he had released a little too much Yuan power, the exquisiteness of this move was not something that an ordinary person could compare to. Stupid! Li Zongjio shook his head and suddenly took a step to the right. Then, he poured the Yuan power of a Yuan master into his right hand and punched out with a loud bang. Bang! The hurricane disappeared and so did the Yuan power. A figure was directly sent flying. All the disciples of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect cried out in surprise. This scene was simply too unbelievable. The Yuan force that Emo Chu had unleashed was already too high. The reason he had covered his vision was probably to beat Li Zongjiu up. At the same time, it was also to prevent Li Zongjiu from surrendering. At the same time, this performance also showed that Emo Chu's Yuan power was extremely tyrannical to be able to create such a powerful hurricane. However, this display of powerful essence energy move only took a few seconds. They probably hadn't even started attacking yet, so how could this person be sent flying out like that? The person who was sent flying was none other than Emo Chu. With a bang, he fell to the ground a few dozen meters away. Fortunately, the black stone arena was relatively spacious. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would have been sent flying. How is this possible? Yang Hongyu was so shocked that he almost jumped up. How did Li Zongjiu do it? Yang Hongyu knew that he wasn't Emo Chu's match when Emo Chu executed the Wind and Fire Dragon assembly. He hadn't expected that Emo Chu would surpass him this year, even though he had barely been able to beat Emo Chu last year. Emo Chu's talent was too terrifying. Yang Hongyu was still trying to think of a way to break this move. In this gathering of Wind and Fire Dragons, he would only be the target of a beating. That would be a miserable ending. However, in the next second, Li Zongjiu had already displayed his terrifying talent and strength. Looking at Mo Chu, who was sent flying with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, Yang Hongyu instantly felt that his brain wasn't working properly. Was this real? Was this really happening? How did Li Zongjiu do it? He could not believe his eyes at all. In the blink of an eye, Li Zongjiu had already broken this move. When he saw Emo Chu being sent flying, he did not know what had happened. Fuck, is this real? Wang Bai almost fell off his chair when he saw this scene. He opened his mouth wide in shock. Lin Yao's eyes widened as she watched the scene unfold before her eyes. Li Zongjiu's strength was still a mystery. Although he knew that Li Zongjiu's strength was not simple, he never thought that Li Zongjiu's strength would be strong to this extent. In the last battle against Zhao Yuan, he could be considered to have made a good move. However, she did not expect that Emo Chu, who was stronger than Zhao Yuan, would end up in the same situation. He could only be beaten. Haven't you already broken through to the Yuan general realm? You don't have to save it for the end. Show it now. I'll give you a chance. After Li Zongjiu sent Emo Chu flying with a punch, he did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he stood on the spot and said to Emo Chu, "Broke through to the Yuan general realm?" Li Zongjiu's words attracted the attention of many people. What did he mean? Could it be that Emo Chu had already broken through to the Yuan general realm? Lin Tsang and the others also looked at the Peak Master of Ruli Peak in surprise. There was a proud smile on the Peak Master's face. I just found out. Obviously, the Peak Master of Lai Peak had already known. He was just waiting for Emo Chu to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat he just found out. His acting was quite good. Sure enough, Chu Aoran said with a smile. He felt that something was wrong before, but now he had confirmed it. He did not expect Emo Chu to be so talented. He has already broken through to the Yuan general realm at such a young age. He will definitely become an influential figure in the future. However, Emo Chu's temperament is too radical. He still needs to be polished. Chu Aoran said. It was normal for a young man to have a temper. Moreover, it was normal for a genius of this level to have a temper. However, it was necessary to give him a warning. Looking at Li Zongjiu's words, even though Li Zongjiu's mastery of the usage of Yuan power was undeniable, in the face of absolute Yuan power, there was only one outcome: defeat. The Peak Masters on the high platform were all astonished. Needless to say, the disciples below were all shocked to the core as well. They looked at each other. Is it really possible to break through to the Yuan general realm? Or is Li Zongjiu just boasting? This is impossible. How can he reach the Yuan general realm? It doesn't exist. Yang Hongyu was the first to find it hard to believe. How could such a thing happen? How could Mo Chu break through to the Yuan general realm at such a young age? One must know that 2 years ago, Mo Chu still had to look up to Yang Hongyu. In the blink of an eye, Yang Hongyu had to look up to Mo Chu. Given Yang Hongyu's cultivation, it would probably take him another 2 years to break through to the Yuan general realm. However, Mo Chu had already achieved it. Even Lin Yao's eyes were filled with shock. It was no wonder that Mo Chu was so confident. He even treated himself as a future sect master candidate. Reality had proven that Mo Chu really had such strength. This was not a joke. Mo Chu stood up again. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Li Zongjiu with a cold smile. You're really something. You actually made me bleed. Since you've already guessed it, then I'll show you. Mo Chu said. At the same time, he rubbed his wrist and touched his chin. After all, Li Zongjiu's punch had landed on his chin. His teeth had knocked against each other, which was why he had bled so much. I originally wanted to use it when I challenged the elders. Since you are so eager to die, I will show you the fear of being weak. Mo Chu was practically roaring the last word. The Yuan power in his body erupted wildly with Mo Chu's roar. Rise. Burst. Rise again. The terrifying aura seemed to want to devour the sky. Behind Mo Chu, there was a spiritual body, a flood dragon, because the elemental energy aura was too dense. Of course, it was not Mo Chu's Yuan spirit, but it was related to the Yuan formula that Mo Chu cultivated. Being able to cultivate the Yuan formula to such a level was enough to show how talented Mo Chu was. In this state, he had already reached the small success realm. The aura of a Yuan general. Everything was visible at a glance. Mo Chu's clothes flapped loudly. It was as if he was announcing his achievement to the world. Pride was written all over his face. He enjoyed the astonishment, shock, envy, jealousy, worship, and all sorts of gazes from the surrounding 3,000 disciples. This was a kind of glory that belonged to the strong. A Yuan general expert who was only 20 years old. Even the sect master of the past was not as talented as him. Li Zongjiu, are you afraid now? Chapter 108. Mo Chu, who had revealed his Yuan general level aura. Mo Chu pointed at Li Zongjiu from afar. Mo Chu asked what he thought was a domineering question. Li Zongjiu, are you scared now? Scared? Li Zongjiu wanted to laugh. Was there anything to be proud of in the Yuan general level? How could he open his arms and embrace nature? Coupled with that ecstasy and ugly expression, it was a huge blow to Li Zongjiu. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? This guy was too thick-skinned. So thick-skinned that Li Zongjiu didn't want to look at him anymore. Are you ready? Let's continue then? Li Zongjiu said to Mo Chu. Then, he waved his hand. Hurry up, come and hit me. These words were simply the definition of the word, asking for a beating. This guy has to surrender. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen. Lin Yao said anxiously. She even persuaded the elder beside her to take action and bring the person down first. It didn't matter if they lost the competition, but what if they were beaten until half of their body was paralyzed? Given the potential that Mo Chu had shown, the sect would definitely not blame him. Li Zongjiu wouldn't be able to seek redress then. However, the elder couldn't ignore the sect rules and take action at will. Most importantly, this elder wasn't strong enough for Mo Chu to defeat. Even if he rushed forward, he would probably be knocked down by Mo Chu. The scene was extremely awkward. Then, Lin Yao heard Li Zongjiu's provocation and widened her eyes. This Li Zongjiu. What was going on in his head? Was he full of shit? He knew that his opponent was strong, but he still dared to provoke Mo Chu. Such a suicidal act was simply a sin in the eyes of others. You're courting death. Mo Chu was no longer hesitant. He took a step forward and the Yuan power in his body seemed to have been guided by Mo Chu. They turned into long whips and flew out from the ground towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! Once Li Zongjiu was caught by the terrifying Yuan energy whip, it would be impossible for him to break free. In the end, he would only be beaten up by Mo Chu. Whoosh! Who would have thought that Li Zongjiu would leap in place? His speed suddenly exploded. None of the swaying elemental energy whips actually managed to touch Li Zongjiu's body. Li Zongjiu shuttled through the Yuan power whips as if he had entered a place where no one could stop him. He moved effortlessly and quickly arrived in front of Mo Chu. "Are you here to die? Then I'll fulfill your wish." Mo Chu roared. His fist was like a dragon as all of his Yuan power gathered in Mo Chu's hand. At this moment, the terrifying power that exploded out caused the faces of Yang Hongyu and the others to change. If he were to face this punch, he would probably end up with his shit being beaten out of his body. It was too terrifying. Boom! Li Zongjiu also threw a punch. There was an extremely thin layer of golden light surrounding his fist. However, it was this layer of golden light that became Li Zongjiu's strongest defense. Mo Chu felt as if his punch had hit an iron plate. Li Zongjiu did not move an inch. Mo Chu felt as if his fist was about to explode. What exactly was Li Zongjiu's fist made of? It was so strong and tough. Whoosh! Mo Chu retracted his fist and threw out his left hand. It smashed towards Li Zongjiu's head. Mo Chu's speed was faster than Li Zongjiu's due to the support of his Yuan power. Boom! Another punch landed. Li Zongjiu blocked this punch as well. The overbearing power instantly surged like a tidal wave. Hiss! Mo Chu's left fist was not as strong as his right fist. Hence, he was at a disadvantage in this exchange with Li Zongjiu. He grimaced in pain and could not speak. He wanted to scream out loud, but this would damage his image. Therefore, he could only forcefully swallow this painful scream. Flame Tyrant Palm! Mo Chu shouted as the Yuan power in his body was released. It formed an overbearing seal in front of him as he tried to send Li Zongjiu flying. However, before the seal could form, Li Zongjiu's fist had already landed with a boom. The Yuan power immediately dispersed. What? You can actually disperse my Yuan power? Mo Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Zongjiu had indeed done it. When the Flame Tyrant Palm was formed, it was instantly dispersed. Not only did it destroy Mo Chu's move, but it also caused Mo Chu's meridians to burn in pain. Li Zongjiu's punch made Mo Chu feel what it meant to be hit by a move. He grimaced in pain. Boom! Li Zongjiu came in front of Mo Chu and threw another punch. It landed heavily on Mo Chu's head. Immediately, Mo Chu's body flew backwards. The wild and violent Yuan power that he had unleashed was completely scattered at this moment. Even though he had used the Yuan power of a Yuan general, he still could not defeat Li Zongjiu. At this moment, everyone tensed up in shock. They were all discussing what kind of monster Li Zongjiu was. It seemed that no matter how strong the enemy was, they would not be able to withstand Li Zongjiu's fist. Trash! Li Zongjiu spat. Mo Chu rolled on the ground a dozen times before he came to a stop. He was already dizzy and could not differentiate between north, south, east, and west. This was the first time Mo Chu had been beaten so badly. He had never encountered such a battle before. Had Li Zongjiu's fist been blessed by the martial god? Wasn't Mo Chu a general realm warrior? When they saw Li Zongjiu send Mo Chu flying with a single punch, the same question popped up in everyone's mind. Even Chu Aoran was shocked. Mo Chu's strength was already at the Yuan general level, but he was still unable to withstand Li Zongjiu's punch. This kid's strength is a little strange, Chu Aoran said in surprise. Even Chu Aoran could not believe that Li Zongjiu had defeated his opponent so easily. This was too easy for Li Zongjiu to win. Lin Song was not surprised at all. What was there to be surprised about? Li Zongjiu had killed an extremely experienced powerhouse in Luoxia City. That assassin Mu Yuan's fighting strength was much more difficult to deal with than an ordinary Yuan general. If Emo Chu were to fight Mu Yuan would have countless ways to end Emo Chu's life. This was the difference between them. Although their cultivation levels were similar, their experience was not something that could be learned. It could only be achieved through years of learning and accumulation. Emo Chu had been beaten to the ground. This was something that many people could not believe. When Emo Chu got up from the ground, he was shocked as well. It was hard to imagine that he would encounter such a thing. How is this possible? What methods does this guy have? In Emo Chu's eyes, he couldn't even remember what had happened just now. Be a good person in the future. Li Zongjiu stepped forward and gave Emo Chu a kick. Emo Chu regarded Li Zongjiu as a great enemy. However, Li Zongjiu had never taken Emo Chu seriously. He was just an arrogant brat. There was nothing to be concerned about. When he left the Snow Elixir sect and went to a higher level environment, there would be a lot of people coming to deal with him. Plop! Emo Chu fell to the ground. His head hit the ground directly. The powerful impact caused Emo Chu to pass out. Emo Chu was defeated. Chapter 109. Yang Hongyu, who had been sitting down all this while, finally couldn't take it anymore and stood up. He could clearly see that Emo Chu was really defeated. He wasn't just putting on an act with Li Zongjiu. This was a real battle. Emo Chu had used all his moves in front of Li Zongjiu. However, he couldn't escape his fate of being defeated. Lin Yao, Wang Bai and the rest opened their eyes wide. They couldn't calm down for a long time. They didn't even know how to face Li Zongjiu. Is Li Zongjiu a god? How could he defeat Emo Chu so easily? Looking at Emo Chu's appearance, it seemed like he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Even the referee elder on the stage was greatly shocked. Although he was expressionless on the surface, he was extremely shocked in his heart. Even though he was standing at such a good distance, he still couldn't see clearly how Li Zongjiu had done it. It was as if the other party had deliberately made moves to let Li Zongjiu counter them. Therefore, when he attacked, he defeated the other party directly. Quick, medical team, carry him down for treatment, the elder said. Originally, the medical team was prepared for Li Zongjiu. However, the one being carried down was Emo Chu. Li Zongjiu calmly returned to his seat. However, he quickly stood up because the next battle was Li Zongjiu's turn. Ma Zhao naturally had no chance of winning against Yang Hongyu. Rather than that, he might as well take a break and adjust his condition. Even if he were to walk up to Yang Hongyu, he would only be asking for humiliation. It was better to just admit defeat and no one would say anything. The third battle was to determine the third and fourth place. Emo Chu and Ma Zhao had both lost the battle. The two of them would compete against each other. However, Emo Chu still hadn't woken up. The doctor who had broken his arm said that Emo Chu's blood had attacked his heart. He must have been angered by the battle just now. Hence, it was difficult for him to recover. Ma Zhao automatically won the battle and became the third place in the Mist Snow Elixir Sect's peak trial. Emo Chu didn't even have the right to enter the Mist Snow Valley. This made Ma Zhao feel somewhat baffled. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should be happy or rejoice. However, since there were such benefits, he would keep them for now. The arena was constantly changing. No one knew what would happen. Hence, he shouldn't give up until the last moment. The battle for the first place was between Li Zongjiu and Yang Hongyu from the Crimson Afterglow Peak. For some reason, the disciples of the Long Medicine Peak started chanting Li Zongjiu's name frantically. Even if they lost, Li Zongjiu was in the second place. This was the highest ranking that Long Herb Peak had achieved in so many years. In fact, as long as Long Herb Peak could obtain this ranking, they would be able to hold their heads up high. They wouldn't be ridiculed by these people every day. They wouldn't be called a bunch of fools who only knew how to refine pills. In fact, most of the people who stayed at Long Herb Peak wanted to cultivate. They wanted to take advantage of the medicinal pills to improve their cultivation. However, they didn't expect that the wrong cultivation atmosphere and different curriculum would delay their cultivation even more when they came to Long Herb Peak. In addition, the fact that they were in control of such an important aspect of alchemy resources directly made these people very popular. It was easy to walk on a path of no return. Li Zongjiu used his fists to prove to these people that there were fighting experts in the Long Medicine Peak. Even Lin Tsang himself felt proud and elated. He even felt like he could lift his head and puff out his chest. He felt that his Long Medicine Peak was finally doing well. Needless to say, the elder of the Long Herb Peak was even more pleased with Li Zongjiu. At this moment, there was no need to mention how much he liked Li Zongjiu. No wonder this kid was dozing off when he was watching the competition. He was hiding his strength. Now, he had displayed this level of strength. No matter what Li Zongjiu did, no one would say anything. This was the benefit of strength. Li Zongjiu just sat down, but he was called up again. When he saw that his opponent was Yang Hongyu, who had kicked Lin Yao down, Li Zongjiu was about to go forward, but he turned back. "Give me your sword," Li Zongjiu said to Lin Yao. He asked her to give him her sword, not to borrow it. He was so domineering. It was hard for Lin Yao to refuse. She even subconsciously handed her sword to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu took the sword, turned around, and jumped into the arena. Even Wang Bai and the others were dumbfounded. Senior sister's sword was a treasure among treasures. It was a personal item. How could she borrow it just like that? At this moment, Yang Hongyu, who was standing opposite Li Zongjiu, was feeling extremely complicated. It should be known that Yang Hongyu's cultivation had already reached grade 8 Yuan Master. Originally, he had wanted to use his experience and combat intuition to make up for this last bit of difference. However, when they found out that Mo Chu had already broken through to the Yuan General Realm, they felt that the last bit of hope in this world had been extinguished. Everything was useless now that Mo Chu was at the Yuan General Realm. Yang Hongyu could not compete with Mo Chu in a short time. However, there was another piece of good news. Mo Chu had been defeated. In this way, he did not have to face Mo Chu, who was at the Yuan General Realm. Instead, he had to face Li Zongjiu, who was only at grade 1 Yuan Master. This should be something to be happy about, but Yang Hongyu could not bring himself to smile. However, when Yang Hongyu saw that Li Zongjiu was actually holding Lin Yao's sword and walking over, his expression immediately changed. What was Li Zongjiu trying to do? Was he trying to avenge his senior sister? Was he trying to humiliate him with his swordsmanship? Yang Hongyu's expression instantly relaxed. The battle hadn't even started, but Li Zongjiu's invisible actions had already slapped him in the face. Li Zongjiu was clearly trying to teach Yang Hongyu a lesson on behalf of his senior sister. How could an ordinary person tolerate such a thing? Furthermore, Yang Hongyu was the big senior brother of the Crimson Afterglow Peak. Li Zongjiu is too arrogant. Yeah, does he think he can beat our big senior brother? Dream on. Big senior brother, teach him a lesson. Big senior brother, beat him up. The disciples of the Crimson Afterglow Peak felt humiliated as they shouted one after another. As for the people from Long Herb Peak, Wang Bai knew that they would be looked down upon if they were to remain silent. Especially since Li Zongjiu had a higher chance of winning. Wang Bai knew that Li Zongjiu had a higher chance of winning. Fuck. People of Long Herb Peak, get up. Long Medicine Peak will win. Wang Bai waved his fist and shouted. All the disciples of the Long Medicine Peak immediately responded. They had thought that the Long Medicine Peak was going to be a supporting character this time. However, in the blink of an eye, they had become the main character. If Li Zongjiu won, then their Long Medicine Peak would have a feeling of superiority in the future. That's right. Long Medicine Peak was the main force of the Fog Snow Elixir sect. They could refine pills and kill people. They were proficient in everything. This was the real Long Medicine Peak. Junior brotherly, you are too much. Chapter 110. Yang Hongyu said in a deep voice. Too much? What's too much? Oh, you're saying that I deliberately took Lin Yao's sword to humiliate you? Yes, I'm too much. What can you do about it? Li Zhongjiu said. In his previous life, Li Zhongjiu's temper was very low-key. Even if he was bullied, he would still welcome it with a smile. There was no other way, he was weaker. But in this life, it was different. He was so powerful, why should he be afraid of Li Zhongjiu? The person who could make Li Zhongjiu afraid had not even been born yet, let alone a small sect disciple like Li Zhongjiu. Even if he bullied you, what could you do? Damn it! Yang Hongyu clenched his fists so hard that they almost burst. You forced me to do this. His lungs were about to explode from anger, but he could still stand there and talk to Li Zhongjiu calmly because Li Zhongjiu was powerful. But now, he had no choice but to fight Li Zhongjiu head-on. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Today, I want you to understand that even if you are strong, you can't defeat me with just sword skills. Yang Hongyu said in a low voice, and a pair of silk gloves appeared on his hands. These were gloves. There were also elemental marks carved on them. It's an elemental tool, Lin Yao exclaimed. The so-called elemental tool was a high-quality weapon carved with elemental mark. For example, Lin Yao's azure light sword was only equivalent to a profound-grade weapon. The Flying Cloud City's Su family's Huangyuan or could be used to forge Huangyuan-grade weapons. It was the best weapon that sold the most and had the highest usage rate among ordinary masters. It was also the best weapon that could be sold at a relatively low price. Above that, according to the difference in materials and forging method, these weapons could be divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Profound. An Earth-grade weapon could only be found in a first-grade city. As for a Heaven-grade weapon, it was mostly due to the fame of its owner that it could become a Heaven-grade weapon. However, an elemental tool was on a different level. An elemental tool was a weapon carved with elemental marks. These marks often allowed the weapon to have a special power. Elemental inscriptions were a special method of production. If one wanted to carve the inscriptions, the first requirement was that one had to be a spirit master to use the elemental inscriptions and carve them. The grade of the elemental tools was differentiated according to the grade of the elemental mark. It was usually divided into 6 levels. The weapon in Yang Hongyu's hand was a level 1 origin weapon. Icefire silk gloves. Just from the material alone, it was equivalent to a profound grade weapon. He even took out a yuan tool. This is cheating. Wang Bai immediately shouted. The price of this origin tool was at least over 1 million gold coins. How many people could take it out? To be able to take out over 1 million gold coins to buy this weapon, this clan must have at least a few dozen million gold coins. This Yang Hongyu, if I remember correctly, is from the Yang family in Lower Kingstown? Chu Aoran asked. The Peak Master of the Crimson Afterglow Peak beside him also nodded. That's right. The Yang family's main business is yuan weapons. There are 2 spirit masters in the family. The Peak Master of the Crimson Afterglow Peak said. Well, no wonder. Chu Aoran said. Lower Kingstown was considered a decent second-tier city. In front of the Sunset City, it was an absolute colossus. Yang Hongyu's talent was not bad. However, the Fog Snow Pill sect was still a huge sect. It was not something a clan like this could compare to. Therefore, Yang Hongyu had to be obedient in this sect. Only a clan like this could give Yang Hongyu such a high-grade yuan tool. Otherwise, this yuan tool would need to be at least at the yuan general level to be able to use it. Don't go overboard in a fight between fellow disciples. The 2 of you pay attention. Now let's begin. The referee elder could not help but say when he saw the intense atmosphere. Those who were able to reach this stage were all talents that the sect focused on nurturing. Under such circumstances, they could not be beaten until half of their body was paralyzed. If that happened, the sect would be the one to suffer in the end. After saying that, the referee elder retreated to the side. He even called for an elder to approach the arena. He had to be careful of the two people. If something really happened, he had to stop them in time. Make your move. My ice fire silk gloves are extremely powerful. I'm afraid that you won't have the chance to make your move later. It seemed to be after he put on the glove. Yang Hongyu's confidence increased greatly. His words made Li Zongjiu feel awkward. What was extremely powerful? Li Zongjiu would like to see it properly. Oh, okay. Li Zongjiu replied in a very capable manner. After he finished speaking, the azure light sword that Lin Yao had given him was unsheathed with a whoosh. Swoosh! Li Zongjiu raised his sword, bringing with it waves of ominous light. Moreover, Li Zongjiu was displaying a terrifying aura. At the same time, Li Zongjiu's sword seemed to be carrying a river of spring water as it charged forward. Boom! What? How is this possible? The Yuan energy displayed by Li Zongjiu was clearly only at grade 1 Yuan Master Realm. However, after approaching, it gave Yang Hongyu an even more terrifying aura than Mo Chu's. This kind of terrifying aura was something that Yang Hongyu had only felt when facing sect elders and peak masters. Could it be that Li Zongjiu's strength was already at the same level as the sect's peak masters? It's the ancient sword technique. Others might not have noticed it, but Lin Yao had already seen it clearly in an instant. Li Zongjiu was displaying the ancient sword technique of the ancient sword technique. Even when facing Lin Yao, he had displayed it exactly as it was. It was the same move, the same sword. However, in the hands of different people, the effects were completely different. It's actually the same sword technique as Lin Yao. Could it be that Li Zongjiu is also a sword genius? Chu Aoran exclaimed. Li Zongjiu had brought them too many surprises. Not only had he defeated Mo Chu, but the sword technique he had displayed had basically reached the level of lifting something heavy as though it was light. This meant that his sword technique had already entered the initial stage. Being able to comprehend a sword technique to such an extent at such a young age meant that he was destined to have an extraordinary future. The more Chu Aoran looked at Li Zongjiu, the more he liked him. Naturally, they did not doubt the talent of sect disciples. Furthermore, Li Zongjiu's background was clean and clear. Their sect loved disciples like him the most. You have to nurture him well, Chu Aoran said. Chu Aoran said repeatedly. The three peak masters could also see that Chu Aoran was very satisfied with Li Zongjiu. Even the Supreme Elder, who had been dozing off, opened his eyes when Li Zongjiu displayed the ancient sword technique. He let out a cry of surprise. In the arena, when Li Zongjiu attacked with his sword, Yang Hongyu had already realized that things were not good. His opponent had clearly displayed his strength before, yet he still allowed him to attack. Wasn't this a slap to his own face? Thinking of this, Yang Hongyu felt a wave of regret. However, he quickly composed himself and entered the battle state to face Li Zongjiu's sword. It seemed as though a river was rolling down from the sky and was about to wash Yang Hongyu away. Yang Hongyu forcefully stabilized his body. When the move was about to land, his hands suddenly grabbed Li Zongjiu's sword. If it were any other time, such a move would be tantamount to giving Li Zongjiu his hands. However, the ice-fire heavenly silkworm gloves in his hands were tough and invulnerable. Even if Li Zongjiu's green light sword was a profound grade weapon, it was impossible for it to break through the basic defense. However, Li Zongjiu's sword was firmly caught by Yang Hongyu's hands. The sword momentum seemed to have been obstructed at this moment. As for Yang Hongyu, he looked at Li Zongjiu and smiled proudly. Haha, my ice-fire heavenly silkworm gloves are invulnerable. They are fierce in the face of fire and soft in the face of water. You can't break through my defense. Chapter 111. After experiencing the power of his ice-fire heavenly silkworm gloves, Yang Hongyu's confidence was greatly boosted. Thinking that Mo Chu might have just entered the Yuan general realm and his Yuan power might have only increased slightly, Yang Hongyu felt that this was not a difficult task. This gap was not something that could not be bridged. With the yuan weapon in his hands, he might not necessarily be Mo Chu's match. Furthermore, Mo Chu's failure might have been due to carelessness. Li Zongjiu did not seem that fierce. Therefore, Yang Hongyu could not help but calm down. He focused on fighting Li Zongjiu. Go! Li Zongjiu pushed the green light sword forward gently. Suddenly, a surging force pushed Yang Hongyu away. Bam! Yang Hongyu's figure retreated dozens of steps. When he regained his footing, he felt a burning sensation between his hands. A searing, tearing pain came over him. What? My ice-fire heavenly silkworm gloves. Yang Hongyu clearly saw that there was an additional sword mark on his heavenly silkworm glove. How did this happen? In the next moment, Li Zongjiu performed his swordsmanship again. This time, it was as if thousands of bulls were trampling on the ground. Li Zongjiu's sword landed on the ground. Boom! This terrifying commotion immediately caused the ground to be riddled with holes. This move. Lin Yao widened her eyes and carefully observed the state of Li Zongjiu's move. Everyone was clearly using the same move, but Li Zongjiu was able to easily perform it. Its power was dozens of times greater than Lin Yao's. This caused Lin Yao to be greatly shocked. How did he do it? From what Li Zongjiu had said just now, it seemed that he had done some research on the ancient sword technique. At this moment, seeing Li Zongjiu's reduced swordsmanship, which was dozens of times more powerful than hers, Lin Yao could not help but feel hurt. However, Lin Yao also understood that Li Zongjiu had done this to guide her. He purposely used the same sword technique so that Lin Yao could have a better understanding of it. Although Lin Yao was shocked by Li Zongjiu's strength, she was more interested in learning from him. The creation of the ancient sword technique originated from a kind of understanding of all things in the world. Every move was filled with the power of the mountains and rivers. However, Lin Yao had yet to reach that level. From Li Zongjiu's body, Lin Yao could feel the true intent of the ancient sword technique. Li Zongjiu immediately performed a few more moves. Every move was as majestic and imposing as a mountain. It was full of power. On the other side, Yang Hongyu was also suffering unspeakably. Li Zongjiu clearly had the opportunity to defeat him, but he did not go all out. Grade 2 Origin Skill, Skyfire Fist. Yang Hongyu could no longer endure the feeling of being suppressed. He immediately roared, as if he wanted to end things with Li Zongjiu. Previously, Yang Hongyu had also performed this move to force Lin Yao down. At this moment, he was performing this move again. It was obvious that Yang Hongyu had already cultivated this move to the point of perfection. When he performed it again, the ice-fire heavenly silkworm glove that he had been wearing suddenly lit up with a ray of light. The rays of light intertwined with each other and immediately formed a terrifying aura. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly formed in front of Yang Hongyu. The surrounding heat wave was tumbling, as if it was going to engulf people. Lin Yao looked at Li Zongjiu nervously, because Lin Yao had personally faced this move before. She knew that when facing this move, the surrounding heat wave would almost cover one's senses and there would be no chance to rush out. It was also extremely difficult to find Yang Hongyu's figure under this scorching aura. Just as Lin Yao and the others were feeling apprehensive, Li Zongjiu's figure moved. The green light sword in his hand seemed to have grown eyes as it directly pierced towards Yang Hongyu's throat. He wanted to exchange injury for injury. If Yang Hongyu were to perform this punch, it would be enough to break Li Zongjiu's defense and cripple him. However, there was also a possibility that Li Zongjiu's green light sword would pierce through his throat. This guy is serious. Yang Hongyu did not expect Li Zongjiu to actually dare to use such a killing move. The two elders immediately became nervous. They were extremely worried that Li Zongjiu's sword would pierce through. It would not be a good ending if both sides were to be injured. You dare to fight with your life on the line. Yang Hongyu gritted his teeth. Li Zongjiu's move seemed to have grasped the perfect opportunity. He did not give Yang Hongyu much time to think. If he did not make a decision quickly, he would be killed. Yang Hongyu, who originally wanted to be tyrannical, was very honest with his body. His hands stopped moving. It formed a defensive barrier in front of his body. Damn it! The moment he gave up his attack, Yang Hongyu knew that he would definitely lose. From this momentum, it was already clear that he had lost. Sure enough, even if he used all the yuan power in his body to resist, when Li Zongjiu's sword fell, he could still clearly feel the cold aura piercing through his throat. Boom! Yang Hongyu's figure flew out. At this moment, the momentum of the sword in Li Zongjiu's hand was like a ferocious tiger pouncing. It used its claws to firmly grasp Yang Hongyu's throat and then pressed him to the ground. Bang! Yang Hongyu's figure instantly fell to the ground. The distance between here and the arena was at least 40 to 50 meters. It could be considered as revenge for Lin Yao. Yang Hongyu fell to the ground, defeated, but he survived. If he had insisted on attacking just now, Yang Hongyu could already imagine his fate. He would definitely have been pierced through by Li Zongjiu's sword. Because Li Zongjiu's speed was too fast. Seeing this, Lin Yao's eyes flashed. This must be what Li Zongjiu meant by not fast enough. If his speed was fast enough, this sword would come down. The enemy would not have any chance to attack. This was what Li Zongjiu wanted to express. Li Zongjiu won. It was so easy to win. He did not even see what moves Li Zongjiu used. Moreover, Li Zongjiu did not fall into a disadvantageous position. That awesome glove did not seem to be of any use. In front of Li Zongjiu, it was still easily broken. They even felt that it was a matter of course. It was really too easy to win. Seeing this, Li Zongjiu and Yang Hongyu's lives were not in danger. All the elders breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat on their foreheads. After all, if this matter was blown out of proportion, this peak test would be meaningless. It did not matter if they were injured, but if there was any fundamental damage, it would be very serious. Long Medicine Peak, Li Zongjiu wins. He is the champion of this peak test. As soon as this announcement was made, the Long Medicine Peak was filled with earth-shattering cheers. This was really too exciting. Congratulations, congratulations! Lin Song also accepted the congratulations from the other peak masters with a smile. This time, he really stopped. He did not expect that Li Zongjiu would give him such a big gift. However, this competition was a little too easy for Li Zongjiu. Putting away the cyan light sword, Li Zongjiu came in front of the referee elder. Well, I want to challenge the elder. Chapter 112. The cheers were very loud. However, the referee elder had clearly heard what Li Zongjiu had just said. However, the referee elder did not believe Chu Feng at all. He did not dare to believe his eyes. No, he could not believe his own ears. What? Although he had heard it clearly, the referee elder still asked again to confirm that Li Zongjiu had not said anything wrong. Perhaps he was too excited and had blurted out those words. I said, I want to challenge the elder. Li Zongjiu repeated himself. Challenge the elder. Li Zongjiu was actually planning to challenge the elder. It had been many years since a disciple had challenged an elder. Even if they had won, they knew that there was a huge gap between them and the elder. The fact that Mo Chu was able to break through to the Yuan general level while he was still a disciple was indeed something to be proud of. If Mo Chu were to win, he would perhaps issue a challenge and exchange blows with the elder in order to gain some experience. The elder would often act as though he was imparting knowledge to the elder. To them, defeating a disciple wasn't something they could brag about. Instead, they hoped that a few talents would emerge from the disciples below. However, judging from Li Zongjiu's imposing manner, it was obvious that he was here to defeat the elder. For a time, the elders of the two main peaks who were fighting were also interested. This brat was really a little arrogant. A mere disciple from Long Herb Peak had defeated disciples from Blazing Peak and Crimson Afterglow Peak. Now, he had actually dared to challenge their elder. It was indeed as though he was looking for trouble. He actually wants to challenge the elder. Yang Hongyu was helped up by junior brother Tong. When he heard Li Zhongjiu's words, even Yang Hongyu was taken aback. He looked at Li Zhongjiu in disbelief. However, it made sense. The gap between him and Li Zhongjiu was too huge. Even after exchanging blows, he could not see through Li Zhongjiu's strength. This was Li Zhongjiu's strength. It was not something that ordinary people could see through. Therefore, it was reasonable for Li Zhongjiu to issue a challenge. This was because no one could tell how strong Li Zhongjiu was until now. Interesting. I think Qin Lai must be very unconvinced. Why don't we let him go up? Chu Aoran said. Qin Lai was the great elder of Blazing Peak. Blazing Peak had painstakingly nurtured a disciple of the Yuan general level, but he was inexplicably beaten to 4th place. Although this was due to the rules of the competition, losing to Li Zhongjiu was still very shocking. Where did this Li Zhongjiu come from? He had actually defeated the genius that Blazing Peak had painstakingly nurtured. How could they tolerate this? Very well. Since you want to challenge an elder, then I, Qin Lai, will have to take action. Qin Lai was already eager to give it a try. At the same time, he used his gaze to warn the elder of Crimson Afterglow Peak and the others not to take action and steal his job. The elder of Crimson Afterglow Peak could not wait for Qin Lai to take action. This was not a good task. If he won, then he won. If he lost or embarrassed himself in the arena, then how would he look at the reputation of an elder in the future? Would others still call him an elder in the future? Let's wait for a good show. Haha, those at the elder level were also whispering to each other. Have you really decided? The referee elder said in a deep voice. Li Zhongjiu also nodded. What a joke. If he did not challenge this elder, then how would he be able to stay in the Fog Snow Valley for 7 days? One had to know that the spiritual energy in the last 3 days was the most vigorous and the densest. In fact, it was more than 10 times the spiritual energy of the previous 4 days. Long Herb Peaks Li Zhongjiu, as the champion of this summit, I challenge. Is there any elder who is willing to spar with me? Immediately, the elder turned around and shouted towards the huge square. All the disciples were listening in silence. At the same time, they were secretly guessing which elders' guild had made a move. This had piqued their curiosity. I'll do it. Just as the referee elder's voice faded away, a voice as loud as a leopard's resounded. The sound was like thunder, rolling and rolling in the sky above the Crimson Afterglow Peak. If the enemy encountered such a situation, they would have been scared out of their wits by this sound, since they couldn't tell what was real and what was false. Shameless. This elder is really thick-skinned. Bah. He's obviously targeting senior brotherly. The disciples of Long Herb Peak started to ridicule. Because the one who spoke was the great elder of Blazing Peak. Qin Lai stood up. First, he cupped his hands towards the sect master and the others. Then, with a leap, he landed on the arena. Although he was about the same height as Li Zhongjiu, the arrogance in his eyes gave people a feeling of superiority. Looking at Li Zhongjiu before him, it was as if he was looking at an ant. Li Zhongjiu, I'm Blazing Peak's great elder, Qin Lai. Since you've issued a challenge, if you can withstand 10 of my moves, I'll consider it your victory, Qin Lai said proudly. His words caused the crowd to sigh. This was too much of a bully. It was not the first time someone challenged an elder. However, it was usually an ordinary elder who stepped up. Qin Lai was the great elder of Blazing Peak. It was a waste of talent for him to step up personally. Moreover, everyone could see that Qin Lai was here to teach Li Zhongjiu a lesson. No need, no need. We'll follow the rules. Li Zhongjiu waved his hand and said. His words seemed to be very polite. However, the content of his words was to show Qin Lai who was in charge. When Li Zhongjiu said that there was no need, he meant that there was no need for the agreement of 10 moves. He would only be considered a winner if he defeated him. As his disciple, Qin Lai would not take advantage of him. Qin Lai's eyes widened in anger when he heard this. He was about to spit fire. Good, good, good. You've got guts. I like such a gutsy disciple. If you can defeat me today, I'll give you my elder position, Qin Lai said proudly. As an elder with a bad temper, it was not strange for him to say such words. In fact, Qin Lai was a man of his words. He was just that straightforward. The judge was an elder of Crimson Afterglow Peak. Now that he saw Qin Lai and the Long Herb Peak's disciple face to face, he could not say anything. After all, Qin Lai was the great elder of Blazing Peak. This Qin Lai is really hot-tempered, Chu Aoran said. Qin Lai was hot-tempered, but he was straightforward. He was also loyal to the sect. Although he was hot-tempered, Chu Aoran still admired him. Elder, you're too polite. Li Zongjiu cupped his hands and said. Qin Lai was stunned. At first, he didn't know what Li Zongjiu meant by being polite. Later on, when he thought about it, he realized that the courtesy Li Zongjiu was referring to was him taking the initiative to give up the position of elder to him. How arrogant! Chapter 113. This wasn't the first time someone had challenged an elder. However, Li Zongjiu's challenge this time was definitely the most unruly one. It was as if he was treating this elder as an equal, and not his own elder. Qin Lai was an elder of Lai Peak. Naturally, his strength was remarkable. Just his cultivation alone was already at the level of a grade 5 prime general. With this strength, he could be a vanguard general at the border. It was very difficult to break through and improve at the prime general level. Gu Xuanwu was proof of this. To be selected into the Xuanwu army, it was enough to see how strong and talented Gu Xuanwu was. But now, he was already in his 60s. In the end, he was still at the level of a grade 2 prime general. At Qin Lai's age, a grade 5 prime general was already very good. Ha! Qin Lai released all the energy in his body. This was a good opportunity to announce the strength of his sect to the disciples and leave a deep impression on them. Normally, these elders rarely made a move, and sometimes they were a little strict. These disciples were dissatisfied. Today, I'll show you what true strength is. Boom! A terrifying aura was released. Qin Lai's entire body emitted a dense fluctuation of origin energy, causing everyone to be shocked. At this moment, Qin Lai stood on the arena like a towering, unmoving mountain of flames. The kind of mountain of flames that could explode at the slightest touch. Li Zongjiu lifted his head, looking at Qin Lai in front of him. That tyrannical elemental energy was unleashed, and the entire arena was filled with a terrifying aura. All of it belonged to Qin Lai's fire elemental energy. Li Zongjiu's clothes swayed along with it, and when he touched them, Li Zongjiu found that they were already burning hot. If the power was just a little bit stronger, Li Zongjiu's clothes would probably be burned off. Not bad. Li Zongjiu didn't let his guard down. Although he was confident, Qin Lai was still the strongest opponent Li Zongjiu had ever met. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle was guarding the Li family. Otherwise, the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle would have been enough to turn Qin Lai into a cripple. The green light sword in his hand trembled slightly. Li Zongjiu didn't hesitate and charged towards Qin Lai. In the face of such an expert, other than a head-on confrontation, if one wanted to use any other tricks in this kind of martial arts competition, one would only be thrown off the stage. Seeing that Li Zongjiu was actually running directly towards him, Qin Lai was also very appreciative. With his temper, he liked it when his opponent charged at him. This kind of direct confrontation was the embodiment of a man. Come! Qin Lai let out a low roar. Even when facing a disciple who was weaker than him, or even a disciple who was only at the first grade of the Yuan Master Realm, he did not relax. There was a reason why Li Zongjiu was able to win until the end. It was definitely not due to luck. Whoosh! The green light sword in Li Zongjiu's hand left his hand and turned into a flying sword, stabbing towards Qin Lai. The origin energy defense that Qin Lai released didn't interfere with the direction and strength of the flying sword. With a boom, it flew towards Qin Lai. Blazing fist. Qin Lai was even more direct. Facing the green light sword that had the power to break blood, he clenched his fist and chopped the white stone in front of him. Boom! The blazing aura sent the green light sword flying. This sword is not bad. What other moves do you have? Just use them. Qin Lai's fist was so domineering that people couldn't help but be dazed. Facing such domineering power, how could there be any chance of victory? It would be wonderful if they weren't beaten into meat paste. When Qin Lai knocked away Li Zongjiu's green light sword, he discovered that Li Zongjiu's figure had already disappeared. The powerful aura instantly captured Li Zongjiu's figure. Unknowingly, Li Zongjiu had already run behind him. Unfortunately, although Li Zongjiu's speed was fast, he still couldn't hide in front of a Yuan general. Experts at the Yuan general level were so powerful that they could release their Yuan Qi and form an absolute Yuan Qi field around them. Under this Yuan Qi field, they could control everything around them. Therefore, no matter where an attack came from, they would be able to capture it. You couldn't escape his eyes at all. Boom! Qin Lai's fist swept across. With this punch, the aura around him was instantly destroyed. His fist smashed towards Li Zongjiu in a crushing manner. A powerful aura condensed. Everyone could clearly see that Li Zongjiu's figure was instantly suppressed by the aura formed by Qin Lai's fist. It was indeed the difference between realms. Even if you were smart and had more tricks up your sleeve, your origin energy wouldn't be able to withstand it if your realm wasn't high enough. Thus, you would only end up being crushed. However, Li Zongjiu's figure instantly disappeared. An afterimage? The ray of light disappeared in front of his eyes. Li Zongjiu's figure instantly disappeared. Seeing this scene, Qin Lai was also stunned. This Li Zongjiu had actually used an afterimage to deceive him. Then what about his real body? In the next second, Qin Lai turned around and immediately felt a terrifying blood fiend energy coming from behind him. The blood energy behind him roiled, as if he had entered hell. Such a shocking aura caused Qin Lai's figure to freeze on the spot. Blood-extinguishing palm. Li Zongjiu mobilized the Blood Dragon Origin Spirit's power and poured it into his palms. This palm strike was filled with the power of death and destruction as it flew towards Qin Lai. Although Qin Lai noticed Li Zongjiu's movement, it was already too late for him to block it. Even the elemental energy in his body was only enough to protect himself. Boom! Li Zongjiu's palm hit Qin Lai's body. Qin Lai was instantly sent flying more than 20 meters away. However, during this process, Qin Lai's feet were firmly planted on the ground and did not let go. As a result, a long charred mark was left on the ground. However, after Li Zongjiu's palm hit, it brought about a certain amount of trouble to himself. Qin Lai's origin energy fire seemed to have spread to Li Zongjiu's body. At this moment, it was already entrenched around Li Zongjiu's body. It seemed to want to melt Li Zongjiu. This is bad. Qin Lai cultivates the creeping earth fire. Once he comes into contact with it, he will definitely be burned. The Long Herb Peak's elder immediately said. Hearing the elder's words, Lin Yao and the others became worried. What should we do now? He's dead for sure. Wang Bai slapped his thigh. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Li Zongjiu was entangled by the creeping earth fire. How could he get rid of it? However, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Li Zongjiu's entire body was burning with flames. However, he did not give in. Instead, he reached out a hand and circulated his origin energy, directly extinguishing the creeping earth fire bit by bit. Before that, Li Zongjiu's body had already suffered many injuries. However, Li Zongjiu did not move an inch and his expression did not change. Chapter 114. Third Grade Earth-Creeping Verdant Flame? It's been refined into such trash by you? Li Zongjiu shattered Qin Lai's earth-creeping flame. He said disdainfully. Wang Bai and the others seemed to have predicted this. This Li Zhongjiu seemed to often act pretentiously, always criticizing others for their incompetence. But most importantly, Li Zhongjiu's pretentiousness was on point. What did he mean by refined into such trash? His words couldn't be so simple and direct. Elder Qin Lai, as the peak master of Lai Peak, had cultivated this earth-creeping verdant flame art for at least 30 to 40 years. He naturally knew how to cultivate this elemental art. But now, in front of Li Zhongjiu, it seemed to be worthless. "You're courting death." Qin Lai gritted his teeth in anger. It seemed that in front of Li Zhongjiu, the elemental art he cultivated was trash, dog shit. No, it wasn't his elemental art. It was that after he cultivated it, he was looked down upon by this Li Zhongjiu. This was looking down on his talent. The earth-creeping flame entangles endlessly. The green leaves of the verdant flame extend endlessly. This flame of yours has been refined into a dying candle by you, and you still have the face to display it in front of me? Li Zhongjiu took a step forward. By the time he finished speaking, Li Zhongjiu had already taken 10 steps forward. Shortening the distance by 10 steps, in the next moment, Li Zhongjiu's palm actually emitted a terrifying flame aura. This flame rose vertically into the air. The appearance it took was the earth-creeping flame that Qin Lai had used before. What? Qin Lai's eyes instantly widened. He had cultivated the earth-creeping verdant flame for a total of 43 years. It was only with his understanding of the elemental art that he was able to cultivate this earth-creeping flame. But Li Zhongjiu had never seen this elemental art before. He directly used his own elemental energy to condense this earth-creeping flame. Looking at the power of the earth-creeping flame, it seemed to be more flexible than Qin Lai's. Li Zhongjiu wasn't here to perform. He directly flung the earth-creeping flame out of his hand with a whoosh. Instantly, with a whistling sound, it directly wrapped around Qin Lai, who was still in shock. It wasn't that Qin Lai was useless. It was just that Qin Lai knew that with Li Zhongjiu's cultivation, the earth-creeping flame wouldn't pose any threat to him. Indeed, this earth-creeping flame only wrapped around his body. It was so weak that it could be easily shattered. Wait, this earth-creeping flame, actually, Qin Lai earth-creeping flames flame wood flames verdant flame was flames verdant flames woods flame earth-creeping flames it's to flames flame it flames two's verdant flame. Between them, they actually started to grow once again. The more he fought, the more the earth-creeping flame grew. The exploding creeping earth fire once again wrapped around Qin Lai. Although its power was very weak, its advantage was that it grew and multiplied endlessly. It was very tiring. Damn it! Li Zhongjiu didn't stay idle under such circumstances. With a wave of his hand, the azure light sword actually returned to his hand. With the azure light sword in hand, Li Zhongjiu's figure quickly rushed forward. Ancient sword art, Nirvana empty valley. Li Zhongjiu's charging footsteps suddenly stopped, and the sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. At this moment, the azure light sword in his hand seemed to be blooming with endless radiance. It was obviously an ordinary profound-grade weapon. But in the hands of Li Zhongjiu, it was like a peerless divine weapon. The terrifying sword aura spread out. Qin Lai was still fiddling with the earth-creeping flame in his hand, because he seemed to have comprehended something just now. However, Li Zhongjiu's sword came at the right time. Qin Lai didn't want to interrupt this enlightenment. He could only stand on the spot and continue to comprehend the power of the earth-creeping flame that Li Zhongjiu used. Qin Lai stood on the spot. Qin Lai stood at his original spot, his entire body entangled by the creeping earth fire. Then, he was hit by Li Zhongjiu's sword. This sword had the power to sweep away thousands of troops. Qin Lai's protective origin energy was released. This was his origin energy's automatic reaction when it sensed an external threat. What Li Zhongjiu wanted to destroy was this aura. Destroy! Boom! The sword aura whistled and swallowed Qin Lai in an instant. Then, Qin Lai's figure was directly thrown out. This sword seemed to have set off a hurricane in the arena. Qin Lai's protective origin energy was automatically shattered. Bang! Qin Lai's body was blasted out. He fell to the ground. The entire arena was in an uproar. No one expected that Elder Qin Lai would fall to the ground as if he was cursed. Moreover, he fell out of the arena. Li Zongjiu had easily won. What was he doing? He didn't even have the slightest bit of defense. Elder Qin Lai had already been defeated. When Qin Lai was sent flying, he was stunned. Everyone was shocked. Even the referee elders widened their eyes in shock. They were worried that Qin Lai would beat Li Zongjiu half to death, so they gathered a few more people to help mediate the fight. However, the current situation was something that they could not believe no matter how hard they tried. Li Zongjiu, an ordinary disciple from Long Herb Peak, had joined the sect for less than half a year. They had never heard of this person before. He won just like that? Could it be that this was Qin Lai's scheme? Qin Lai obviously didn't want to continue holding the position of Great Elder, so he deliberately agreed to such a battle and then pretended to lose by accident. Using such a method was simply too despicable. It was despicable just thinking about it. However, Qin Lai had already lost the battle. Why was there no movement? This was completely different from his style. The few people looked at each other. When they wanted to go over and take a look, they saw Qin Lai suddenly turn over and sit up. Then, he looked up and laughed loudly. Ah ha ha ha, I understand. I finally understand. No wonder I couldn't break through my realm after so long. I went in the wrong direction. Qin Lai laughed out loud. Then, he looked at his surroundings and realized that he had already fallen to the ground. He was immediately stunned. He scratched his head, then jumped and landed directly in front of Li Zongjiu. Elder Qin Lai! Elder Qin Lai! The few of them immediately became nervous. Could it be that this Elder Li Zongjiu wanted to silence them? Since they had lost to Li Zongjiu, they naturally had to kill them. Only then would they be able to protect their reputation. However, they saw the most shocking scene in their lives. They saw Qin Lai bowing to Li Zongjiu. He was actually bowing to Li Zongjiu. I admit defeat in this battle. From now on, you will be the great elder of Fierce Peak. I, Qin Lai, am willing to give up my position. The moment these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar. Chapter 115. What was wrong with Li Zongjiu? To think that he could actually force the first elder of Lai Peak to lower his head and admit defeat. Such strength was definitely not a joke. Who knew what the first elder had gone through? The people of Long Medicine Peak were in an uproar. Fuck, this is too exciting. A disciple of Long Medicine Peak is going to be poached to become the first elder. Senior Brother Li is from Long Medicine Peak. How can they take him away? Senior Brother Li, don't go. While Long Medicine Peak was in an uproar, Ru Peak on the other side was in an even greater uproar. What was going on? Their great elder was actually going to be a brat who was still wet behind the ears and whose hair had not even fully grown yet. Wasn't this, if this was leaked out? The people of Long Medicine Peak would be able to suppress Ru Peak for a lifetime. Just as these people were about to explode from anxiety, Chu Oren, who was on the spectator stand, had a few more voices beside him. How could he be so reckless? To become an elder of the sect, one had to go through many rounds of selection and assessment. However, since Qin Lai had said such words, this meant that Qin Lai had already learned about Li Zongjiu's special abilities. It was this ability that gave him the confidence to acknowledge Li Zongjiu's position. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu's victory would not have convinced Qin Lai. Qin Lai was now very convinced of Li Zongjiu's strength. Let's wait and see. There's no hurry, Chu Aoran said with a smile as he tried to persuade the anxious Peak Master of Ru Peak. Of course, Lin Tsang was also very worried. It would be terrible if Li Zongjiu went over directly. Long Medicine Peak was waiting for such a disciple to appear. He was going to make Long Medicine Peak famous. From then on, no one in the sect would dare to say that Long Medicine Peak only knew how to refine pills. If they did not produce a few experts, these people would not know how powerful Long Medicine Peak was. Lin Song had promised Li Zhongjiu so many benefits to the Li family in order to tie him down. This was clearly a show of goodwill. You don't have to be an elder. Just send your monthly salary to my residence, Li Zhongjiu said with his hands behind his back. These words were said without the slightest trace of politeness. He just wanted to show an image of keeping his promise, but it was a bit too much for you to take advantage of him like this. Some of the Blazing Peak disciples looked at Li Zhongjiu with displeasure. Just now, Li Zhongjiu had used some kind of demonic technique to knock their great elder out of the arena. Anyone could see that if they were to fight head-on, Li Zhongjiu would not be able to shake Qin Lai at all. Unexpectedly, not only was Qin Lai not angry at all, he even happily nodded his head in agreement. Of course, Qin Lai knew. The insights that Li Zhongjiu had just imparted to Qin Lai could be said to have given him a second life. Such benefits were not something that could be casually exchanged for with worldly wealth. He had been stuck at the level of a grade 5 origin general for a very long time. He could not break through for a long time. This had troubled Qin Lai for a long time, but after comprehending the knowledge that Li Zhongjiu had imparted to him, he understood. He immediately understood. His next cultivation method could also ensure that he could break through the limits that had been restricting him all this while. He had already found the breakthrough point and was just waiting for him to accumulate strength. Therefore, this little bit of money was worth it. It was far from enough. Kid, how dare you humiliate our great elder? I want to fight you one-on-one. Fuck. Brothers, let's drag this brat down and give him a good beating. Kill him. For example, the disciples of Lai Peak were clamoring as if they were going to revolt. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky and naturally attracted everyone's attention. The originally angry and explosive emotions gradually calmed down. Everyone's doubts about the competition were temporarily put aside. This was because the person who had appeared was the sect leader, Chu Oren. When Li Zhongjiu saw Chu Oren, his heart skipped a beat and he bowed. Although he was the evil lord in his previous life, he was still a disciple of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect. When he saw the sect leader, he naturally had to bow. This was a basic courtesy. Long Herb Peak disciple Li Zhongjiu will be the guardian of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect from today onwards. Li Zhongjiu, are you willing? Guardian of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect. This was the most special position in the system of the sect. The so-called guardian of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect was still responsible for protecting the sect's safety and honor. However, there was a special point. The guardian of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect would only be needed when the sect was in a life-and-death situation. This was equivalent to the Supreme Elder before he retired. If even the guardian of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect could not handle it, the Supreme Elder would personally take action. What? This kid is actually going to be conferred the title of Guardian of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect by the sect leader himself. Damn it. What? Guardian of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect. That's not the highest level of guardian. Even the Great Elder can't control them. Only the sect leader can summon them. The treatment is also the highest in the sect. This Li Zhongjiu is really lucky. Li Zhongjiu was shocked. He did not expect that Chu Oren would appear to give him such a position. It had to be said that this was the position that Li Zhongjiu was most satisfied with. In his previous life, Li Zhongjiu did not spend much time in the Fog Snow Alchemy sect. What he experienced was extremely dark and he did not have many friends. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu planned to leave the Fog Snow Alchemy sect directly after going to the Fog Snow Valley. However, Chu Oren had now extended an olive branch. Furthermore, the guardian of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect was also a very easy position. Normally, he would not need to use it at all. It was much better than the position of an elder. Normally, he would have to deal with some messy affairs. Moreover, this guardian of the fog snow alchemy sect could also be used by Li Zongjiu in the early stages. This way, it would be more beneficial and convenient for the family. Okay, I'll agree for the time being, Li Zongjiu said after thinking for a while. For the time being, he agreed. Even Chu Aoran stared at Li Zongjiu in shock. Li Zongjiu's tone was extremely arrogant. To be able to resist such a great temptation and say such words, it seemed that the position of guardian of the fog snow alchemy sect was not very attractive to him. However, Chu Aoran was not curious about Li Zongjiu's secret and his arrogance. As long as Li Zongjiu was loyal to the sect, there would be no problem. This is the order of Guardian Changwu. When the sect is in a life and death situation, Guardian Changwu must appear. Chu Aoran handed Li Zongjiu a platinum token. After Li Zongjiu took it, Chu Aoran clapped his hands. At the side, Qin Lai also took the lead in applauding. Soon, all of the disciples began to applaud. Guardian Changwu was the last line of defense of the sect. For Guardians Changwu, they only needed to appear when the sect was in a life and death situation. However, for these ordinary disciples, the purpose of these Guardians Changwu's life was to protect the sect. It was also because of these powerful and mysterious guardians. They ensured the absolute safety of the fog snow alchemy sect. The applause was thunderous. Chapter 116. After this year's peak test, just Li Zongjiu's limelight was enough to overshadow everyone else's performance. There were 15 people in the top 5 from the 3 main peaks. Excluding Li Zongjiu, there were 14 people left. However, Li Zongjiu was the only one who had the most topics to talk about among the 14 people. This made it even more awkward. In fact, the topic of everyone's private conversations was all about Li Zongjiu. Something worth mentioning. On the day of the peak test, in the clinic, Mo Chu woke up from his coma and had a bad premonition. When he heard that he was ranked 4th, he almost wanted to die. However, when Mo Chu heard the following words and found out that Li Zong had actually defeated the first elder of the Ardent Peak, he almost spat out a mouthful of fresh blood from his chest. However, he held it in. What? What did you say? You said that damn Li Zongjiu became Protector Changwu. When he heard the news, Mo Chu, who was strong, could not hold it in anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious on the bed. This blow was too big for Mo Chu, because Mo Chu had hoped that he could become Protector Changwu. Later on, he thought that he might as well run for the position of sect master. However, Li Zongjiu had become the protector of Changwu. Even if Mo Chu became the next sect master candidate, he would still be a level lower than Li Zongjiu. For Li Zongjiu, Protector Changwu was just taking advantage of the situation. It was normal for him to add some benefits to the family in the future. Even if Li Zongjiu did not take the initiative to ask for some benefit, some people in the Fog Snow Alchemy sect would try to curry favor with the Li family. Although Protector Changwu didn't usually say this, his words carried a lot of weight. Li Zongjiu was more concerned about the opening of the Fog Snow Valley. It just so happened that, on the second day of the peak trials, they were the disciples who were going to enter the Fog Snow Valley. In front of Fog Snow Valley, there were 2 people standing beside Li Zongjiu. Yang Hongyu Ma Zhao. Ma Zhao was a lucky bastard. Therefore, he was qualified to enter the Fog Snow Valley. They also received their own reward, a high-grade level 2 pill. Turtle Essence Condensing Pill. This pill was refined by Lin Tsang. Li Zongjiu had already seen this pill before, and he was extremely familiar with its refinement technique. It was no wonder that he could become the peak master of Long Medicine Peak. With such a face and many skills, it would not be difficult for the current Lin Tsang to refine a grade 3 pill. Standing beside Li Zongjiu, Yang Hongyu, Ma Zhao, and the others couldn't help but feel restrained. The 3 peak masters went to open the restriction in front of the Fog Snow Valley. After the 3 of you enter, find a place to cultivate the Yuan formula yourselves. Remember, don't be too hasty. This turtle essence condensing pill has the effect of concentrating one's spirit. It can help you increase your concentration and increase the refining of the yuan qi. However, it can only last for a day. You have to make the best use of it. Lin Tsang explained. The restriction was opened. In the Fog Snow Valley, a strong yuan qi immediately filled the air. Some yuan qi filled the air. Everyone felt energized. Li Zongjiu did not say anything and took the lead to enter. This turtle essence condensing pill was obviously not enough. When Li Zongjiu entered, Yang Hongyu and Ma Zhao also followed behind him. The three peak masters. They also closed the restriction again and waited for 3 days to open it again. This ensured that the yuan qi inside would not be too exhausted and dissipated. The space in the valley was not too big. It was about 20 to 30 feet wide and was surrounded by cliffs that were hundreds of feet high. Fortunately, the lighting here was good and very transparent. It looked like a deep well. This was the second time Yang Hongyu came to the Fog Snow Valley. Last year, he also came to the Fog Snow Valley as the second place. This is the Fog Snow Valley. Senior brother, the yuan qi here is at least 10 times richer than outside, Ma Zhao said excitedly. Just then, he saw Li Zongjiu stop. Yang Hongyu's heart jumped. He rolled his eyes and immediately took out his turtle essence condensing pill and handed it over. Lord Protector, I'm not in a hurry to make a breakthrough. The Fog Snow Valley opens once a year. This turtle essence condensing pill is just right for me to use. Protector Li, please accept it. Yang Hongyu was a wily old fox in the sect. It was no wonder that he had cultivated for a longer time. He immediately saw through Li Zongjiu's intention. In fact, Li Zongjiu was about to open his mouth and rob him. However, Yang Hongyu's initiative made Li Zongjiu feel a little embarrassed. You're quite tactful, Li Zongjiu said. Then, he took the turtle essence condensing pill. He looked at Ma Zhao. Yang Hongyu also looked at Ma Zhao. Ma Zhao was stunned at first. Then, he quickly came to his senses. He quickly offered his pill as a tribute. Li Zongjiu accepted it all. Anyway, it would be a waste for these people to take the pill. With their level, they couldn't refine it at all. Okay. You guys go find your own place, Li Zongjiu said. Then, he swaggered and sat in the center of the room. The closer he got to the center, the stronger the yuan qi was. Seeing Li Zongjiu sitting in the center, Yang Hongyu and Ma Zhao consciously moved to the side. To be able to have such a deterrent force, it was a display of strength. Just when Li Zongjiu was cultivating in the Fog Snow Valley. In the Luoxia city, there were also a lot of new things happening. First, the Bai family and the Li family both sent people to occupy a part of the Huangyuan, Oregon. They also swaggered and opened a store in the Flying Cloud City. They also wantonly recruited miners and gave them great benefits to mine the Huangyuan, Oregon. The main business was also handed over to the Bai family. In the first 2 days of recruiting, there was a lot of bloodshed. Although some forces in the city were afraid of the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle and the reputation of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect, they didn't dare to act rashly. However, some mountain bandits wouldn't hold back in the slightest when they made their move. The Huangyuan or vein was in the mountain. If one wanted to pass by, he must first pay the toll, which was the so-called protection fee. If paying could solve the problem, it was still possible. However, people were always greedy. Therefore, they must use knives and blood to let these people know that money was not an option. Since the Li family had a relationship with the Long Herb Peak, they might as well expand. The Bai family came up with the idea to hang the Fog Snow Alchemy sect as the external family. Since they were bound to the Fog Snow Alchemy sect, those who wanted to attack naturally had to restrain themselves and think more carefully. Outside the Huangyuan, Oregon, more than 10 sharp logs were inserted into the ground. There was also a head on each of these logs. There was a buzzing sound on it. Some flies and mosquitoes also stayed on it, taking root and nesting. Elder Bai Cheng of the Bai family was wearing the uniform of the Bai family. Behind him was a group of Bai family guards and some mercenaries who had just been recruited from the Flying Cloud City. These people only cared about money and not people. The Bai family controlled the Huangyuan ore, so the income was not ordinary. Therefore, it wasn't a problem for them to recruit some Yuan general-level experts. Now that the Bai family's forces had just arrived, they naturally had to patrol well to prevent the invasion of the weak. As for the heads that were strung on the wood, if there were people from the underworld, they would definitely be able to recognize them. The first head that was strung on the wood belonged to one of the top 10 bandit leaders in the vicinity, Big Teeth Huang. Chapter 117. Outside the mine. In one of the tents, Bai Luoxue was wearing casual clothes and holding a blueprint in her hand. It was the structural blueprint of the yellow ore. Last night, Bai Luoxue specially invited some grave robbers through some special channels. These people were proficient in geography, so the yellow ore could not be hidden from their eyes. From their point of view, there seemed to be something beneath the yellow ore. The way we are digging now is wrong. Even if we continue to build the bone beams, this place will collapse in half a month if we continue to dig deeper. According to the results of my friend's survey, if we dig in the opposite direction and make a passage from this side of the mountain, we will most likely find the thing hidden under the yellow ore. Thing? What is it? The person who spoke. It was the elder of the Li family, Li Xuelon. Li Xuelon had a high status in the Li family. At the same time, she was Li Tianqing's elder sister and Li Zongjiu's aunt. It was impossible to get Li Xuelon to step forward for ordinary matters. However, too many things had happened recently. The Li family had changed too much, and they were seriously short of manpower. There was even a feeling that there were many things waiting to be done. Therefore, Li Xuelon personally came to oversee the yellow ore. After all, this was a huge industry and an important resource mine. In a sense, the Bai family had become the subordinate of the Li family. However, they were still disloyal, so they had to be watched carefully. Only when the future cooperation gradually stabilized could they be at ease. According to speculation, there is another mine under the yellow ore. However, we need more accurate exploration to know what kind of mine it is. Bai Luoxue said. Is what you said true? Li Xuelon's eyes darkened, as if she was using a serious expression to tell Bai Luoxue that if what she said was false, the consequences would be severe. Of course. Then, Li Xuelon looked at the blueprint in her hand. She frowned immediately. If we dig from here, we will enter the sphere of influence of the 3 bandit groups. If the 3 bandit groups know about it, they will definitely join in. Li Xuelon said. If the 3 horse bandit groups knew about this, if the entrance of this mineral vein turned out to be within their sphere of influence, then this matter would be very serious. It would not be a matter of collecting protection fees, but a matter of taking it for themselves. Therefore, they must not know about it. What's your plan? Li Xuelon looked at Bai Luoxue and said. This young man's courage in making decisions far exceeded Bai Wuheng's. However, Bai Luoxue had always considered only one direction, and that was under the situation of absolute victory. She had never considered the situation of defeat. One word, kill. Bai Luoxue said indifferently. Since they're blocking my path to wealth, I'll just have to kill them all. I'll carve out a path of blood so that these people can learn a thing or two. You won't be able to stop me on this path. This tent was filled with Bai Luoxue's murderous aura. Li Xuelon had misjudged this imposing aura that shot into the sky. She was young, but she was decisive in killing. With such courage, she would definitely become a figure in the future. Such a person must be on her side. If she was on the enemy's side, then it would be a huge disaster. The Li family was currently on a bloody path of rise. Although Li Tianqing was in charge of the Li family, he did not relax in the slightest. Practicing the Heavenly Blaze Lion King art copied by Li Zongjiu, Li Tianqing had made considerable progress. Today, He had made a breakthrough and would like to exchange a few moves with Gu Xuanwu. After a round of fighting, both of them were exhausted and panting like oxen. When Li Tianqing used this set of elemental arts, his elemental energy was as ferocious as a tiger. Although Gu Xuanwu was more experienced, his fists were afraid of the young and strong. For a moment, it was difficult for him to resist Li Tianqing's fists. This set of elemental arts of yours is definitely not limited to the 3rd grade. While panting, Gu Xuanwu sat on a rattan chair, wearing a sweat-soaked white singlet and waving a palm leaf fan in his hand. He said to Li Tianqing. Li Tianqing also continuously poured tea into his mouth. In the process of cultivation, Li Tianqing also discovered the exquisiteness of this elemental art. It was so different from the fire lion art in his family. It was really too terrifying. In the process of cultivating this elemental art, he could clearly feel the energy permeating around his body. He could absorb it at any time. Moreover, what this elemental art described was absolutely terrifyingly detailed in penetrating one's own energy. As a result, Li Tianqing had a better understanding of his body over the past few days. It was no wonder that some experts seemed to know more than others. It was because their levels were different. I think so too. However, this elemental art is only enough to cultivate to the Yuan general level. It is probably incomplete. Li Tianqing said. Now, the Li family is already invincible in the Sunset City. How far do you want to go before you are willing to stop? Gu Xuanwu sighed and asked. Now that he was old, he had already passed the age of fighting and killing. If Gu Xuanwu was still young, then his drive would definitely be stronger than Li Tianqing's. However, this person was most afraid of endless greed. If there was only greed, then he could still control it. However, if there was no end to it, then he would fall into the abyss. Isn't the reason why we are fighting so hard to seek stability? Let's take one step at a time. Li Tianqing said. With his current vision, he could now see the Sunset City, the land of the 13 provinces under the Xingyan dynasty. In the Dingquan province there were more than 7 first-class cities, and there was even a provincial city. Below them, there were already more than 30 second-grade cities similar to Northern Medicine City. And there were more than 100 third-class cities similar to the Flying Cloud City. There were even more small cities like Sunset City that weren't ranked in the first place. As for how far he could go, that would depend on where his vision could be set. Within 1,000 miles, the leading force was the Fog Snow Pill sect. At the very least, his Li family also had to walk out of the shadow of the Fog Snow Pill sect. Li Tianqing thought in his heart. He was not like Li Zhongjiu, who was reborn. If he knew, Li Zhongjiu wanted to build the Li family into an aristocratic family with 1,000 years of inheritance. The power of the family would be on equal footing with the imperial family of the dynasty. In fact, in some aspects, they were even more superior than the members of the royal family. He would definitely shout that he was crazy. Even if Li Zhongjiu was his son, he would think that Li Zhongjiu was crazy. Chapter 118. 3 days later. The restriction of the Fog Snow Valley was activated again. At this moment, there were already 10 elders waiting to enter the valley. Ma Zhao and Yang Hongyu, who had just come out, also walked out obediently. Li Zhongjiu naturally stayed inside. As the Fog Snow Pill sect's guardian Chang Wu, these people couldn't do anything to him even if he stayed inside. Greetings, elders. Guardian Li is still cultivating inside. Yang Hongyu bowed to the elders in front of him. Guardian Li. When this person was mentioned, the elders felt awkward. However, there was one person who didn't feel awkward, and that was Qin Lai. There were only 10 elders who could enter the Fog Snow Valley, and they were selected based on their usual contributions. Therefore, Qin Lai naturally came to this place. Li Zhongjiu was only in his teens, but his status in the sect was even higher than theirs. Therefore, it was an awkward situation. In fact, when they saw Li Zhongjiu, they had to address him as Protector Li. Later, they would pretend that they didn't see Li Zongjiu. The 10 elders entered the Fog Snow Valley one after another. Because the Fog Snow Valley itself was limited in size, it could only accommodate so many people. Of course, the Snow Mist Valley was full of Yuan Qi. If he used this state to assist his cultivation in the early stages, there would be a lot of benefit. However, in the later stages, for example, at Sect Master Chu Oren's level, this mere abundance of essence energy would not be of much use. It was more about one's own hard work and the absorption of elixirs. Just one pill from him was equivalent to more than 10 years of cultivation. How long would it take for him to catch up with such a gap? Therefore, the strong would become stronger, and the weak would become weaker. Those who didn't know the method would always struggle on this path. When these elders saw Li Zongjiu sitting in the most central position, some of them were unhappy. For example, the Crimson Afterglow Peak's great elder Yan Beihan's face was as cold as ice. Even though Li Zongjiu had become Protector Changwu, they had nothing to say. After all, Li Zongjiu had greater potential than them. However, they still needed to know the seniority. These elders had been working hard in the sect for a long time. They had been working hard for the sect for a long time. Based on their contributions, it was enough for them to receive enough respect in the sect. However, Li Zongjiu didn't seem to realize this at all. On the path of cultivation, there was only life and death. There was no courtesy. Li Zongjiu really doesn't know how to be polite. Yan Beihan muttered under his breath. Seeing that Qin Lai had also moved to the side, Yan Beihan went to sit on a praying mat that was slightly further away from Qin Lai. There were only 4 days left. On the 6th day, the Yuan Qi in the Fog Snow Valley would surge violently. When this surge of Yuan Qi washed over, it would be a good opportunity for a breakthrough. This was because the pressure from the outside world, coupled with one's own control, could very well break through a boundary that one had not been able to break through for a long time. Li Zongjiu didn't feel the change in the crowd around him. At this moment, he had entered an extremely crucial moment. Although the surrounding Yuan Qi was rather dense, Li Zongjiu also felt that the Fog Snow Valley was truly beneficial for the cultivation of mind power while he cultivated the White God Fu. Before cultivating the White God Fu, Li Zongjiu's mind power had been condensed based on his own experience. Now that he had cultivated the White God Fu, Li Zongjiu had completely consolidated his mind power according to the top-notch mind power cultivation method of the White Dragon clan. Li Zongjiu was currently in the middle of cultivating the first level of the White God Fu, which was the most basic and also the most important stage. Place the white piece. At this moment, Li Zongjiu's mind power was like a vast whirlpool, causing the surrounding energy to churn and churn. In the end, the whirlpool formed a white stone at the end of the whirlpool. This was the final realm of the first level. The white piece was placed. At this moment, Li Zongjiu's mental energy turned into a white chess piece and landed in his mind. As a result, Li Zongjiu's cultivation of the White God Fu had officially entered the first level. The first level of the White God Fu. Given my current mind power, it should be comparable to the intermediate second level. Li Zongjiu thought to himself. If he activated the support of the White Dragon origin spirit, Li Zongjiu's mind power would become even more terrifying. However, his Yuan Qi cultivation was still holding him back. Give me a turtle energy gathering pill. Li Zongjiu had not eaten another pill besides the one he had eaten on the first day. He still had 2 pills in his hand, so after consuming one, the Yuan Qi in his body began to churn. In Li Zongjiu's mind, the mind white pearl began to spread out. The effects of the pill were instantly absorbed by Li Zongjiu. This should be a characteristic of the White Dragon origin spirit. When Li Zongjiu consumed these pills, the benefits he received would usually surpass that of ordinary people. Suddenly, the aura around Li Zongjiu's body swelled. Elder Yan Beihan, who was about 10 meters away, opened his eyes in dissatisfaction. Li Zhongjio's cultivation had caused too much of a commotion. A wave of air hit Yan Beihan's body and interrupted Elder Yan Beihan's breakthrough. Now, he was also looking for the key to his breakthrough and was waiting for the Yuan Qi wave to hit him. This damn brat! Yan Beihan was extremely unhappy that his cultivation had been interrupted. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw that Li Zhongjio's body had undergone an extremely unusual change. Yuan Qi gathered around Li Zhongjio's body, forming a Yuan Qi bath that tightly surrounded Li Zhongjio. The Yuan Qi around Li Zhongjio had already condensed to a peak, gushing out like spring water. The Yuan Qi seemed to have turned into a substantial Yuan Qi spring. Yan Beihan immediately stood up in shock. This guy, that Yuan Qi spring had directly washed away some people. Boom! The wave surged. At this moment, Li Zhongjio's Yuan power had entered a frenzied breakthrough mode. Every time he broke through a level, Li Zhongjio's aura would become stronger by a bit. As a result, the elemental energy in the surrounding area would surge even more violently. What's going on? Why is the Yuan Qi sinking to the ground? Some elders were also startled. Qin Lai and the rest were also shocked to see the changes around them. Is Protector Li breaking through? This level of Yuan Qi overflow is too terrifying. Yan Beihan suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. Not good, the Yuan Qi wave has been attracted here in advance. What, it's only the 4th day? Many of the elders were somewhat startled and surprised. However, they immediately made their preparations to welcome the incoming Yuan power wave. However, the Yuan Qi wave this time was ferocious and was completely different from the previous one. Even Yan Beihan and Qin Lai, who had been here many times, had never seen such a ferocious Yuan Qi wave. Boom! It was as if a huge water ball had fallen from the sky. With a boom, it instantly fell into the fog snow valley. Poof! Poof! Some elders with weaker cultivations immediately fainted under the surging Yuan Qi wave. A few elders who were slightly clear-headed also discovered something shocking. They were falling again. What happened? Chapter 119. At this moment, in the foggy snow alchemy sect, many people looked in the direction of the foggy snow valley. Just a few moments ago, they saw a strange movement in the direction of the foggy snow valley. Then, after a muffled sound, countless white fog gushed out from the foggy snow valley and eventually swallowed the entire foggy snow valley. The entire foggy snow valley was a vast expanse of whiteness, and nothing could be seen clearly. A few peak masters arrived in front of the foggy snow valley in a flash and saw the white fog gushing out continuously. It seemed to have covered the entire foggy snow valley, and no one could get close to it. There's something strange about the white fog, Du Shuangjiang, the peak master of the fierce peak, said. When they got close, they immediately felt the Yuan power in their bodies gradually diluting. The 10 great elders are still in the valley, Lin Tsang said. Not only that, but Li Zhongjio was also in the foggy snow valley. They couldn't just watch Li Zhongjio and the 10 great elders of the foggy snow alchemy sect die here. Sect master is here. Chu Aoran also quickly rushed over. When he saw the thick white fog in front of him, his heart sank. Sect master, what's going on? Chu Aoran shook his head. I've never seen such a situation before. The foggy snow valley is a place where Yuan power gathers. It's a natural training ground. Why is this happening? However, although the white fog has the effect of swallowing Yuan power, it doesn't harm the body. If we enter rashly, our Yuan power will be swallowed by the white fog. It's difficult to move in the white fog. The white fog is to prevent outsiders from entering. Let's wait for 3 days. After 3 days, the Yuan power in the foggy snow valley will dissipate. We'll enter the valley to investigate then. Chu Aoran made a prompt decision. At the same time, he also gave the order to seal off the fog snow valley. No one was allowed to get close to it. The appearance of the white fog was strange. There were no strange reactions after coming into contact with it. However, if there were any serious sequelae, it would be troublesome. Chu Aoran did not want this strange white fog to come out of nowhere and destroy his sect. Chu Aoran and the others could only observe the situation for the time being. Any Yuan power that came into contact with this white fog would be immediately devoured completely. Such a strange scene made people's hearts involuntarily turn cold. Fortunately, the white fog only covered a small area around the Fog Snow Valley. Other places were not affected. In the Fog Snow Valley, Li Zongjiu opened his eyes. There was only a faint light around them, but Li Zongjiu knew that they were no longer in the same place. What happened? Li Zongjiu was suddenly curious. How could something like this happen in the Fog Snow Valley? The clash of Yuan power from before seemed to have caused an incredible impact, causing the originally small territory within the Fog Snow Valley to sink by nearly 10 meters. The surrounding mountain walls seemed to have become taller. What happened? Is everything all right? Yan Beihan's voice rang out. The commotion just now was too big, and some people had not woken up when the waves of Yuan power came crashing down, so they directly fainted. Only 6 elders were awake. One of them was injured. Qin Lai's cultivation was similar to Yan Beihan's, so he did not suffer any injuries. Li Zongjiu, look at what you've done. What have you done? Yan Beihan angrily rebuked. Li Zongjiu glanced at Yan Beihan. At this moment, the Yuan power in Li Zongjiu's body finally calmed down. I just broke through to the 6th grade of the Yuan Master Realm. Li Zongjiu frowned. According to Li Zongjiu's own estimation, it would at least break through to the 7th grade or even the 8th grade. This Turtle Origin Energy Gathering pill, in any case, was a 2nd grade high-grade pill. The effect should not be so bad. Old Fox, what does this have to do with Enforcerly? Don't bite people in a hurry. Qin Lai immediately roared after hearing this. He did not give Yan Beihan any face. When Yan Beihan heard this, he immediately looked at Qin Lai. Have you been beaten into an idiot by this brat? You can't even beat a teenager, and you still have the nerve to shout in front of me? Yan Beihan said mockingly. Qin Lai did not use his brain before doing things. In Yan Beihan's eyes, he was not a threat at all. To him, Qin Lai was just lucky to have such strength. In less than 2 years, Qin Lai would no longer be his opponent. Although the two of them were of the same rank, Yan Beihan still looked down on Qin Lai. Come. I want to see who's the idiot today, Qin Lai said as he rolled up his sleeves and was about to fight. The surrounding elders quickly came forward to stop the fight. They did not know what was going on. If they let the 2 experts fight again, they would not be able to leave. Li Zongjiu did not care about the dispute between Qin Lai and Yan Beihan. Instead, he was trying his best to recall what happened to the Fog Snow Alchemy sect in his previous life. Although I did not pay much attention to it at that time, I heard that the Fog Snow Alchemy sect suddenly obtained a treasure after I went missing. It made Chu Aoran a famous expert in the Dingquan province, but at the same time, it brought about a fatal disaster. Li Zongjiu thought in his heart. His memories of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect in his previous life were very vague because he rarely came into contact with them. Not long after, the Fog Snow Alchemy sect only existed in name. Could it be because of the changes in the Fog Snow Valley? Li Zongjiu raised his head and looked up. He immediately saw that there seemed to be something moving quickly at the top of the cliff. Its body was pale, but its movements were agile. On the cliffs around the Fog Snow Valley, it immediately formed a terrifying threat. Look, what's that? An elder from Laifeng said. There was no white fog in the Fog Snow Valley, but outside the Fog Snow Valley, thick white fog could be seen. At the same time, there seemed to be something crawling out of the white fog, entering the valley and climbing down the cliff. Mutated meta beast? Yan Beihan and the others immediately became alert. Once the meta beast got close, it would not be fun. These meta beasts usually lived on human flesh and blood, and they were bloodthirsty. Yan Beihan and the others were also close to each other. They could already see at least 7 to 8 white beasts charging towards them at a fast speed from this distance. These white meta-beasts were like crocodiles with longer limbs. However, their speed was even faster. They crawled on the cliff with their limbs as if they were walking on flat ground. Their huge heads seemed to have the strength of 10,000 kilograms. The corners of their long mouths outlined a few sharp teeth, and they were there to bite their prey. No, it's not a treasure. It seems to be a medicinal herb. Li Zhongjio's memory surged like a spring. Immediately, he locked onto a medicinal herb in his mind. Grade 5 Spiritual Herb. Heavenly Veins 7 Stars. Chapter 120. I can't believe that I forgot about it. A Grade 5 Spirit Herb was nothing to Li Zhongjio in his previous life. However, it was a rare treasure to Li Zhongjio, who was only at the Yuanshi level. Heavenly Veins 7 Stars. If it was consumed directly, it could open one's 7 meridians and 8 meridians in a short period of time. If it was refined by an expert, it could be refined into a Grade 5 elixir. Heavenly Vein Elixir. In his previous life, Chu Aoran had directly consumed the Heavenly Vein 7 Stars, which allowed his cultivation to soar. He had reached an extremely powerful state, but in the end, he did not manage to preserve his cultivation. It was said that he was refined into a blood elixir. Just like what Li Zhongjio did, he directly refined a person into a blood elixir. This way, he could obtain the power in the blood. The Heavenly Veins 7 Stars growth conditions are strange. It needs to grow at the bottom of the patio where spirit energy gathers. Li Zhongjio suddenly thought of this. He glanced at the fog snow valley. It was not a valley at all. It was a patio. If that was the case, the Heavenly Veins 7 Stars were beneath their feet. With the strength of the Heavenly Veins 7 Stars origin energy, it was enough to support a terrifying origin energy. It could even form a hollow area beneath Li Zhongjio and the others. The Heavenly Veins 7 Stars were hidden beneath their feet. The elemental energy that Li Zhongjio had released earlier was actually being compressed by the ground, releasing the elemental energy from the underground. It attracted the white mutated meta-beasts. These meta-beasts are also here for the Heavenly Veins 7 Stars. Li Zhongjio had already sorted out the situation in front of him. However, that Qin Lai suddenly shouted, "Everyone, be careful!" As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding 7 to 8 mutated meta-beasts charged towards Qin Lai and the others. 1,000 feet of flames. Yan Beihan formed a seal with both hands and immediately mobilized the origin energy in his body. It immediately turned into 1,000 feet of sharp sword and swept forward. However, the meta-beasts' movements were swift and they dodged the attack with a few leaps. Earth-spreading flame. Qin Lai did the same. But this time, Qin Lai's creeping blue flames seemed to have grown eyes as they swept towards the 3 white origin beasts. However, this move didn't work. 2 of the origin beasts instantly broke free. Qin Lai paid special attention to the 3rd origin beast. He fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing this, Yan Beihan immediately activated the blazing sword aura that was several feet long and slashed towards the meta-beast. Boom! The sword chi hit the meta-beast and instantly shattered. It was like a vase falling on the floor. It shattered so cleanly. What? Yan Beihan was shocked. How could such a thing happen? His all-out attack was actually unable to harm the origin beast at all. Fortunately, the origin beast wasn't completely unscathed. After it landed on the ground, it stopped moving. Although it had a strong defense, that move was enough to shatter the internal organs of the origin beast. Roar! The meta-beasts at the back were charging at them dauntlessly. The 6 of them immediately fell into a tough battle. At the same time, they had to protect the 4 elders who had fainted. Fortunately, these elders were all origin general experts. They didn't panic in such a dangerous situation. After exchanging blows with the meta-beasts, they realized that the meta-beast's strength was equivalent to that of an ordinary origin general expert. However, in terms of speed and defense, They were much faster than an ordinary Origin General cultivator. Boom! One of the elders was suddenly flung by the meta beast. A ghastly wound appeared on his waist. Tai Mao Shan! Qin Lai shouted. The injured elder was the elder from Blazing Peak. Elder Tai Mao Shan was flung to the ground. At the same time, he was sent flying dozens of meters away. He rolled out of the defensive circle that Qin Lai and the others had set up. Oh no! Yen Beihan also shouted in a low voice. He wanted to go forward to save him, but the surrounding area was already under fierce attack. He couldn't free himself to do anything. The Yuan beast that had sent Tai Maoshan flying earlier pounced towards Tai Maoshan once again, preparing to devour him. Tai Maoshan lay on the ground. His waist was in great pain and blood was flowing. The dizziness from losing a large amount of blood filled his mind. Suddenly, Tai Maoshan started hallucinating. Boom! A figure fell in front of Tai Maoshan. Tai Maoshan was awakened by the shock. The scene in front of him also returned to normal. When Tai Maoshan saw the thing that had fallen beside him, he was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. What? The meta beast that had been chasing after him was directly lying on the ground. There were obvious signs of breaking at its throat. This attack had already shattered its throat. Who did this? Tai Maoshan's gaze followed and immediately saw a young figure walking towards the battle circle. At that moment, Qin Lai and the others were surrounded by more than 10 white meta beasts. It's just a few white mist beasts. Li Zongjio stretched his wrist. These white mist beasts were here to steal from him. Of course, Li Zongjio wanted to kill them all. Moreover, if Li Zongjio still didn't make a move, these people wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Be careful, Enforcer Li. Qin Lai couldn't help but remind Li Zongjio when he saw him walking over leisurely. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 white mist beasts pounced at Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio sped up and stretched out his hands. These white mist beasts seemed to have sensed Li Zongjio's intention. As they were flying, they violently swung their tails. One up and one down. The domineering power was enough to split Li Zongjio in half. However, Li Zongjio's body also moved horizontally in the air and easily dodged this attack. However, these white mist beasts weren't so lucky. Li Zongjio grabbed the throat of one of them. Li Zongjio inserted his whole hand into the throat and pulled out the larynx and other organs. Whoosh! Blood splattered everywhere on the ground. A kick landed on the white mist beast's body. Instantly, the white mist beast flew backward and crashed into the other one. While it was still in a daze, it saw a figure walking directly towards it. Immediately, the white mist beast used its unique skill. That was to pounce and bite. Die! Li Zongjio stretched out his hand and a ray of origin energy flew out from his hand. Although it wasn't strong, it was very fast. Whoosh! The origin energy blade that was as thin as a cicada's wing instantly cut off the origin beast's head. In front of Li Zongjio, these 2 domineering white mist beasts were like ducks with their necks stretched out and waiting for death. Their weakness is at the throat. Qin Lai saw this shocking scene. These 2 meta beasts were killed by Li Zongjio so easily. Evidently, Li Zongjio found their weakness. Since he had found their weakness, then everything was easy. So the defense on the other side is so weak. These elders immediately went on a killing spree. Their bodies were stained with blood, and they did not show any mercy. Moreover, their thoughts were very clear. About an hour later, the last white fog beast was killed by them. Blood splattered all over the ground. Yen Beihan panted heavily. However, he didn't dare to underestimate Li Zongjio anymore. There was even a trace of respect. Chapter 121. Reverence? Yen Beihan shook his head when he sensed this. How could this be possible? He was the great elder of the Crimson Afterglow Peak. How could he be in awe of a disciple from the Long Medicine Peak who was just a few days ago? However, when he saw Li Zongjio's attitude in the face of danger, he was shocked. It was as if he had been through thousands of battles. Moreover, when he was killing the meta beasts, he was so calm, practiced, and simple. There were no unnecessary movements and no excess meta-energy. He was so straightforward when he attacked. In the eyes of Yan Beihan and the others, Li Zhongjiu was clearly an old monster who had been through hundreds of battles and was not a teenager. This kid must be a natural battle genius. Otherwise, where did he get his battle experience from? The few of them had been through a battle. Until now, they were still in shock and could not believe it. No one would have expected such a situation to occur in the Fog Snow Valley. Fortunately, it was the 10 great elders who were here. If the previous disciples were here, they would probably have been wiped out. There were more than 10 corpses on the ground. The boiling hot blood continued to seep into the ground. The rest of the elders were still in a state of shock. They were even discussing where these things came from. How could such a thing happen in the Fog Snow Valley? Some of the elders were treating their injuries. Li Zhongjiu looked at the way the blood was flowing and suddenly frowned. The blood flowed into the ground. However, it was not flowing randomly. Instead, after it gathered in one direction, it suddenly dropped in a straight line. The surrounding area seemed to be corroded by the blood. The 7-star heavenly veins power is the essence of meta-energy. It is the most resistant to these bloody things. Oh no, there are meta-beasts underground. Suddenly, Li Zhongjiu felt a strong murderous intent blossoming from the ground. Even if Li Zhongjiu wanted to leave the ground, it was too late. A huge tentacle rushed out from the ground with a boom. She wrapped her arms around Li Zhongjiu's waist. Li Zhongjiu's entire body was pulled directly towards the hole. Not good, Guardian Li is in danger. Qin Lai exclaimed. Everything happened so suddenly that even these Yuan generals couldn't react in time. They could only watch as Li Zhongjiu was dragged underground by that strange tentacle. 1,000 feet of flames. Yan Beihan's reaction was extremely fast. He swept his flame sword over, but it swept across the ground and did not cut anything. Li Zhongjiu was dragged away just like that. Everyone gathered around. When they saw the pitch-black hole, they couldn't help but feel their blood run cold. What kind of meta-beast was that just now? They looked at each other and couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Yan Beihan seemed to have thought of something and could not help but gasp. Not good. The appearance of that tentacle just now seems to be the 9-een life-stealing octopus recorded in the sect. 9-een life-stealing octopus? Isn't that just a legend? I've always thought that this part of the record was just a legend. Legend has it that the Fog Snow Alchemy sect used to be a battlefield of metabeasts. The 9-een life-stealing octopus was the king that was born there. Later on, for some reason, it drilled into the ground and disappeared. Qin Lai explained. Some elders didn't know about this record. Only great elders like them would pay attention to such things. But this 9-een life-stealing octopus is a meta-beast from at least 300 years ago. If it's still alive today, what kind of realm would it be? They looked at each other and couldn't help but be shocked. The Fog Snow Alchemy sect was established less than 100 years ago. This meta-beast had existed here for hundreds of years. It was simply unimaginable how powerful it was. Li Zhongjiu was captured by the 9-een life-stealing octopus. It was easy to imagine how painful this would be. We can't stay here for long. Quickly go back and report to the sect master before making a decision, Yan Beihan said. If it was really the 9-een life-stealing octopus, then the situation would be really troublesome. Anyway, Li Zhongjiu would definitely die. But who could guarantee that the 9-een life-stealing octopus wouldn't come out and slaughter everyone in the Snow Pill sect? There was such a terrifying meta-beast hiding under their sect's soil. Who could guarantee that it wouldn't come out of the ground and devour the entire sect while they were still sleeping? Qin Lai, what do you say? Qin Lai muttered to himself for a moment. Although he really wanted to rescue Li Zhongjiu at this moment, with their strength, they would only be throwing their lives away if they went down. If they continued to stay here, they would definitely be in danger. Moreover, the more serious thing was the potential threat. He had to report this matter to the sect. At the very least, he had to let the sect be prepared. There's no time to lose. We will report this to the sect immediately. As for Protector Li, he sacrificed himself heroically to protect the sect, Qin Lai said. The elders couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness in their hearts. Seeing the people of their sect being captured by the meta beast with their own eyes, and they couldn't even do anything to save them, was the most helpless and infuriating thing. They loosened their clenched fists again. Qin Lai and Yen Beihan opened the seal in front of them and then walked out of the seal. However, the white mist outside didn't disperse. Their figures immediately rushed into the white mist. At first, they didn't feel anything, but the deeper they went, the weaker their strength became. Oh no, there's poison in the white mist. Qin Lai and Yen Beihan could sense each other, but the elders behind them lost their sense of direction. The journey wasn't considered long, only a distance of 1,000 meters. Even if they closed their eyes, they could still rush in. But when they plunged into the white mist, everything changed. It was as if they were trapped in this white world. You and I set up the formation here. If we retreat now, we will still die. At that moment, the two of them sat where they were. They used their remaining strength to maintain the formation around them. At the same time, they sent out a signal to summon the elders who had lost their way. At the same time, they also wanted to tell the sect experts outside the white mist that they were trapped here. With our cultivation, we can at most hold on for 3 days. If the white mist doesn't disperse after 3 days, we can only fight it out. Qin Lai poured out a pill from the porcelain bottle in his hand. This pill became their trump card at a time like this. If they didn't have this pill to replenish their strength, they would have lost their will to fight in less than a day. Chapter 122. In the crypt, Li Zongjiu was swept away by the huge tentacle. Although he was caught off guard at first, Li Zongjiu soon used his own escape technique. Yuan power enveloped his entire body. Just as that languid octopus-like thing was about to stuff Li Zongjiu into its mouth, it immediately waved its sword and slipped out of the cave. His body landed on the ground in an instant. Around him was some sticky liquid that was jealous of him. Li Zongjiu rubbed his fingers and frowned. How disgusting! The moment he was caught, Li Zongjiu had already used his mind power to investigate the meta-beast. This is the legendary 9 fatal octopus of the fog snow pill sect. It's just a slightly bigger octopus. Li Zongjiu's heart sank, because he suddenly remembered that this octopus should be a creature from more than 300 years ago. It actually lived until now and was buried underground all year round. What did it rely on to survive? Soon, Li Zongjiu saw a place that was emitting light in this dark and damp environment. Heaven Veins 7-star grass. Li Zongjiu saw the legendary Heaven Veins 7-star grass. Not far from the Heaven Veins 7-star grass, there was a huge octopus monster entrenched. Its huge limbs were also constantly swaying in all directions. As it swayed and lifted, some sticky liquid flowed out. It looked extremely disgusting. Above the octopus monster's head, some blood flowed down and dripped onto the octopus monster's head. So this octopus monster used the power of the Heaven Veins 7-star grass to attract these meta-beasts. Li Zongjiu thought to himself, this octopus monster was quite smart. However, the octopus monster refused to leave because it was waiting for the Heaven Veins 7-star grass to mature. The 9 fatal octopus should have caught Li Zongjiu and eaten him. However, when it threw him into its mouth, it didn't eat anything. This puzzled the 9-headed deadly octopus. Unfortunately, Li Zongjiu's body was too small. It was not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Therefore, he simply ignored this matter. This octopus is at least 200 meters long. Li Zongjiu thought to himself. However, the most important thing right now was to pluck the Heaven Veins 7-star grass and leave this place. Such a giant octopus monster can almost dominate the underground world. It won't be easy to get it. Li Zongjiu observed for a while. Based on the aura of this octopus monster, It should also be at the peak of the Yuan general grade. As long as it ate the sky vein 7-star grass, the octopus monster would become a sky origin ancestor. No wonder Chu Oren was able to obtain the 7-star grass so easily in his previous life. If Chu Aoren were to take action, he would definitely be able to kill this 9 fatal octopus. I can't delay this any longer. Those elders will definitely ask the sect for help. At that time, Chu Aoren will definitely take action. It will be even more difficult to snatch the sky vein 7-star grass from Chu Aoren. Li Zongjiu thought to himself. Time was of the essence. He had to settle this in a short period of time. Otherwise, the situation would become even more complicated when Chu Aoren arrived. The Yuan power between heaven and earth gradually seeped through the ground. It surged towards the sky vein 7-star octopus. Rumble. The sky vein 7-star octopus emitted a radiant and holy power. When this power brushed past the 9 fatal octopus body, it immediately felt that the octopus body gradually became relaxed, as if it had entered a very relaxed state. How dare you absorb my sky vein 7-star grass? Li Zongjiu was instantly enraged when he saw this. It was not easy for him to find the sky vein 7-star grass. How could he let such an idiot waste it? Li Zongjiu immediately released his mental energy. At this moment, Li Zongjiu's mental energy seemed to have turned into a white chess piece. How did my mental energy become like this? Li Zongjiu thought that this was just a storage state. However, when he used his mental energy to attack, it still appeared in this state. However, just as Li Zongjiu was in shock, the 9 fatal octopus had already discovered this trace of fluctuation. It immediately woke up from the relaxed state. The entire underground cave also began to rumble and shake. Then, the thick tentacles swept towards Li Zongjiu from all directions. Boom! After sensing Li Zongjiu's existence, the 9 fatal octopus was obviously very angry and unhappy. How dare such a puny human act so presumptuously in its territory? As a peak level 3 meta beast, Li Zongjiu also knew how powerful this guy was. Now, the only power Li Zongjiu could use to defeat this meta beast in front of him was his mental energy. Forget it, this white chess piece is white then, Li Zongjiu thought. Although this mental energy was strange, it still had its power. Immediately, Li Zongjiu used his mental energy as a hidden weapon and directly hit the 9 fatal octopus. Boom! Li Zongjiu's move directly knocked the 9 fatal octopus over. The 9 fatal octopus's huge body suddenly began to roll in the sealed cave. It turned the entire place upside down. At the same time, the mud below was constantly being lifted up. Li Zongjiu propped up a portion of origin energy as a defense around his body. It blocked the mud from flying up. If he wanted to defeat this guy, he had to leave this place, Li Zongjiu thought. Although the mental energy attack just now was extremely penetrative, the gap between the two parties was still quite big. The octopus had lived for hundreds of years, so its mental energy was more or less above Li Zongjiu's strength. It just did not know how to use it. Li Zongjiu's attack. Immediately, the 9 fatal octopus felt pain. Pick the herb first. Li Zongjiu's figure immediately rushed towards the heaven vein 7-star grass. At this moment, Li Zongjiu had not come to fight with this big guy, but for the heaven vein 7-star grass. Whoosh! His figure rapidly approached. Amidst the chaos, the 9 fatal octopus also suddenly shot a large amount of 9 fatal gas in the direction of Li Zongjiu. Once the 9 fatal gas was wrapped around one's body, even if one's strength had reached the level of origin ancestor, he would definitely be dragged down and his cultivation level would plummet. There might even be side effects such as being in a trance. In the end, he would become a lunatic. 9 fatal gas? Block it for me. Li Zongjiu took out a blood bead from his chest. Immediately, the blood bead in his hand made a swoosh sound. It turned into a cloud of blood mist and blocked in front of him. It directly blocked all the 9 baleful chi. After all, this underground cave was where the 9 fatal octopus was located. It could not hold on for too long. Golden Dragon, Original Spirit. Li Zongjiu shouted in a low voice. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he directly wrapped the Heaven Vein 7-star grass in front of him with the energy in his hand. He grabbed it. According to his previous judgment, this Heaven Vein 7-star grass was on the verge of maturity. The white mist outside should have come because of the Heaven Vein 7-star grass's maturity. This heaven and earth treasure was indeed different. The breakthrough of one's state actually had the help of the power of heaven and earth. Just this point alone was enough to show how impressive the power of the Heaven Vein 7-star grass was. Caught it! Li Zongjiu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Li Zongjiu had already grasped the Heaven Vein 7-star grass in his hand. The tyrannical spiritual energy lingering in his hand also made Li Zongjiu's heart surge. Boom! Suddenly, the surrounding mud seemed to explode. Li Zongjiu was directly blown to the ground by the mud. Buzz! There seemed to be a surge of power rising from the 9 fatal octopus. It directly broke the ground and a huge figure rushed out of the ground. Li Zongjiu also returned to the ground again, covered in mud. When the 9 fatal octopus's figure completely climbed out of the ground, Li Zongjiu's eyes were filled with surprise. It's so big, even bigger than I thought. Chapter 123. It was obvious that the 9 fatal octopus had also seen Li Zongjiu. There was also the smell of the 7 stars Heaven Vein grass that still lingered in Li Zongjiu's body. This 7-star grass had been guarding this place for close to 300 years. Just as it was about to mature, the 7-star grass had been snatched away by someone else. Such monstrous anger caused the 9 fatal octopus to erupt. Dozens of tentacles propped up its huge body, and it immediately assumed the posture of a giant beast. When such a huge body stood up, it covered the sky and covered the sun. Li Zongjiu saw the 9 fatal octopus body growing bigger and bigger. Let's go. Li Zongjiu did not say anything. Since he had already gotten the elixir, there was no point in continuing the fight. Of course, he would let Chu Aoran deal with it. As the 7-star grass was plucked away, the white fog that was used to protect the area slowly disappeared. Elder Qin Lai and the others, who were prepared for a protracted battle, also stood up. Fortunately, they were not attacked while waiting in the white fog. When the elders stood up, they happened to see Chu Aoran and the others landing in front of them. As the sect master of the Fog Snow Elixir sect, he naturally paid attention to such a big event. When he saw the white fog gradually disappear, he immediately rushed over. Du Shuangjiang, the peak master of the Fierce Peak, accompanied him. As for the peak master of the Crimson Afterglow Peak, he was overseeing the sect and directing most of the disciples to carry out other matters. Seeing the arrival of Chu Aoran and Du Shuangjiang, these elders felt as if they were relieved of a heavy burden. It was as if they had been saved, and all of them relaxed. Sect Master, something bad has happened. Protector Li is, Qin Lai thought of Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu was dragged into the ground by the meta beast, and it was likely that he was done for. However, before Qin Lai could finish his words a thunderous boom could be heard. Boom! The mountain behind him seemed to have exploded. The cliffs in the Fog Snow Valley were also constantly shattered. This patio was easily shattered at this moment. Suddenly, a huge beast emerged from within. Its huge limbs kept climbing up the surrounding cliff. 9 Fatal Seal. It really is the 9 Fatal Octopus. Qin Lai and Yen Beihan saw this and cried out in surprise. Chu Aoran raised his head and saw the enormous 9 Fatal Octopus. It's actually the 9 Fatal Octopus? I didn't expect the records in the Fog Snow Valley to be real. The Fog Snow Valley wasn't originally occupied by the Fog Snow Alchemy sect, but by another sect. Later on, this sect declined, and the ruins were occupied by the Fog Snow Alchemy sect, who established a new sect. The records of the misty snow valley were passed down. He had never imagined that the 9 fatal octopus would actually exist. Then in front, is there someone running? Du Shuangjiang pointed to the front and said. A thin and weak figure was flying out of the forest at high speed. It's Li Zongjiu, Chu Aoran said. With his eyesight, he could naturally see it. Li Zongjiu's figure swayed, and the 9 fatal octopus chased after him. If it weren't for Li Zongjiu's exquisite footwork, he might have been thrown into the 9 fatal octopus's mouth again. A mere 9 fatal octopus dares to cause trouble in my sect's territory. Chu Aoran's voice was like a huge bell that spread everywhere. Like a rolling wave, it swept past Li Zongjiu's figure and rushed towards the mountain-like 9 fatal octopus, which was almost 300 meters behind him. Rumble! Chu Aoran's aura collided with the 9 fatal octopus. The 9 fatal octopus immediately released the 9 fatal octopus, which turned into a torrent and rushed down. Under the 9 fatal octopus, the lush trees below instantly withered and their leaves drifted away. Such a terrifying scene of withering was shocking even to ordinary people. In the eyes of the elders, they were also extremely fearful. Li Zongjiu smoothly dodged this attack. Even when he was running for his life, he didn't panic and was orderly. It seemed that he was very confident, which was why he arrived so easily. After his figure landed, Li Zongjiu also looked at Chu Aoran, who was fighting the 9 fatal octopus behind him. Protector Li, are you all right? Qin Lai stepped forward and hurriedly asked. They had abandoned Li Zongjiu in the fog snow valley and fled. It was indeed not very righteous, but in the situation at that time, no one dared to act rashly. They couldn't be blamed. Moreover, Li Zongjiu didn't count on them at all. It was better to leave one's life in one's own hands. I'm fine, Li Zongjiu said indifferently. He turned around and looked at the battle between Chu Aoran and the 9-headed fatal octopus. Such a scene was not much different from his previous life. With Chu Aoran's strength as a sky origin ancestor, killing the 9-headed fatal octopus could be said to be a piece of cake. After all, there was an entire level of difference between them. However, after killing the 9 fatal octopus, the Heaven Pulse 7-star herb would fall into Li Zongjiu's hands. When Li Zongjiu gathered enough herbs, he would refine the great overarching Heaven Pulse pill. Whether it was to prolong one's life, strengthen one's body, or increase one's origin energy, it wouldn't be a problem. Chu Aoran's sky origin ancestor aura was fully displayed. The slash of origin energy was incomparably sharp. It turned into a sharp sword and directly split the 9 fatal octopus into two. A peak level 3 origin beast's origin crystal was in his hands. This origin crystal was a kind of substance condensed in the body of a origin beast. It was also the core of the origin beast's power. Using this origin crystal could be used for many purposes, such as providing energy for an array, to refine this pill, or to use it for other purposes. These were all very common. Origin crystals also had their own attribute. The higher the level, the rarer the attribute and the greater the value. Just an ordinary peak level 3 origin crystal like this was worth more than 1,000,000 gold yuan. Not to mention that this was an origin crystal with 9 fatal aura. Sect Master is amazing! Qin Lai and the others exclaimed. As expected of the Sect Master of the Fog Snow Pellet Sect. Only with such strength could he protect the sect. Even without the elders, the Sect Master alone was enough to support the entire sect. This was the embodiment of one person and one sect. As long as the Sect Master was around, the Fog Snow Pellet Sect would also be around. I didn't expect this beast to really exist. Fortunately, there weren't too many casualties this time, Chu Aoran said. Then, his gaze fell on Li Zongjiu. Custodian Li, do you know why the 9 life-stealing octopus is underground? Chu Aoran's eyes were like needles that pierced towards Li Zongjiu. However, on the surface, he remained calm and collected. The 9 fatal octopus must be hiding at the bottom of the fog snow valley for a reason. Otherwise, it wouldn't stay here so foolishly. Among so many elders, only Li Zongjio was captured and successfully escaped. If it really wanted to do something, only Li Zongjio had the strength and opportunity to do so. I don't know. On the other hand, Li Zongjio calmly spat out 2 words. He was expressionless. With Chu Eoran's skills, he was still far from being able to get anything out of Li Zongjio. Chapter 124. Chu Eoran stared at Li Zongjio for a while, but Li Zongjio's body did not fluctuate at all. It was as if he was completely unaware. However, Chu Eoran knew that this was because Li Zongjio's own belief had reached a state of stubbornness. Others would want to see the flaw in Li Zongjio's body. That was almost an impossible thing. After a while, Chu Eoran withdrew his gaze. Since it was futile, there was no need to continue investigating. Since everyone is fine, let's go back and rest. Let the people from the Long Medicine Peak take away the corpse of this metabeast and see what it can be used to refine. Chu Eoran said. Li Zongjio and the others also left directly. They originally had 4 days to break through, but now that something like this had happened, their original cultivation plan was disrupted. Li Zongjio was also helpless. However, Li Zongjio also knew that from today onwards, the Yuan Qi gathering in the Fog Snow Valley would not happen again. The Fog Snow Valley existed in name only. Although the Yuan Qi in the Fog Snow Valley was denser than the outside world due to the remaining power of the Heaven Pulse 7-star grass, it would definitely not cause such a scene. Therefore, Li Zongjio did not have any use for staying here. That day, Li Zongjio left the Fog Snow Pill sect and returned to the Luoxia city as a protector. The cooperation between the Luoxia city's Li family and the Long Medicine Peak was still going on. With the Long Medicine Peak's agreement, the Li family's profits also increased exponentially. And today, the Li family received an invitation from the Northern Medicine City. The Northern Medicine Alliance of the Northern Medicine City invited the Li family's patriarch to the Northern Medicine City for a chat. Just when everyone was hesitating about what to do. If Li Tianqing went to the Northern Medicine Alliance, the outcome could be imagined. It was unknown whether he could survive, but it was certain that he would not be able to return in one piece. After all, the Li family killed their deputy alliance leader Shang Quan. This was a very serious matter. The Northern Medicine Alliance took so long to make a move. This made the Li family suspicious. Logically speaking, the Northern Medicine Alliance should have formed a storm and swept over the Li family. But now, he just received a plain invitation card. Family Headley, what do you think? This is an invitation personally written by our Northern Medicine Alliance's Alliance Master. You should at least reply so that I can go back and pass on the message. Within the Li family courtyard, a man sat on the high seat with his head held high. Beside him was Li Tianqing, who was carefully reading a gilded invitation in his hand. The signature is Mr. Fu Leichun. As far as I know, Fu Leichun should be an elder of the Northern Medicine Alliance, right? Li Tianqing ignored the other party's question. He heard Li Tianqing's words. The expression of the messenger from the Northern Medicine Alliance changed, and his face turned gloomy. Our old chief is ill and has abdicated. Now, Chief Fu is in charge of the Northern Medicine Alliance. Is there a problem? Oh haha, no. Whatever you say. Li Tianqing said repeatedly, as if he was afraid of offending the messenger. However, his words made the messenger feel that he was being perfunctory and disregarded. Li Tianqing didn't seem to care about his words at all. The attitude of these people from the Li family seemed to be quite arrogant. He was a messenger from the Northern Medicine Alliance. How dare they be so disrespectful to him? In such a small city like Luoxia City, there was actually a family with such a big temper. They were really short-sighted and did not know how to curry favor with him. This is an invitation card. Next time, it will be a letter of challenge. Family Headley, please think carefully. In addition, Family Headley, you must give an explanation for the matter of Deputy Chief Shang Quan. Otherwise, this matter will not be so simple, the messenger said lightly. The threat in his eyes was very obvious. What? What's the next time? Li Tianqing seemed to be a little hard of hearing. He had to repeat the same sentence twice. A letter of challenge. Li Tianqing, don't put on an act in front of me. You know very well what your Li family has done. Now, either you obediently follow me back to Northern Medicine City, or I'll let our people from the Northern Medicine Alliance stay in Luoxia City for a few days. Obviously, the Northern Medicine Alliance had undergone a great change of personnel. But the abdication of the chief should be replaced by the deputy chief. Now that the deputy chief was missing, there had to be an explanation. As long as Li Tianqing was taken away, they could give an explanation, whether it was to be a scapegoat or to prove it casually. Then, the Li family would be lost. The consequences of killing a deputy chief would not be so simple. What's going on? Just when Li Tianqing was about to continue playing dumb, a voice sounded from outside the house. Hearing this voice, everyone turned their heads to look at the source of the voice. Li Zongjiu walked in from outside the house. When he just came back, he heard that someone from the Northern Medicine Alliance had come. Regardless of whether they were here to settle scores or to do something else, Li Zongjiu did not care. Were you the one who slammed the table just now? Li Zongjiu looked at the messenger from the Northern Medicine Alliance. This messenger had some status in the Northern Medicine Alliance, and he was now Fu Chunlei's trusted aide. After Fu Chunlei ascended to the position, a lowly person like him naturally rose to the heavens. Now that he came to Luoxia City to show off, he found that the people from the Li family were either stupid or dumb. After all this time, it turned out that they were just pretending to be dumb. This made him very angry. Now, a junior had come in, and he was very rude. Pointing at me? Does he have any seniority? How can I let a kid interrupt when the adults are talking? Moreover, I didn't slam the table just now. I didn't, the messenger said. Throw him out. My Li family's table is not something you can casually slam, Li Zongjiu said directly. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Xuanwu had already stood up. In an instant, he came in front of the messenger. Before the messenger could quibble, he was directly grabbed and thrown out. Plop! The messenger fell to the ground in a daze. Although he was a trusted aide, his strength was not flattering. In front of Li Tianqing and the others, he was considered powerful. But in front of Gu Xuanwu, it was a piece of cake. He easily threw the messenger out. Seeing Li Zongjiu appear, Gu Xuanwu did not say anything. As soon as this guy came in, that arrogant look on his face showed that he wanted to throw him out of the room. But Li Tianqing did not give the order, so he could only continue to delay. Why did you cause trouble as soon as you came back? That is the messenger of the Northern Medicine Alliance. Li Tianqing saw Li Zongjiu's recklessness and could not help but say anxiously. The Northern Medicine Alliance. Li Zongjiu seemed to have suddenly realized. The messenger who was thrown to the ground also climbed up with his hands on his waist. You wait for me. Since he is from the Northern Medicine Alliance, just arrest him, Li Zongjiu said. Immediately, the guards of the Li family stepped forward and grabbed the messenger. How dare you? Li Tianqing, you are really bold. Your Li family will die. Chapter 125. The result was obvious. The messenger from the Northern Medicine Alliance was not only thrown into the dungeon, but he was also severely beaten. He wanted to show this guy the power of the whip. The Northern Medicine Alliance sent me such an invitation. They obviously want me to take the blame, Li Tianqing said. It's just the Northern Medicine Alliance. After some time, these people will either come to apologize in person or directly destroy them. Li Zongjiu glanced at the invitation in his hand. It was not an invitation. It was clearly written in a commanding tone. It was directly torn apart by Li Zongjiu. Zongjio, you're so young. Why are you so murderous? Li Tianqing could not help but frown. With a personality like that, if one day you really meet a tough opponent, you'll probably be the one who'll be in trouble. How can there be a war without bloodshed? Since father gave me this name, I will do it, Li Zongjio said directly. These words made Li Tianqing speechless. After that, Li Zongjio chatted with Li Tianqing for a while about the development of the Li family's business recently. When he heard that Bai Luoxue had led the Li and Bai family's troops into the Huangyuan mine and even fought against the 3 mounted bandits, Li Zongjio was stunned by her ruthless methods. Although both sides suffered a lot of losses, through such a battle, they also showed their firm stand. It also let the people in Flying Cloud City, who were close by, know the power of the Li family and the Bai family. The families in this small Luoxia city were just a group of mobs, but such a situation happened. For a time, some of the forces that wanted to bully the Li family stopped in their tracks. In their hearts, they had to carefully weigh their options. After all, no one wanted to provoke a tough bone. By the way, your grandfather's birthday is in half a month's time. I've already prepared everything. You can go over first and make the arrangements. There have been so many things going on recently. I'll go over on the same day. Li Zongjio's grandfather lived in a small town called Guanxi Town, which was more than 4,000 li west of Luoxia City. In the past, Li Zongjio had also headed west. Eventually, he found the love of his life in Guanxi Town, who was Li Zongjio's mother. After his rebirth, Li Zongjio had not seen his mother for a long time. Thinking back, although his mother was strict with Li Zongjio, whoever dared to say anything bad about Li Zongjio would grab a rolling pin and rush out of the kitchen. He gave the other party and his father a good beating. All right, Li Zongjio said. He was not going alone this time. There was a carriage full of silk, gold, silver, and jewelry that would be transported by carriage. In addition to the guards in charge of transportation, Gu Man also set off with Li Zongjio. Li Gui was also the leader of the Li family guard. Since they had seen the young master's ability, there was no one in the Li family who did not admire Li Zongjio. No one did not want to work beside their young master. Maybe they could be taught a thing or two. Before they left, Li Zongjio also came to the Li family's alchemy hall. These days, Wang Jing had been living quite comfortably. However, the alchemy disciples below him had suffered one by one. However, these people were surprisingly obedient. They even had a sense of blind worship for Wang Jing. Others did not dare to imagine that such a situation would occur. However, Li Zongjio had expected it. Wang Jing was not bragging. Back then, Wang Jing had really been to the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion of the dynasty. However, it was the trip to the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion that awakened Wang Jing's talent in alchemy. This was because there were some things that were not known to outsiders. In short, they were jealous. With the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle in charge of the family, Li Zongjio was absolutely assured. Even if the people from northern Medicine City wanted to kill their way in, they would have to invite an expert like Chu Aoran. Only then would it be possible for them to exterminate the Li family. However, it would be especially easy to invite a sky origin ancestor like Chu Aoran to help. It took nearly 10 days to reach Guanxi Town from Luoxia City. Traveling 400 miles in a day was considered relatively fast for a journey of 4,000 miles. Although the journey was long, it was also full of challenges. Li Zongjio was not worried. If there were really people who did not know what was going on, he would just kill them directly. He could also use this opportunity to study it properly. Ancient Golden Tyrant Body Technique by Shen Fu. What kind of origin technique was hidden in the blood dragon's origin soul? Li Zongjio was extremely curious. Every single one of these was a top-notch existence. The method of charging to the saint level with 4 dragons is correct. However, forcefully merging the strength that the 4 great dragon souls have already cultivated is naturally something that I will not be able to endure. If these 4 types of strength had been in my body from the very beginning, and I had cultivated them all by myself, before finally merging them together, this should be the true 4 dragons charging to the saint level. Li Zhongjiu had consulted various ancient books in the past. Now, he had finally understood the profound meaning of this. After comprehending this point, Li Zhongjiu realized how difficult it was to break through to the saint stage. These 4 dragon soul supremes had already spent their entire lives and efforts to break through to such a realm. If it were Li Zhongjiu, he would need at least 4 times as much time and opportunities, or even more. This process was also unimaginable. Let's go to Guanxi town. Li Zhongjiu waved his hand. This time there were 5 carriages and 2 carriages. They moved forward quickly. Generally speaking, 2 carriages would be prepared for a journey. Firstly, it was used to change the route. Secondly, it could also deceive the enemy. During this process, at least the enemy would not be able to distinguish between the real and the fake. In case something like an assassination happened, it could more or less block it. Gu Man was in charge of driving the carriage, and walked at the front. As for Li Zhongjiu, he was quietly cultivating in the carriage. While cultivating the Baishan Fu, he was also cultivating the ancient golden tyrant body technique. Li Gui, who was the most experienced, rode a horse and led the way in front. This journey was known as the border of the Tianyan dynasty. It was the largest forest of elemental beasts, called the Black Water Forest. The entire Black Water Forest was the territory of the elemental beasts. It was sparsely populated, but because the number of treasures produced was relatively small, it was considered an extremely unpopular place. If one was injured or trapped here, it was estimated that one would not be able to wait for half a day for an adventurer or mercenary to come. Although it was said that they were walking on the border, it was still very easy for accidents to happen in the Black Water Forest. They had to be extra careful. Chapter 126. The surroundings were pitch black, and the fallen leaves were silent. There was only a bonfire burning quietly, and the crackling of the dried branches brought about some sparks. The flames circled in the sky, then extinguished. Li Zhongjiu's team was resting here. Gu Man was lying on a rock, the black wind blowing, and the moonlight shining on his head. Suddenly, he seemed to smell blood in the air. He immediately got up, crawled on the rock, and stared in front of him. He took out the dagger from his chest and stared in front of him. Outside of Luoxia City, it was necessary to bring a defensive weapon. After all, some meta-beasts were not strong, but their skin was thick, and their defense was strong. If one did not use a weapon, it would be very difficult to break through their defense. This was not some cruel and bloodthirsty meta-beast. It was a small black fox. "This is a black crystal fox," Gu Man exclaimed. As someone who had rich experience in fighting in the wild, he was naturally familiar with black crystal foxes. If someone could catch this black crystal fox, it would be equivalent to owning a mansion in a first-tier city. It was a symbol of nobility and mystery. Why is this black crystal fox here? Black crystal foxes only liked to stay in their own caves and rarely came out. Moreover, the places they lived in usually had powerful spiritual creatures. If one could find a black crystal fox, it would be equivalent to finding a heavenly treasure. How could they not be rich? What's going on? It's a black crystal fox. Should we catch it? Li Gui also moved to Gu Man's side. Although his reaction was not as sharp as Gu Man's, he was still the captain of the guards. His intuition told him that something was wrong. When he moved closer to take a look, he also discovered that it was a black crystal fox. Look at what the black crystal fox is holding in its mouth. Gu Man pointed at the black crystal fox. The black crystal fox was holding something in its mouth. Gu Man had little experience in this area. Li Gui immediately saw what the black crystal fox was holding in its mouth. It's white jade crispy bamboo shoots. It has the effect of strengthening bones and tendons, as well as the effect of regenerating muscles. This is a rare spiritual medicine. Li Zongjio cried out in alarm. At this moment, the black crystal fox seemed to have found the right direction and leaped towards Li Zongjio. If the creature that had charged into Li Zongjio's carriage had been a snake or an aggressive metabeast, Li Gui and the others would have already taken action and captured the black crystal fox. However, this black crystal fox seemed to have come to deliver a treasure to them, so they didn't make a move. Instead, they carefully observed it. If Li Zongjio directly called for help, then they wouldn't hesitate to kill him. However, Li Zongjio's carriage was completely calm. Not long after, the black crystal fox emerged from the carriage and left the campsite. When Li Gui and Gu Man saw this scene, both of them revealed a trace of shock in each other's eyes. The black crystal fox is giving him a treasure? This is fucking amazing! He had probably never seen such a shocking scene in his entire life. They couldn't help but praise their young master's remarkable abilities. To think that the black crystal fox would actually deliver its treasures to him. Li Zongjio, who was in the carriage, looked at the black crystal fox. A trace of disbelief appeared in his eyes as he looked at the white jade crispy bamboo shoot in his hand. I didn't expect this white god fu to have such an effect. It can communicate with all things. This is the true use of mental energy. It can't directly kill people. Although in his previous life, Li Zongjio had already become the evil lord, in this life, he had been reborn. His cultivation should have improved by leaps and bounds. However, this Li Zongjio had comprehended something that he hadn't comprehended in his previous life. He also had a deeper understanding of cultivation. Just now, Li Zongjio had only tried to release his mental energy to the black crystal fox. According to the description of the white god Fu, he had dispersed a summoning intent. However, after waiting for a long time, he didn't see any movement. Just when Li Zongjio thought that this thing was useless, the black crystal fox delivered its treasure to him. This saved Li Zongjio a lot of trouble. This is a good method. Just when Li Zongjio was excitedly trying to cultivate his white god Fu. In the black water forest, several figures were hurriedly moving forward. It was here just now. I clearly saw it. That black crystal fox really passed by here with the white jade crispy bamboo shoot in its mouth. One of them said. There was a strange symbol engraved on his clothes. If Li Zongjio was here, he would definitely recognize that this was the uniform of the Black Zen sect. The entire Black Zen sect was intercepted and killed. They either fled or scattered. Who would have thought that they would reappear in the black water forest? Trash, you can't even watch a fox. An angry voice scolded. However, this voice's accent wasn't very smooth. It shouldn't be someone from around here. Under the moonlight, one could see that this person had coarse curly hair, a high nose bridge, and azure eyes. The handle of the scimitar in his hand was embedded with a few gems. This was the style of the outland. In the Xingyan dynasty, there was still a piece of land that had not been recovered. Due to various reasons, it was left behind. This piece of land was called the Outlands. The people in this Outlands were a mix of good and bad people, and it was filled with chaos. And these people from the Outlands definitely didn't come to the Xingyan dynasty with good intentions. The person from the Black Zen sect was scolded. His expression was obviously not good, but he didn't dare to say anything. At that moment, he could only blame the anger in his heart on the black crystal fox. It was all the black crystal fox's fault for disappearing too quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been scolded. These people from the Outlands were arrogant and despotic. If they were in a bad mood, they might just kill someone. Now that even the Black Zen sect leader had to listen to them, they naturally had nothing to say. Moreover, these people from the Outlands were very strong. Suddenly, a black light flashed in front of him. The person from the Black Zen sect was shocked. There, I see it, the black crystal fox. It's the black crystal fox. The black crystal fox's figure was running at top speed. However, this time, it couldn't escape this disaster. The Outlands expert with the treasured saber pulled out the long saber at his waist and swung it in front of him. Boom! The saber whistled and accurately chopped the black crystal fox's foot. Immediately, a miserable cry was heard. The black crystal fox's foot was directly chopped off. Blood dripped. It curled up in pain. In the next second, then, he lifted the black crystal fox with one hand. I want to see how this little thing with a broken leg can run now, the Outlands expert, Jin Yu-jun, said with a cruel smile on his face. It was as if he saw the black crystal fox struggling in pain. The happier he was, the more excited he was. Chapter 127. The black crystal fox was caught. The people from the Black Zen sect saw that the black crystal fox's leg had been cut off and cried out in alarm. Aya, this black crystal fox is an expert at finding treasures. If its leg is cut off, how are we going to find the elixir? How are we going to lead the way? You said that if we find this thing, we can find the white jade crispy bamboo shoot. Now you're telling me that we can't find it? Are you playing with me? Jin Yu-jun shouted angrily. The people from the Black Zen sect patiently explained the situation to Jin Yu-jun. Finally, Jin Yu-jun frowned. It's so troublesome to find something. This little thing is already useless. If it's useless, then I'll just kill it. Jin Yu-jun sneered. This black crystal fox was so weak that it could be easily slaughtered. How pitiful! Jin Yu-jun immediately threw the black crystal fox into the sky with his left hand. Firstly, it was to satisfy his anger. Secondly, it was to let the people from the Black Zen sect know that he, Jin Yu-jun, was powerful. It was time to show them his power. This way, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly and would know what it meant to be obedient. Just as Jin Yu-jun was about to pull out his blade, he realized that the black crystal fox above his head had disappeared. It disappeared? Did it grow wings and fly away? Suddenly, Jin Yu-jun's body felt a trace of vigilance. It was an extremely dangerous aura that was being released. Jin Yu-jun, who had fought on the battlefield for many years and climbed out of piles of corpses, immediately felt the dense killing intent. What? Although Jin Yu-jun was vigilant, he didn't react in time. There was already someone standing behind him. Even with his back facing the person, Jin Yu-jun could clearly feel the killing intent in the eyes of the person behind him. It was a killing intent that could truly kill. If Jin Yu-jun dared to act recklessly, the person behind him would definitely kill him. Who is it? The four people from the Black Zen sect also saw the figure that suddenly appeared. When did this person appear behind them? They didn't notice at all. It was too scary. Fortunately, this person was standing behind Jin Yu-jun. Did you chop off this black crystal fox's leg? A voice rang in Jin Yu-jun's ears. However, Jin Yu-jun had a feeling that this voice came from the Nine Serenities Hell. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Based on Jin Yu-jun's judgment, he only had one chance to draw his blade. Friend, I'm from Qingyuan Villa. If you have anything to say, let's talk nicely. Li Zhongjio's eyes turned cold. In the next instant, he flicked his finger and a stream of yuan energy shot towards Jin Yu-jun's ear. By the time Jin Yu-jun realized what was going on, Li Zhongjio directly cut off half of the ear. Damn it! Anger flashed in Jin Yu-jun's eyes. The piercing pain in his ears was unbearable. At the same time, Jin Yu-jun was also looking for an opportunity to strike. Looks like you're the one who did it. Then leave your leg behind. Li Zhongjio said calmly. Jin Yu-jun was shocked. Kill him for me! Jin Yu-jun shouted. At the same time, he reached for the long blade at his waist. The action of unsheathing the long blade had been practiced countless times. However, when he used it this time, he realized that something was wrong, because there was nothing on his waist. A wave of fear came from his heart. Jin Yu-jun immediately realized what was going on. At the same time, his body rushed forward. However, Li Zhongjio had already swung his blade down. Shwa! Jin Yu-jun's legs were left on the ground. His thighs fell to the ground with a thud. My leg! Jin Yu-jun roared in pain. The yuan energy in his body immediately wrapped around the wound. He knew the sharpness of his 7-star treasure blade. At this moment, even if he wanted to escape, he had no legs to run to. He could only watch as his legs were still in front of him. Go! Kill him! The 4 people from the Black Zen sect were about to charge towards Li Zongjio when they saw a dozen figures suddenly appear from the darkness. The leader was as strong as an ox. He did not fear any blade or spear as he charged forward. His fist exerted force and instantly smashed one of the Black Zen sect experts to the ground. Bang! The Black Zen sect member immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His mind was in chaos. Gu Man roared like a beast that had just escaped from its cage. An ambush! However, it was already too late. Li Zongjio led his men out of the darkness. The 3 people were already frightened by Li Zongjio's invincible might. Now that so many people had appeared to ambush them, none of them dared to resist. He was pinned to the ground in no time. Li Zongjio glanced at the black crystal fox in his arms. At this moment, the black crystal fox had already lost its life due to excessive blood loss. Even though Li Zongjio had more than 3,000 years of experience, and even though he had already seen through life and death, he was still extremely furious when he saw such a situation. If you kill me, you will become an enemy of Qingyuan Villa, Jin Yujun said in a deep voice. At this moment, he used his yuan power to seal the wound. Although it temporarily reduced the pain to a minimum, the shock he felt when he saw his own legs in front of him was indescribable. He could only temporarily suppress the anger and shock in his heart. At the same time, he had to stay awake. Right now, the most important thing was to survive. He could not die like this. Only by living could he take revenge. Qingyuan Villa? When they heard the name of Qingyuan Villa, whether it was Gu Man or Li Gui, both of them were shocked in their hearts because the reputation of the Qingyuan Villa was too great. In the entire Xingyan dynasty it was a famous existence. This was because the owner of Qingyuan Villa was the current first prince of the dynasty, King Qingyuan. This so-called first prince was one of the younger brothers of the emperor. However, the title of first prince meant that his cultivation was the strongest. Among all the princes, King Qingyuan was the most powerful. Furthermore, he was a genuine Yuan monarch powerhouse. A living Yuan monarch powerhouse could be said to be invincible. Moving mountains and filling seas was a piece of cake for them. Ascending to the top in a single bound was not a difficult task for them. Unexpectedly, in such a remote black water forest, he actually met King Qingyuan's subordinate. Since he was a member of Qingyuan Villa, he could not be casually killed by an outsider. If that was the case, where would King Qingyuan put his face? Oh? Qingyuan Villa? Was it that idiot Villa who wanted to rebel but was killed without leaving a single piece of armor behind? You are the only one who treats it as a treasure. Li Zongjio recalled. Qingyuan Villa was indeed quite famous in his previous life. However, the owner of Qingyuan Villa was really a fool. He thought that he had recruited some experts and won over some people's hearts. He even wanted to be the Wulin Alliance's leader or something. However, in the end, he wanted to rebel. In just one night, the experts of Qingyuan Manor were all either dead or injured. At the same time, a big fire burned Qingyuan Villa for 7 days and 7 nights. During the burning period, no one dared to put out the fire. Those were hellish screams. There were also cries for help that filled the air above Qingyuan Villa. In short, the outcome was very tragic. How could the dignity of the imperial family be so easily shaken? Therefore, Li Zongjio mocked the person in front of him. Since you are from Qingyuan Villa, then I will do you a favor and send you on your way. Li Zongjio's voice fell. He directly chopped down with his long saber. Swoosh. 2 slashes. Clean and neat. He directly chopped off Jin Yojuan's hand. Ah! Jin Yujun immediately shouted loudly. This kind of pain was simply heart-wrenching. The most important thing was, when his arms were chopped off, it immediately caused a gap to appear in his body. The origin energy in his body could no longer be gathered. Instantly, the pain of his hands and legs being chopped off directly attacked his heart. This made Jin Yujun hover between life and death in pain. Li Zongjiu lowered his body and buried the black crystal fox in front of Jin Yojuan's body. Jin Yujun couldn't move at all. He wanted to fall down but found that he couldn't. The four of you watch him die. If not, you will die with him, Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Chapter 128. In the end, the four people from the Black Zen sect all knelt around Jin Yujun. They stared at Jin Yujun. If Jin Yujun didn't die, they would be the ones to die. They didn't know where these people came from. Jin Yujun, who had the strength of a grade 6 Yuan master. He couldn't resist at all. This young man was terrifyingly powerful. Li Zongjiu and the others were already far away. Li Zongjiu felt extremely regretful that the black crystal fox was killed. After all, he had just established a spiritual connection with it. But now it was killed. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was the first to know. He had just understood the charm of the white god Fu. But it wasn't a pity, because Li Zongjiu had already avenged him. Young master? Aren't we going to kill them? These people seem to be from the Black Zen sect, Li Gui said in a low voice. Ever since the incident with Li Changjiang, news of the Black Zen sect had spread throughout the Li family. Everyone had to be extra careful. If they found traces of the Black Zen sect, they had to be extra careful. Although he knew that the young master had his own plans, how could the young master not think of what he could think of? Don't worry. They won't live past tonight. Let's continue on our way. After such a battle, they were all very excited. Since that was the case, they might as well set off directly to avoid wasting time on the road. Li Zongjiu and the others were driving the carriage, so they were naturally slower. By the time Li Tianqing set out, he would be riding at full speed or in some other way. A distance of 4,000 miles was not a long distance. The four people from the Black Zen sect knelt here. They looked at Jin Yujun, whose 4 limbs were all cut off. At this moment, Jin Yujun could no longer speak. He could only open his mouth and whimper. To be honest, to be able to hold on until now without losing consciousness was already very impressive. Seeing the pain on Jin Yojuan's face and the broken limbs in front of them, the impact made the 4 Black Zen sect members shudder in fear. The rumbling sound of carriage wheels came from afar. They looked at each other. They had been kneeling here for at least an hour. Those people must have had the leisure to hide behind them and spy on them. Coupled with the sound of the wheels turning, they must have left. They should have left, right? Even if they didn't leave, they should be somewhere far away. We just have to hurry and rush into the Blackwater Forest. That's right. As long as we enter the forest, we won't be afraid of anything. Let's split up first and regroup when it's safe? All right. The 4 of them whispered. Jin Yujun was still alive, but he was ready to die at any time. It didn't matter if Jin Yujun died. After all, he was the one who wanted to hurt the little fox. It had nothing to do with them. The most important thing was that they had to try their best to survive. Immediately, the 4 of them counted to 3 and abruptly dashed off in 4 different directions. However, the moment they stood up, they regretted it. They realized that they had nowhere to go. Around them, there were already over 100 starving black water wolves staring at them in the darkness. At this moment, as soon as they moved, hundreds of black water wolves suddenly rushed out from the darkness. This kind of momentum was like a tide. A devouring torrent from the darkness rushed towards them. Although these people from the Black Zen sect were fierce, everyone's strength was around the level of a first-grade Yuan master. However, after kneeling for so long, their bones were already weak. In addition, these black water wolves were ferocious. In just a few minutes, they couldn't resist anymore. I hate it. I shouldn't have gotten up. The figures of the Blackwater wolves drowned these people. Hundreds of hungry wolves devoured the 5 corpses clean. There were still some skulls with bits of flesh left. They were left on the ground. Li Zongjiu and the others, who were far away, heard the cries of the black water wolves. Hearing this, Li Gui and the others felt their scalps go numb. At this moment, they hadn't gone far. In addition, after some identification, they guessed that these wolf howls came from the place just now. They didn't expect the young master to have such an ability to summon a pack of wolves. Could it be that the young master was the reincarnation of the king of the forest? In his heart, Li Gui had already labeled Li Zongjiu with a few strange labels, but none of them were symbols of mysticism. The convoy continued to move forward slowly. Along the way, there were many times when they met some fellows who came to block their way. Li Zongjiu also instructed to just give them money and send them away. If they could solve the problem with money, they would try their best not to use violence. That would waste too much energy. If they were covered in blood, they would have to take a bath and wash their clothes. In addition, the Li family was like the sun in the sky, and their wealth was rolling in. This money was not a problem at all. At the same time, with Li Gui and Gu Man, two great experts, these bandits did not dare to act recklessly. After receiving the money, they obediently left. The journey was more than 10 days, and it could be said that they were travel-worn. They were only 300 miles away from Guanxi town. In one more day, they would be able to arrive. Over the past few days, Li Zongjiu had gained a lot of experience in this aspect of cultivation. The blood dragon origin spirit must have a yuan formula hidden in it. However, with Li Zongjiu's current level, he was still unable to touch it. Therefore, Li Zongjiu simply focused on studying these two aspects. It seems that after the situation here settles down, I have to go out and gain experience. There are still some things that I need to snatch. Li Zongjiu thought in his heart. Although he might not be able to recall the memories of his previous life clearly. However, Li Zongjiu still remembered some of the more important things. For Li Zongjiu, the time and place of some heavenly treasures could be obtained in advance. It was also a good opportunity to try and see if he could enter the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. He had to study it well. With Li Zongjiu's previous life's experience, he speculated that there must be some hidden secret in the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Therefore, he had to find it. Li Zongjiu had already reached other realms. He only needed time to restore his realm. However, that was Yao Yao's indefinite saint realm. Li Zongjiu still had to try hard. If there were no challenges and pursuits in life, everything would become meaningless. Suddenly, Li Zongjiu's carriage shook violently. With a boom, one of the wheels of the carriage was directly blown off. Bang! The carriage flipped over and fell to the ground. Even Gu Man, who was in charge of driving, fell to the ground. Enemy attack! Li Gui turned around and saw that the young master's carriage had been blown over. How could this be? Moreover, this should have been an ambush. There should have been a hidden bomb buried under the ground early on. To be able to get such a thing, one must not have an ordinary background. This was because only the dynasty had such a thing. If one used it privately, it would be against the law. Autumn wind of Mount Mang is here. Guys, kill them. Leave the women and their belongings behind. Don't let anyone else go. Chapter 129. Mang Mountain's Autumn Wind General. This name sounded a little funny. However, the people living near Guanxi town were extremely fearful of General Qiu Feng of Mount Mang. The road they were on was called Mang Mountain. And this Autumn Wind General, he was the self-proclaimed king of this generation. He was extremely cruel and merciless. His men were called the Autumn Wind Army. Wherever the Autumn Wind Army passed, not even a blade of grass would grow. This person by the name of Qiu Feng Jiang, not only did he possess frightening strength, more importantly, he had connections with this person. It was said that he had connections with the guard mansion of Guanxi town. The guard mansion was the headquarters of the armed forces in this town. The firearms provided by some empires were also secretly provided to General Qiu Feng by the House of Guardians. This kind of underground trade had existed for a long time. Officials colluded with bandits. As a result, The people of Guanxi town were living in an abyss of suffering. Some caravans that were not strong enough, or if they were not prepared, would be severely injured by the autumn wind of Mount Mang and suffer heavy losses. Usually, those who knew the rules would prepare the women and jewelry in advance and send them over directly to inform them. Li Gui and the others obviously did not know the rules here. Therefore, the Autumn Wind Army was prepared to kill one to warn the others. Once in a while, a murder would let the people around know that the Autumn Wind Army's strength was not undeserved. If they had real strength, they had to make a name for themselves. Only then would people be afraid of them in the future. This was Autumn Wind General's idea. Li Zongjiu came out of the carriage. The guards of the Li family also gathered together. A rain of arrows came from the enemy. The guards of the Li family immediately looked for cover to block the arrows. Arrows flew in the air. Gu Man let out a low roar, and directly tore down a piece of wood from the broken carriage. Using it as a shield, he rushed towards the group of archers. Ding! 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 The wooden board was shot like a hedgehog. Gu Man approached and suddenly threw out the wooden board in his hand. At the same time, his ferocious hand grabbed the nearest archer. "Get out of my way!" The archer was like a little chick as he was flung away. He smashed into a rock, causing a comminuted fracture. He could no longer get up. Gu Man, who had rushed into the group of archers, was like a wolf in a flock of sheep, showing off his invincible might. Even General Qiu Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the valiant Gu Man in the distance. At such a time, the braver one was, the greater the chance of breaking out. The more one hid, the more miserable the outcome would be. It would be easier for them to be killed. This was an unchanging law. Therefore, one should never be afraid of death on the battlefield. Take that brat down. Qiu Feng saw Li Zongjiu, who had just poked his head out. This guy looked clean and was well protected by these guards. He must be an important person. This group of people didn't seem to be easy to deal with. Every one of them was well trained. Facing the enemy, they didn't panic at all. Obviously, they were experienced. This gave General Qiu Feng a headache. However, now that he was an arrow that had left the bow, there was no way to take it back. No matter how stubborn he was, he had to take him down. Under General Qiu Feng's command, 3 people immediately galloped forward. These 3 people held long spears and formed a triangular charging formation. From this, it could be seen that they were well-trained and very experienced experts. Li Gui quickly locked onto the 3 enemies that were charging at him. The other party quickly approached. "Fire the crossbow," Li Gui ordered. Suddenly, a guard pushed out a crossbow from the group of people. This kind of crossbow was also a mechanical weapon. As long as you could make it, you could use it. Often in the process of battle, the ballista was a very destructive defensive weapon. A series of arrows were shot out. Out of the 3 horses, 2 of them were immediately shot down. The last person was already less than 20 meters away from Li Gui and the others. Li Gui was already holding a sharp sword in his hand. His figure rushed forward, ready to fight with this person. However, he saw that person's foot tapped, and his figure rose into the air, somersaulting several times in the air. The tip of the spear was pointed downwards. Like a poisonous dragon drilling, it slashed down towards Li Zongjiu's head. Not good. Li Gui wanted to block this person. This person's move was extraordinary. The surrounding elemental energy surged with an extremely sharp aura. However, 2 waves of energy attacked from behind. The 2 people who had fallen off their horses just now had caught up. The Li family's guards were also exchanging blows with a large number of bandits. There were shouts and screams everywhere. "Take my spear. Sky-piercing thunder spear." This was a 2nd-grade elemental skill. This person was also a 4th-grade elemental master. As for Li Zongjiu's cultivation, when he was in Wuxue Pill sect, he was already a 6th-grade elemental master. A few days ago, he had also experienced a breakthrough. Now, he was an 8th-grade elemental master. When the other party's attack landed, Although the surging lightning energy in the surroundings did indeed give people a sense of nervousness, it was still not enough. However, in front of Li Zongjio, it was just child's play. "Young master, be careful!" Li Gui roared. The eyes of the person who descended from the sky flashed with a cold light. "Your young master is dead for sure." In the next moment, the elemental energy in his body surged wildly, exploding along the tip of the spear. Like a lightning snake, it blasted towards Li Zongjio. When the lightning appeared, the power of the sky-piercing thunder had already arrived in front of Li Zongjio. Boom! Li Zongjio's body suddenly exploded violently. Dust filled the air. Gravel filled with intense energy shot out. Pfft! A figure directly spat out blood and flew backwards. Qiu Fengjiang, who was on a distant hillside, saw this scene and immediately widened his eyes. Qiu Fengjiang was wearing iron armor and a golden helmet. This attire, at the same time, showed that Qiu Fengjiang was a self-proclaimed general. What's going on? Qiu Fengjiang couldn't understand. Didn't his subordinate use his ultimate move to directly kill Li Zongjio? Why did he fly backwards and spit out blood? Just as Qiu Fengjiang continued to stare at his subordinate in front of him, he realized that his subordinate's figure was flying towards him in a strange way and trajectory. Boom! Not good, stop him! Qiu Fengjiang immediately roared, but it was too late. The subordinate directly crashed into Qiu Fengjiang, and a long spear pierced through his stomach. Qiu Fengjiang was knocked off his horse, and his stomach was directly pierced through by a long spear. "General, what happened to you?" "General!" Seeing this, the surrounding people immediately jumped off their horses and came to Qiu Fengjiang's side. However, Qiu Fengjiang was indifferent. This spear directly took away his life. His internal organs had already been shattered. Qiu Fengjiang fell off his horse. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, a young voice came from the battlefield below. "Kill them all." Chapter 130. There were rules in Jianghu. If everyone abided by the rules, the situation would naturally calm down. However, there were often people who liked to break the rules and act recklessly with their self-righteous strength. Therefore, Li Zongjio didn't show any mercy to such people who didn't abide by the rules and didn't care about morality. He immediately killed Qiu Fengjiang. Even with Qiu Fengjiang's heavy armor and his strength as a 5th-grade Yuan master, he was unable to dodge the spear. In such a small place, such strength and military strength was enough to establish an entire family. However, these people just had to occupy this place and do such cruel and bloody things. Since Li Zongjio was here, he had to take care of these people. He was not chivalrous. Li Zongjio was not a very righteous person. For his own benefit, he could kill people. However, he was not a bad person. At the very least, Li Zongjio had his own principles. The name of Evil Lord was not fabricated out of thin air. With young Master Li Zongjio's order and the killing of the enemy's leader, the morale of this side was greatly boosted. Although there were only a dozen guards. Previously, these guards had been trained by old Master Gu Xuanwu. As a result, they were able to reach a state where they could cooperate with each other tacitly. At the same time, the most important thing was that they were not afraid of killing. Only real blood and the flames of war could make people grow. Therefore, Li Zongjio was quite satisfied with these guards. At the very least, they did not panic. Immediately, Li Gui led the guards to counterattack. On the other side, Gu Man was also fighting to his heart's content, restraining all the archers. Only someone like Gu Man could become an overlord in the future with such a ferocious aura. Li Zongjio thought in his heart. From the beginning, the foundation had been laid. Gu Man was not afraid of battle at all. Like a brave vanguard general, he rushed to the forefront of the battlefield and tore apart the enemy's formation. In the end, the Qiu Fengjiang army was completely defeated. After losing their backbone, these people ran away. They threw away their armor along the way. The guards of the Li family were covered in blood, and the swords in their hands were chipped like teeth. This was a true blood-soaked battle. More than 100 people were lying on the ground. With only a dozen or so people, they actually managed to kill their way out of the encirclement of nearly 300 people. At the same time, they also managed to defeat the more than 300 people. After leaving over 100 corpses behind, they immediately fled. On the other hand, although a few of the Li family's guards were heavily injured, their lives weren't in danger. Basically, everyone was injured. This was definitely a complete victory. When he returned from here, he could brag to his heart's content. Of course, Li Zhongjiu had also killed many people. Otherwise, there was no guarantee that some of these people would lose their lives. The seriously injured are lying on the carriages. The lightly injured continue to maintain the formation. We will leave this place first. Li Gui's back was also slashed 3 times. If it wasn't for Li Zhongjiu's intervention, the two masters would have chopped Li Gui into pieces long ago. The power of a Master Origin Realm cultivator was too strong. Although he was injured, Li Gui did not panic and did not fall down. That was how he calmly issued his orders. On this point, even Li Zhongjiu nodded inwardly. These 2 carriages were directly damaged in the battle just now. The other carriage was even more miserable. It was directly shot into a hedgehog. "Young master, get on the horse," Li Gui said. He couldn't possibly let the young lord walk while he rode the horse. Therefore, Li Gui gave his horse to the young lord. This little fellow's performance just now was very good. This horse really followed its master. If Li Gui was panicking just now, then this horse would naturally be frightened and run around in all directions. But just now, the horse was standing there obediently and even helped Li Gui kick away an enemy. "No need. Let the injured brothers get on the horses," Li Zhongjiu said. After saying that, he walked forward by himself. Looking at the back of his young master, Li Gui's heart was filled with indescribable admiration. He was powerful, young and promising, and also very kind. Last time, the family's guards were killed. They directly killed their way into the other party's nest and heavily injured the people of Flying Cloud City's Su family. They killed several elders and even killed their family's head, making the Su family compensate. This also completely shocked the forces of Flying Cloud City. Therefore, the forces of Flying Cloud City did not dare to act recklessly. After all, they still had some influence. Clans that could surpass the Su clan might not be able to stop the Li clan's meta beast. After all, the Li clan's old ancestor was killed directly. The outcome was imaginable. The other party might have even more terrifying means. Otherwise, why would they be so arrogant? Even now, when the Li family's forces moved in, the city lord's mansion of Flying Cloud City also made way for them. They did not dare to offend them directly. At the very least, before they truly understood the situation, they would not deliberately make things difficult for them. "Little Yun, get on the horse," Li Gui said. He pointed at a relatively young guard and asked him to get on the horse. A large piece of flesh was cut off from the guard's leg, but only a simple bandage was applied. It was impossible for him to walk. Little Cloud didn't even have the chance to refuse before she was carried onto the warhorse by 2 of her teammates. The group moved forward again. The carriage with the goods was not attacked. After all, these people would deliberately avoid these goods. Sometimes, people would transport some priceless antiques and fragile things. If there was any damage, the loss would be great. "You have to kill 10,000 people in order to master your fist technique," said Qin Wentian. Seeing Gu Man walk over, he opened his mouth and said, "What? Kill 10,000 people? Impossible, impossible. I'm not a homicidal maniac." Gu Man shook his head repeatedly. When Li Zhongjiu heard this, he smiled but did not say anything. 10,000 people. This guy would definitely be a great killing machine in the future. The people he killed would be more than 10,000. Because this battle had also delayed a little. Therefore, they just arrived at Guanxi town that night. Although Luoxia city was small, it was still a city. The city wall was 150 feet high. could more or less defend against the enemy. However, in Guanxi town, the so-called city wall was just an earthen wall. Some parts of it had even fallen off. Li Zhongjiu's grandfather was a local rich man in this town. Although it was night, it was difficult to resist the smell of blood that permeated Li Zhongjiu and his men. After going through a bloody battle, they appeared to be in a sorry state on the surface. However, the eyes of these guards were as sharp as knives, warning others not to approach. Otherwise they would be attacked. Therefore, one by one, they took a detour. "Stop, who are you?" An ignorant guard did not see the hint in his boss's eyes. He just habitually wanted to extort a sum of money. He directly walked out and stopped Li Zhongjiu and his men. Chapter 131. When this person walked out, the atmosphere at the scene became extremely strange. That person looked as if he had just woken up. When he looked carefully at the group of people in front of him, he realized that something was wrong. None of the people in front of him seemed easy to deal with. But now, he had already said those harsh words. If he wanted to take them back, it would be impossible. Moreover, it would be a very shameful thing. Cough, cough. That we need to pay taxes to enter the pass. The soldier coughed a few times, and his tone softened a little. He looked at his companions. They seemed to be sitting on the ground, frightened by the other party's aura. "How much?" Li Gui walked out and said in a deep voice. He stared at the person in front of him. After seeing Li Gui's eyes, the soldier's heart trembled violently. In fact, these soldiers could only be considered as military ruffians. They were recruited on the spot by the local guard office. They did not even need to go through much training. They just put on the uniform and went to work directly. The people they recruited were local bullies and hooligans. They were best at bullying ordinary people. But when he saw Li Gui in front of him and the murderous eyes of these guards, he knew that this matter would not be resolved so easily. It was not easy to take money from these people in front of him. Everyone 1 silver coin. He wanted to say 5 silver coins out of habit to extort a sum of money. But when the words came to his mouth, he immediately changed his word. He did not dare to say it again. If he said it out loud, it would be over. Ding. Li Gui tossed out a gold coin. This gold coin was equivalent to 100 silver coins. "Keep the change." The soldier took the money and almost did not dare to believe his eyes. Just by opening his mouth, he was able to obtain a gold coin. When he was here, not only would he not be able to get his monthly salary, it would also be deducted. Even if he did get it, the price would not be so high. It was quite good to be able to save a gold coin in 3 months. The sudden happiness made the soldier unable to come back to his senses. "Let me ask you, where is old Master Shin's home?" Li Gui continued to ask. "Old Master Shin?" The soldier was stunned at first, then he tried to recall. Which old man Shin? At the same time, he sized up Li Gui and the others. "Master Shin Chuanqiu. What is your relationship with the Shin family?" When the guard heard this, his expression immediately changed. At the same time, he became nervous. He deliberately raised his voice, so that the people behind him could hear him and let his companions know what was going on here. The Shin family? When he heard these words, the guard captain behind him immediately stood up. The situation at the scene once again became strange. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The guard captain whispered a few words to the person beside him. The person beside him nodded and quickly ran away. "Where are you from? What are you doing in Guanxi town?" The captain of the guards pushed aside the guards in front of him and came in front of Li Gui. The guards behind him were also waiting solemnly. If it was in the past, the guards of the Li family might have been a little nervous. Everyone had their swords drawn and bows bent, confronting each other for a while. But now, these people only raised their eyelids and looked at these people with sneers. If their young master gave the order, it would only take 3 minutes for these people's heads to be taken away. Even though they had not made a move yet, They still felt uneasy when they saw the look in these people's eyes. "What I'm asking is where old man Shin's house is," Li Gui said. After following Li Zongjio for a long time, his attitude towards these things had changed. When he saw these people's actions, he knew that something was wrong. Not far away, a large group of people was rushing over. When the captain of the guards heard the commotion in front of him, he turned around to take a look and smiled in his heart. When he turned around, he suddenly realized that there was another figure in front of him. "Fuck you fucking!" Before he could finish speaking, Li Zongjio grabbed the guard captain's neck. "Tell me what happened to the Shin family. How dare you?" The voice of the guard that Li Zongjio was pointing at immediately became sharp. "Take him down," Li Gui shouted. The Li family guards behind him, who were only slightly injured, immediately drew their swords and attacked. Chi, chi, chi. When they got close, they directly stabbed their thighs. The dozen guards in front of them were all taken down in the blink of an eye. Gu Man chased after a few of them who had escaped further away. He punched them one by one and sent them flying to the ground. They were definitely seriously injured. When such a tyrannical fist force was displayed, how many thin and weak bodies could withstand it? This was especially true for these good-for-nothings who only knew how to wear such clothes to scare people. The face of the guard captain, whose throat was gripped by Li Zongjio, had already turned purple. He was forced to the point that he could not breathe. Crack! Li Zongjio's 5 fingers exerted a little force and immediately broke the neck of the guard in front of him. The only guard who wasn't attacked was the one who had taken the money at the beginning. He stood in his original spot, and even the saber at his waist was only half drawn. He didn't dare to draw it out anymore. If he pulled it out, the situation would be dangerous. He could only watch helplessly as his captain of the guards died right in front of his eyes. He could not believe his eyes. No matter what, it was still the same. Wearing this uniform, he was also a member of the dynasty. Killing a soldier of the dynasty in the street like this, he would have to go to jail. "How dare you kill a regular soldier of the dynasty in the street? I am the first military governor of Guanxi town, Ma Yuanshan. I am ordered to catch the murderer. Take him down." The person who came was full of confidence. He was actually a Yuan Qi master. His cultivation had already reached the level of a 5th-grade Yuan master. Those who held important positions in this dynasty's organization had to have some real ability. Otherwise, even if the people below couldn't suppress them, the people above couldn't hide from them either. Therefore, to be able to hold the position of the first military governor, one must have some real ability. Ma Yuanshan waved his hand and immediately the people behind him swarmed forward. Li Zongjio and the others were heavily surrounded. Li Gui and the others were not clear about the situation, but it seemed that something had happened in old Master Shin's mansion. Li Zongjio's eyes were filled with killing intent. He looked at Ma Yuanshan. Ma Yuanshan had brought people to kill them aggressively. But he did not expect that the eyes of the young man in front of him were still as bright as the stars even in the dark night. His gaze was as if he could see through him. "I will give you 3 breaths to tell me about the Shin family. Otherwise, I will take your head." Chapter 132. I want your head. It had been many years since he heard such arrogant words. Ma Yuanshan had already been in this area for so many years, and he had already subdued all the gangsters and bandits in the surrounding mountains. Yet, this little brat in front of him actually dared to utter such ruthless words. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people behind him and that he was a veteran of hundreds of battles, he would probably be scared. She would probably be scared out of her wits. "There are so many people who want my head. Why haven't I seen any of them yet? Come if you have the ability. I'll leave my head here." Ma Yuanshan laughed loudly. 3 breaths have passed. Li Zongjio's voice faded as he took a step forward. Suddenly, there was a fishy wind around him. Although Ma Yuanshan didn't care about it on the surface, he was already prepared in his heart. These people in front of him came from Luoxia City. He didn't know if the people of Luoxia City had heard some news, so they quickly came. Otherwise, how could he have arrived here so quickly? However, even if Ma Yuanshan was 120% alert, it was still difficult to resist Li Zongjiu's move. However, Ma Yuanshan had already caught Li Zongjiu's movement. When he saw Li Zongjiu charging towards him, Ma Yuanshan immediately shouted in a low voice. You overestimate yourself. What could a kid do? Previously, Ma Yuanshan was worried that there might be some elders of the Li family hiding in the camp. These people were the ones he needed to pay attention to. Li Zongjiu's figure flashed and appeared in front of Ma Yuanshan. His left hand clenched into a fist and pushed out. Suddenly, a power that resembled a rainbow piercing through the sun erupted. Boom! Although Ma Yuanshan saw Li Zongjiu's movement, he found that he couldn't keep up with it. He could only watch as Li Zongjiu's fist smashed towards his throat. Bang! Ma Yuanshan's feet didn't leave the ground. His body didn't move, but his neck suddenly sank. At the same time, a piece of scarlet flesh flew out from the back of his neck. The bones in his neck were directly broken by Li Zongjiu's fist. He died in an instant. Without the connection of the spine, the neck naturally fell between the shoulders like an ornament. However, the most shocking thing was, Ma Yuanshan's flesh wasn't damaged at all. Ma Yuanshan's body showed a strange posture. Li Zongjiu pulled out a short knife from Ma Yuanshan's waist. In front of the man in front of him, he directly cut off Ma Yuanshan's head, including his skin and flesh. When his head was chopped off, Ma Yuanshan's body fell to the ground with a loud thud. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The soldiers surrounding Li Zongjiu didn't dare to come close. Ma Yuanshan was their leader and also their strongest expert. However, he was easily killed by Li Zongjiu. What kind of monster was this young man? Next you. Same. I'll give you 3 breath. Li Zongjiu pointed at a person. This person was a squadron leader. He had more than 10 people under him. Now that the first military governor was dead, it should be the deputy general to take control of the situation. However, Li Zongjiu directly pointed at him. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to him. Immediately, the pressure on them became quite great. With the example of Ma Yuanshan, no one dared to be stubborn. If they didn't explain the situation clearly, they would probably end up like Ma Yuanshan. Regardless of whether the Guardian's residence would help them take revenge, at that time, they would. You can't even see it. Shen family. Shen family has been sealed. Tomorrow, the Shen family will be executed. Now, they are imprisoned in the dungeon of the Defender's residence. The squadron leader stuttered. When he spoke, he accidentally bit his tongue. He didn't dare to stop and directly said everything. Li Zongjiu's eyes were suddenly filled with murderous intent. The squadron leader felt cold all over and his body couldn't help but tremble. Then, he saw Li Zongjiu's knife coming down. Crash! The squadron leader's body was directly split into 2. His internal organs fell to the ground and still jumped. Go to the Defender's residence. Li Zongjiu's body was full of murderous intent. These people were actually so audacious. Not only did they destroy the Shen family, but they also directly arrested all the people of the Shen family and prepared to execute them the next day. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu only knew that his family was destroyed. His mother and father were also killed. Li Changjiang was the one who was responsible for all of this, but he didn't expect that the Defender's residence dared to interfere. As for the reason, Li Zongjiu didn't think it was necessary. No matter what the reason was, no one could hurt his family, his relatives. No one. The Li family's guard team suddenly became murderous. After such a thing happened, how could they let it go easily? Li Zongjiu's mother was the wife of their family head. Although they all had the surname Li, they were family. Everyone blocked Li Zongjiu's side and stared ahead. They were in a confrontation with the surrounding soldiers. In fact, there was a deputy general in this team. However, after seeing how ruthless Li Zongjiu was and how even Ma Yuanshan was killed, the deputy general had already killed 3 people in a row. According to the law, Li Zongjiu had committed a capital crime. But Li Zongjiu's team was like a suicide squad. These people didn't dare to move at all. With such a murderous aura released, no one dared to provoke this iron-blooded team. Just like that, Li Zongjiu and the others swaggered out of the encirclement of these people. These people didn't even dare to say anything. Watching the enemy leave was a very sullen feeling. Ahem, everyone, don't panic. Don't panic. Who knows where the defender is now? After Li Zongjiu and the rest left, the deputy dared to stand up. He had been thinking about it all the time. When would Ma Yuanshan die so that he could be in charge of such a large number of guards? In the whole town, there were only so many guards. However, in this city, there would always be guards by the side of the Lord Guardian. These people were all experts. Only the Lord Guardian could deal with the people in front of him. As for the rest, whoever went up would die. There was no ambiguity. The defender seems to be in Willow Flower Alley. Bright Moon Hotel. Someone said. Willow Flower Alley, Bright Moon Hotel? When the deputy heard this, he immediately slapped his head. This was troublesome. Why did the defender go looking for fun at this time? But now that the fire was on his eyebrows, he didn't have time to think about it. He quickly ran over. He had to report the situation here. Chapter 133. The location of the defender's residence had always been easy to find. It was located in the most central area. No matter which city gate it was, as long as one entered the city and walked straight ahead, they would definitely be able to see the defender's residence. The defender's residence occupied an area of nearly 300 meters. Even the usual military training grounds were placed here. When the dynasty was first established, in order to establish its position and consolidate its position, it had already increased the power of these people and expanded the military force to form a deterrent. Whether it was the commoners or the forces of the underworld, they all feared the power of the dynasty. Even until now, these people had not been disarmed. Hence, this kind of drawback was gradually revealed. Some people even had their own military force, feigning compliance but opposing in secret, and even doing some extremely outrageous things. Using the dynasty's name, they did the dirty deeds of bandits. There were countless places like Guanxi Town under the dynasty. Hence, even the defender's residence was quite domineering. Could also be said that it was quite free. It had the power and manpower in its hand. Whoever it wanted dead would die. Just like the Shun family. The Shin family was powerful, right? Wasn't the Shin family very powerful? The Shun family had been rich for several generations. This old man, Shin Chuanqiu, had made his fortune by relying on animal skins, and became the fur king of Guanxi Town. After being rich for so long, he still did not know how to pay more money. The defender's residents could not stand by and watch, so they secretly took action. Later on, this matter became more and more serious. This caused the defender's hair to stand on end, and he ordered the Shun family to be wiped out. Now, in the dungeon of the defender's residence, the main figures of the Shun family were all imprisoned here. Facing the situation in front of him, Shen Chuanqiu's chi sank into his dantian as he sat in the cell. Beside him, a beautiful woman with long hair tied in a ponytail was half kneeling, taking care of the old man. "Father, don't worry. I have already sent someone to inform Tianqing." This beautiful woman was Li Zongjiu's mother, Shin Xinqiao. Her clothes were not bad, but she did not lose her elegance. There was always a calm aura around her. As she spoke, Shin Xinqiao also looked at the few people imprisoned in the opposite cell. The 2 people imprisoned in the opposite cell were Shin Xinqiao's 2 elder brothers. After exchanging glances with each other, they were secretly certain. There was no news of the person who went out to ask for help. He was most likely crippled. Therefore, if they wanted to survive, there was only one way, which was to kill their way out. Killing their way out also required time. However, Shin Chuanxiu was stubborn. The House of Guardians accused Shin Chunqiu of evading taxes and killing some rare beasts. They said the beasts were raised in Guanxi town by the dynasty. When did a few wild boars become national treasures? These people kept talking about the dynasty's laws. The old man was furious. He was a law-abiding citizen, so he proudly puffed out his chest and raised his head, declaring that he was innocent. In the end, he was still arrested and thrown into jail. He wanted to use this attitude to prove his innocence. His children followed him in one by one. Their old father had been taken away. Could it be that he was still sleeping at home? In short, Shin Chuanqiu was starting to regret his decision. His grandfather had been righteous all his life. If he said he didn't do it, then he didn't do it. He could even use his own blood to prove his innocence. He could die, but his children didn't have to die with him. However, what was done could not be undone. There was no chance for him to turn things around. The most infuriating thing was that Shin Chuanxiu only found out after he was sent to jail. It turned out that the other family in Guanxi town, the Tang family, had colluded with the House of Guardians to destroy the Shin family's foundation. They had stolen the Shin family's assets. Old Master Shin, who knew everything, was filled with regret. He didn't expect that he would be harmed by despicable people. At that time, he almost didn't. His entire person directly passed over just like that. Fortunately, Shin Xinxiao stabilized the old man's condition. Since these people wanted to cut the Gordian knot and play tricks behind the scenes, the Shin family couldn't just sit and wait for death. After all, Shin Xinxiao had seen the world. Now, he was ready to kill his way out. In the middle of the night, he would find an excuse and lead the Shin family out. They would return to Luoxia City first. Most importantly, they had to capture the guardian, Jiang Tsang. Otherwise, the Shin family, which had 40 to 50 people of all ages, wouldn't live to see the next day. It was a very risky thing to do. However, if he didn't take the risk, he wouldn't have any other opportunities. In fact, the family line might even be cut off. Tonight would definitely be a night of bloody battle. Fuck these bastards. When I get out, I'll kill all of you. Shin Xinxiao wasn't a weak woman. How could a woman who could pick up a rolling pin and chase people around be an ordinary person? This is a disaster for the Shin family. I didn't expect that the Shin family, which had been prosperous for generations, would encounter such a disaster in my hands. Thinking of this, old Master Shin Chuanxiu couldn't help but cough. The thought of it made him angry. His emotions were so agitated that the injuries he had gotten from hunting in the mountains in his early years flared up again. Every member of the Shin family was a natural hunter. Now they were like tigers trapped in a cage. Evil people are in charge. I, Shin Xinxiao, will not let these people off even if I become a ghost. Shin Xinxiao said sternly. Her eyes were filled with a manly spirit. At the same time, she was extremely angry about this matter. Hee, old Master Shin, is the food in the dungeon safe? Just as the members of the Shin family were feeling melancholy, a provocative and playful voice rang out. The sound of gold and jewels colliding could be heard. A fat man, who was wearing gold and silver, walked in under the protection of a few guards in black. The man was holding 3 walnuts in his hand. He was twirling them in his hand. When he saw the pitiful appearance of a little bird that had stubbornly survived in the ruins, it was easy for him to make a move. Most importantly, when the fat man saw Shin Xinxiao's beautiful figure, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He had been attracted to Shin Xinxiao since he was young. However, he had been robbed of his love by a kid who had come out of nowhere. In the past, the Shin family and the Tang family were evenly matched. Hence, Shin Xinxiao could ignore him completely. However, things were different now. Shin Xinxiao was already a prisoner. His life and death were at the mercy of others. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to have some fun, it would be a waste. Tang Yuan, what are you doing here? Shen Chuanxiu shouted when he saw the fat man. Although my Shen family has been harmed by evil people, it is not something that a mere Tang Yuan can insult. Since your Tang family is so despicable, my Shen family will not let you off. Tang Yuan laughed loudly when she heard this. Old Master Shen? Do you still think that you are the richest man in Guanxi town? Ha ha ha, your Shen family's territory has been taken over by my Tang family. Even if you get out of here alive, you will have nothing left. Now, Shen Xinqiao, you have a chance tonight. I can take a huge risk and help you avoid the death penalty. What do you think? Your Shen family has reached the end. Only I can save you now. Other than me, who else can come and go as they please? This is the death penalty prison of the House of Guardians. Ha 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 ha. Tang Yuan laughed loudly. Just as her laughter reached its peak, a loud bang rang out. With a loud bang, the door to the dungeon was violently smashed apart. Countless wood chips flew out, interrupting Tang Yuan's laughter.